Aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Hey, kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan hari ini pastinya ada yang spesial seperti hari kemarin. Karena hari ini, di minggu ini khusus karena kita akan ada crossover NBA X MPL Indonesia. Dan pastinya Alisa gak sendirian, di sini sudah bersama dengan Alisa. Siapa boleh kenalan dulu gak sih namanya? So who's your name?
Selamat siang, my name is Kemi, straight from Bahrain. I'm excited to be here in MPL Indonesia. And I'm excited for the vibe, the energy, and the love here.
Ooh, straight from Bahrain. There's Gemi and also.
Halo, aku Gaby, aku dari Jakarta, aku dukung RQ.
Yay, ada Kingdom di sini juga yang hari ini bersama kita akan bermain bersama. Kita akan challenge Gaby dan juga Kemi untuk bermain basket dan kita harus shoot selama 15 detik. Kira-kira Kemi dan Gaby bisa shoot berapa ya? Are you ready for the challenge? Woo! Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so who's gonna start with the first shots for the challenge?
Alright.
Kemi or ladies first?
Ladies first.
Ladies first, so here it is for Gaby. Yay! Kita akan coba
let's go,
dulu
Gaby.
ya. Let's go Gaby. Kita akan melihat apakah Gaby bisa berhasil masukkan berapa banyak selama 15 detik. So, ready Gaby? In 3, 2, 1, shoot! Okay, that's a good one for the first shots. Jadi udah 1 poin nih buat Gaby. Oke, ayo 15 detik Gaby. Oke, udah 2 poin ya. In 3, 2, 1, time's up. Sayang sekali Gaby. No worries, kita bakal melihat apakah Kemi, are you ready Kemi to beat Gaby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well let's see. Is you gonna beat Gaby for the challenge? Only 15 seconds, Kemi. Remember, you have to shoot as much as you can. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's a good one for the first shots. Okay, and okay. Oh, sayang sekali. Oke. Kita akan melihat apakah Kemi atau Gaby. Oke, waktunya tersisa 3, 2, 1, time's up. Oke. So, kita sudah melihat tadi yang bermain bersama kita ada Kemi dan juga Gaby. Dan siapakah yang akan menjadi pemenang dalam challenge kali ini? Gaby tadi berhasil memasukkan berapa?
2 points.
2 points. And Kemi, how many? 3 points. So the winner is Gaby. Yay! Kita akan kasih snapback buat Kemi. Special official merchandise from NBA X MPL Indonesia. So how are you feeling? And also maybe you can give awards to the team who are gonna play in the match, in the first match.
Oh, I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling like stoked, ecstatic. I wish good luck to all the teams out there. I wish them they play hard. And I wish they do their best, because we came here to see a match.
Okay, maybe we can show it to the watcher from MPL Indonesia so they can see the snapback. Okay. Jadi kita bakal di sini bagi-bagi berbagai keseruan. Woo, maybe you can use it, Kemi. Wow, super slay. Okay, so we're see. Ooh, okay. You can say gue kece.
Gue kece.
Oh, very catchy. All straight from Bahrain. Maybe from Gaby, do you have any words for the teams who are gonna play? Mungkin kata-kata semangat.
Semangat buat RQ, tunjukin yang terbaik.
Tunjukin yang terbaik buat RQ dan juga Dewa pastinya. Dan jangan lupa dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian. Dan datang langsung ke MPL Arena karena ada keseruan crossover NBA X MPL Indonesia. Dan kita akan langsung saja lemparkan ke Bude Clara. Silakan, Bude. hidup mengingat memang ini adalah minggu kolaborasi NBA X MPL ID. Dan di sini juga para super fans sudah bersiap-siap untuk menyaksikan pertarungan di minggu yang kelima, hari yang kedua. Di mana inilah ada hari Sabtu, hari yang ditunggu. 3 match akan berlangsung dan kalau boleh kita ingat lagi, nanti di match ketiga akan menjadi pembukaan leg yang kedua. Dan ini adalah match-match penutupan untuk 4 tim yang bertanding di match 1 dan juga match kedua. Tim RRQ akan berhadapan langsung dengan Dewa United. Kita boleh tahu bahwa RRQ mereka punya tren yang sangat positif walaupun win streak mereka telah pecah. Kita boleh menyambut, inilah dia, the whole season champion, Tim RRQ. Mereka masih bertahan dan apapun yang terjadi di match pertama dan match kedua tidak akan bisa merubah posisi mereka di top 1. Para Kingdom pasti sedang merayakan namun mereka harus tetap sabar dan melihat bagaimana perjuangan dari tim RRQ di minggu yang kelima menutup leg yang pertama melawan tim Dewa United. Di mana Dewa United mereka mendatangkan 2 coach baru yang mungkin bisa menjadi pengubah dan pembeda untuk mereka. Banyak sekali hal yang sudah mereka coba dan kita akan melihat perjuangan dari Dewa United yang sedang di zona merah. Mereka harus bisa lepas dari zona ini, zona yang tidak nyaman, zona yang mendebarkan dan penuh was-was. Dan kalau kita membahas tentang perjalanan, tentunya kita nggak bisa lengah dari the young blood dari kedua tim. Ada dari RRQ, seorang Toy yang baru bermain, namun sinarnya, waduh, begitu menyilaukan. Dan juga kita melihat gold laner pula sama di Dewa United. Ada Maybe. Kalau dari Toy sudah mengantongi beberapa kali dari Rookie of the Week, dari Maybe pun dia mendapatkan 1 Rookie of the Week di minggu yang lalu. Maybe bermain begitu apik dan membuat banyak sekali mata tertuju kepada Maybe. Dan sekarang kita juga harus menyaksikan bagaimana kedua rookie ini akan bertanding dan satu sama lain di gold laner bertemu. Sebelum kita melihat pertemuan dari kedua player ini, izinkan kemudian mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua para super fans yang hadir. Sudah pada berkumpul di sini, yang ada di Samsung Zone pastinya happy banget. Dan juga para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton. Supported by PBSI, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, dan official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa juga kita punya advertiser, ada Kacang Sukro dan juga Hokben. Tak lupa ada supplier kita, RSV Helmet. Semuanya langsung pada happy, semuanya udah gedumbrengan. MPL Arena begitu ramai. Coba dong, mana nih suara semangat dan yel-yel dari anak dewa. Anak dewa udah ramai banget. Yang satu jangan mau kalah. Semangat dari Kingdom. Super fans, bersiaplah untuk match pembukaan. Ini akan menjadi pertarungan yang menarik. Inilah dia Dewa United dan juga RRQ.
What's up, boys and girls, ladies and gentlefish? There you go. That's my epic opening.
Gentlefish.
Gentlefish. Welcome to week 5, day number 2. That's it, right?
That's it.
Day 5, week number 2. My name is Eterna, season 15. My name is Eterna, and with me is Mirko as well as Arashi. And today we have 3 matches. According to Mirko, it's going to be 3 banger matches.
3 banger.
Banger matches.
Always, always. Every single day of MPL ID, we're gonna have banger matches. But sometimes you only have 2, like yesterday.
2, 3, 3. But in the end, today we have 3.
We have 3. And I think, again, everything is so close. A single victory or defeat kind of shifts everything up around. So keeps things exciting, right? No one is actually so far ahead that they're just guaranteed success in the playoffs. So I feel like that's a stark contrast to a couple of seasons back, which is always a good thing.
I think the one outlier to that statement is basically RRQ, who's actually going to be playing in our first match of the day against Dewa, who are currently number 7 on the standings. We're going to take a look at today's schedule, ladies and gentlefish, as we get to it. Dewa RRQ match number 1. Match number 2, we have Alter Ego facing off TLID. And for our final match of the day, it's Evos versus BTR.
That's the matchup we're waiting for right there, because technically, it's a battle for top 2. For RRQ Dewa, yes, for Dewa, it can change a few placements of the standings, but for RRQ, win or lose, they're still going to be number 1. Alter Ego Liquid, another big one. Alter Ego, before the 3-week break, they were standing at 3rd place. And after a loss, after a couple of wins from the others, now they're sitting at 5th.
And for taking a look at the standings here, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. On the note of taking each other's spot in the standings, our final match will be telling who will finish off leg number 2 at number 2. Will it be Evos or will it be BTR?
Exactly. They're just so close together, man, so it's kind of crazy. And even down there, there's a lot of surprises, like Dewa United. You would think that, okay, not quite relevant, but they're actually above Onyx at this point. If they got a victory today, you know, it's a tall order, but they're gonna increase the gap between them and Onyx, which is wild to think about, considering the context, the history of Onyx and Dewa United. It's a new team.
That's why it feels like previous champs or previous teams that have held their dominance are not doing too well this season. But we want to know what you guys think back at home. Can Dewa become another obstacle to the king? Because that undefeated win streak that RRQ once held for themselves was actually broken a couple days ago. So can Dewa be the second team to be able to break that?
Yeah, maybe. Really depends. No, you said their win streak got broken.
Yeah.
I want to say red hairs. I don't know which team though, but yeah, I think for sure they're going to be able to reclaim that. Well, not undefeated run, that's impossible, but they're going to reclaim their momentum. I think they are still the best team in MPL ID.
Momentum is going to be very important because, again, we are nearing the final matches of leg number 1, where we will be crowning our half-season champs. Speaking of half-season champs, this is it. Win or lose, it looks like RQ will still be the half-season champs. How are you feeling about that, Arashi?
I mean, it feels great. And again, it's pretty well deserved for the team. They've been going on an undefeated run all the way to close to the half-season point. And, you know, they deserve to get something for their efforts, right? They've already exposed a lot of their strategies as well. So you can maybe garner some intel from that. Maybe consider that RRQ are actually willing to try out a lot more things. They don't want to have dominance all the way in the regular season and then maybe fall short in the playoffs, right? I think for Keskut in particular, he wants to make sure that he kind of tries some things around, you know, experiments a little bit, just to ensure that he has options later on.
It's always better to not do well. Well, technically not do well, but like don't be completely open when it comes down to like your strategies in the regular season and then fall short in the playoffs. We've seen a lot of teams kind of fall into that pattern, aka
aka RRQ as well, right?
Yeah,
they
that's
didn't
true.
win despite getting the half-season champ. We're
close though.
Keskut got back-to-back, by the way. Back-to-back
true.
half-season champ, back-to-back regular season champ. But unfortunately, no MPLs yet.
Like Bigatron.
But Bigatron have never gone MPL. Right? RRQ, best team in the world.
Best team in the world. Yeah, I mean, again, that depends if you believe in patterns, right? Sheffen's very outspoken. He thinks patterns are a figment of your imagination. So
I also think Lemon's bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So no patterns, no lemon.
Yeah, that's his perfect world.
Okay.
But the audience topic voting right here. Option A here seems to be overwhelmingly popular.
Absolutely. 73% RQ reclaims dominance, and I think I would actually agree to this. You know, despite RQ's performance, we've seen finally some loopholes to their gameplay, and despite the fact that Dewa have been looking a lot more in form, if I had to go for this, I'd also vote RQ will be able to win this one. Maybe even 2-0 this one.
Oh, I think it is going to be a 2-0, right? I think the loss has only strengthened them. Again, we heard from Keskut in the loser interview. He said, this is a good loss to take. You know, it actually will be a reality check for a lot of our players, for himself as well, to improve. They're not the best in the world just yet. They got to keep improving if they want to be. Now the big question for me is like, who's going to be playing, Hazel or Susujin? Because I think both of them have similar problems.
That's true. That's true. That's true. We'll see exactly who's going to be playing in the jungle, because when we're talking about problems, let's talk about Toy. He's on the watch list right now for Rookie of the Week 1 and 3, but people are talking a lot about this kid.
I mean, look at the statement right here, made by a very credible name in the MPL IDC.
Who's that?
How about you read it out, Mirko?
Okrib says, a good team fight carry with excellent laning, 10 out of 10. But, however, in team fights, especially against top-tier teams, the impact is still, his impact gets outmatched by opposing gold laners. Again, this is when they're up against teams who can actually match them, right? I think we saw this for BTR. We saw this even for EVOs, but again, Erlan wasn't able to fully capitalize on that. Kelra, Eman, both of them have been able to outshine Toy in these team fights.
Agreed. I mean, we are very quick to praise his laning phase, and it's really good. Gets him some leads, but of course, when it comes down to it, when you have a team that can also play the team fights really, really well, know their win conditions, it does seem like Toy is a bit of a hit or miss. Like when he does something crazy, it seems really well thought out, really surprising, but sometimes when he doesn't really get to find those moments, he really does fall short when it comes to the full-on impact. Not just in damage output, by the way, also in how much pressure, how much respect, how much attention he kind of draws to himself in some of these fights that can allow his team to actually find more leads, more advantages in those big 5v5s.
And you could even see in that previous, highlight, that Maniac that he was able to get. It was, I would say, on the back of everyone else trying to set up for that.
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen those crazy outplays coming from Toy, but despite that, he has been consistent.
Yeah, I'd say he has been very, very consistent. He's actually, I would say he hasn't been explosive, right?
That's the word.
He's not explosive.
Yeah.
He's very consistent. He's very stable. But that's the thing. When you're a stable player, sometimes, or a lot of times at the highest level, you can get outshined. And in this matchup, I believe maybe has the potential to be that type of gold lane. In his rookie season, he's playing like a madman on the Moskov, on the Herald especially. The heroes that want to go in, he does really good on. But then we see him on other picks, and he really struggles. I think it might be the draft, though, a lot of times for Daewoo United, because maybe he's always consistently performing.
Rookie of the Week from last week, right?
Yep.
He went in with a very exceptional performance. So that's kind of the layer of difference that we're seeing from both of these gold laners. Toy, who's always been able to, just pull through into the games, very consistent, a person that you can actually fall back to the later stage of the game, while the rest of the members actually kind of carry. But for maybe, there's that explosiveness. I like that word that Mirko mentioned, the explosiveness that we're seeing that really can make or break a game.
Yeah, there's a lot of words to describe it. The explosiveness, the X factor, the killer instinct. Point is, consistency is great, but when you're consistently just standard, right, you're kind of falling short to some of these gold laners that maybe aren't as consistent, but when the going gets tough, when you need a moment, right, an opportunity, a big fight win, you need that explosiveness and that, momentum, that aggressive style that Toy hasn't really shown so far. We've seen moments like, I still recall the Irrital play, remember, when he can just flanks everyone, assassinates. But again, that is not what we've come to expect from him. It happens occasionally, but at this point, maybe not enough compared to the rest of the big-name gold laners in MPL ID.
Essentially, it's like what Skylar actually has.
Oh, for sure,
right?
For sure.
He just needs to finesse it, though. I don't think it's absent. I think there's potential there, but he just needs to be a little bit more. What is it? Do you think it's confidence?
He needs to take some more risks. That's the thing, right? I think a lot of times, because he's the gold lane that's been so stable, he's been playing to just, again, play with the team, play the front to back. He doesn't take as many risks as someone like Skylar. And it comes down to experience. So getting more game time, getting more matches, he will get to a point where we will see those crazy, flashy plays, but it takes time.
It does. Hopefully we get to see that.
It'll be cool to see him bloom and blossom into the top-tier gold laner that we see potential in, But again, it takes time, it takes experience, and that's the tricky part. It's not something that a coaching staff can tell you, can instruct you to do.
Yeah.
It's all about you in the Land of Dawn, just identifying, hang on a second, I see a vision, I see a potential play in the next 1 or 2 seconds, I can imagine it, and that comes from experience for sure. So I believe they're definitely trying to find ways to kind of help him develop in that sense. Because remember, this is a team that used to really dominate through that gold lane as well. It'll be great for them to actually have that kind of impact, that kind of effect all the way from the gold lane, like the good old days.
It's instinct. It's instinct. It all comes back down to instinct.
Basically.
But what about the drafts? You touched on the drafts a little bit
Yeah.
earlier on, and people are saying, you know, Dewa are looking a lot stronger, but especially with Rez coming into the EXP lane, but the drafts seem to just not be it.
When it's good, it's good, I'll be honest with you, but we've seen some pretty bad ones too. Oh, the Uranus pick last time we saw from Dewa was a strange one.
We'll see whether or not this actually pans out, because it looks like the first team, RRQ Hoshi, they're ready with the main 5. That's Sutsujin in the jungle, actually.
There we go. Sitting in front of the Kingdom, front row seats. That's the gold lane for the Kingdom. That's Mr. Toy.
That's the goal that we're talking about, on a journey to blossom into his true potential, leading the charge right here. But close behind him,
right there, the man, the main shot caller for the team, Commander Rins.
Mr. Rins coming up onto the MPL arena, looking to maybe get some shots for himself. And oh, who's that?
Whoa, impacting the camera just like he impacts the game with his crazy initiators. That's Styron.
the man is in the XP lane, ready to explode, to make a play, following the exact contrast.
La Mercenaria, that's Sutsujin.
Sutsujin in the jungle instead of Mr. Hazel. I'm wondering whether or not we're going to be seeing some spicy things, because if we're talking about spice,
that's the man of the hour, man. Two-time back-to-back player of the week, Edok.
Whether it's defense, whether it's aggression, whatever you need, Edok has always delivered.
Absolutely. And this is the main 5, ladies and gentlemen, that will be held up against the next opponents that we will be welcoming very, very soon. And here it is, the official team lineup, the roster for Dewa United. See in just a minute, Mueza, Ray, Okta, Baby, as well as Rez. I think they're ready up on the bench.
More ready? Team ready, seem confident as well. Up against overwhelming odds, they don't seem deterred at all. Of course, leading the charge.
Will Dewa United be able to win up against RRQ? The answer is in the gold lane. That's maybe.
Maybe, just maybe. It's a tough matchup against a great laner, but he is assisted by
the man in the mid lane, ex-RRQ, by the way. The mid lane, Okta.
Okta. What will we be seeing from him today? But I mean, this man, this kid has changed things for Dewa.
He's got a lot of Riz. Call him Mr. Rez.
See the consistency in that lane as well, as he has to back up and follow up this man right here.
The man's been able to pull off the Fanny 1-0. That's Ray. And last but not least, the role for Dewa United, the pillar, Mueza.
Big man with even bigger presence in the Land of Dawn. Let's see what kind of schemes he has for us today.
I love it. I love it. Number 7 on the standings right now, but it doesn't look like they are made of anything less. Looking to create something different today for them, as this is and will be their final match of leg number 1, as we welcome the coaches as well.
It's Mr. Bombi and Kurt for Dewa United for RRQ. That's my gold, Kescute and NMM.
And leading them is our Marshal, Gary, welcoming them to the stage. And already the battle begins, man. It starts here. Watch for the gestures, watch for the expressions. It's a mind game.
And now we finally get to go back into the drafts. Cut short earlier on. Let's circle back onto that. Mirko, let's get back to your point.
Yeah, so Dewa United, the Uranus pick they showed up against Geek Fam was definitely one of the strangest picks, and it was the strangest ways to utilize the Uranus. They were up against Geek Fam with like an early game composition, and they had a Claude. So it's not like the Uranus could actually snowball or take control of the game. You have to wait for super late. And to add on to that, they had a late game pick in the mid lane, they had a late game pick in the gold lane, and the Carmilla too. It was a strange composition, definitely. And what's even stranger is the way they pulled it off. Carmilla Uranus with the Fanny, I believe, or the Joy, the Joy. With the Joy in game 3, Joy, Ray, didn't want to participate in the neutral objective, first turtle. Uranus and Carmilla, both Rez and Mueza, tried to contest. They both died at minute number 2, giving away that massive lead to a team that already kind of wants to snowball in Geek Fam's comp.
Definitely a bit of a disconnect there in the composition to what they're supposed to do, who is the main factors to use in the early game, and of course the communication between them. If they want to overthrow the odds and all the support for RRQ right here, they have to try to clean it up, man. If there's anything they have to kind of work on, it's the communication. Because this is a team that will punish you for those disconnected moments.
All right, if we're looking at first pick and second pick, ladies and gentlefish back at home, looks like Dewa will actually have first pick. RQ on the second, 66.67% win rate. Not doing too hot on red side, actually. Why do you think this is?
Well, it's still not too far compared to first pick, which is 70%. You know, it's just a game of odds right here. I don't think for RRQ in particular, it really reflects the complete truth. But even before that, you have to remember that they're having changes to the patch. So we're still looking to some of these, some of the teams that are on the top 3, top 5 position to see what kind of new trends are going to come through from those changes in the patch. Is it the prio picks changing? Is it the respect bans changing as well? Because for a team like Dewa, they have a chance to potentially slide under the radar, right? And just come up with a surprising pick that can really take RRQ by surprise.
So if we're talking about, patch differences, do you think that's the reason why Sutsujin is playing? Or do you think Hazel's just studying?
That's the thing about RRQ. You never know, really. You think, okay, Sutsujin is better. No, he just has exams, Hazel. I don't know. So it does make sense for Sutsujin to be playing with the patch. Like you said, Fredrin's back in the meta. I'd say maybe on the Fredrin, I've seen Hazel do crazy things on the Fredrin. So we'll just have to see.
I guess so. Ladies and gentlemen, drafting phase game number 1 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Dewa United have gone for the Lucas Luoyi ban, RRQ, Kalea and Jushin right off the bat.
Well, the Chushin and the Kaela here, it's just definitely an aggressive, aggression that's trying to be limited from Dewa by RRQ. For Dewa themselves, I mean, it's no question why they want to take away the Lucas potential. It's just so good. It can be flexed around. That's the exact kind of pick that Keskit want to use against them. But the Luoyi also, and I think once we see the Luoyi, the question becomes the chip. Is it going to be let go by RRQ? Will Dewa pick it up? Oh, Dewa actually bans it out first.
Chip gets taken out. It's interesting. Dewa have done this now twice. When they're on blue side, they actually ban out the chip. They don't want to utilize it. Fanny, good respect. Ray is one of those Fanny gods that we've been talking about that can actually pull off the Fanny in MPL ID. So you kind of have to respect it here if you're RRQ. But what's first pick now?
Wondering if that could be the Harith potentially. We see a lot of emphasis in the gold lane these days because there's just some more options in the jungle, right? With the change to some of the roamers as well as the jungle, the mid lane as well has a lot more options going for it with some of the changes we've seen in the current in the recent patch. So because of that, a lot of the focus goes to the gold lane, but there's just so many options available right now. I don't know if they want to make the first move and expose their hand that early.
Mathilda first?
Ooh, for Muezza. Might be a good idea for sure. But it is going to be the Harith.
And it makes sense, right? Because other than the fact that you mentioned about the gold lane being a little less flexible, maybe has been a huge anchor and a huge carry to Dewa United's gameplay. So they do want to secure a good hero for maybe early. RRQ go for the Hilda and the Granger.
Yeah. So the Hilda are one of the ways to actually beat the Granger. A lot of times to just scatter the formation in the front to back. So they pick it up for themselves, expecting maybe something like a Joy, an Assassin, a Hayabusa as well on the hands of Ray.
It is going to be an Assassin though. Gotta be careful on what they have in the roam position. It is indeed going to be a Mathilda. One with the Phoveus. That's a good pick here. Looking to go for a fully scrappy kind of style. Harith and Phoveus. Good mix of physical and magic damage. And they really want to bring the fight to RRQ. And for now at least, RRQ have no way to kind of deny Dewa just yet. They go for the Hayabusa early on as well. This might be an angle to start attacking the picks, the potential options for Ray.
I agree. And at this point, with the Matilda being picked up, you would assume that maybe we won't be seeing any assassins in the jungle against the Hayabusa, yes? So what are we looking at? Suyo, Joy, Fredrin as an option to be banned out?
I think the Suyo kind of stands out. If you look at it, we talked about it. It's all about the change to the extra tankiness you get from the reduction. Now it's only physical damage. So against the Hayabusa, the Granger, in theory, that nerf won't be present, but RRQ immediately read into it, banning it away.
Yep, it's a good ban here. Understanding they, again, have physical damage. That physical damage reduction will get in the way. I think Joy is a good shout, but for Daewoo United, it won't be strange to see them go for... This is the thing about Daewoo that I'm confused about. You want to go on Assassins as much as possible because Ray is an Assassin player. I don't think you want to see him on Fredrin. Last time we did see him on Fredrin, that was back in the days where I said he was the worst jungler in MPL ID. Bad red trees on the Fredrin. Amazing still on those Assassins at the time. So I think, yeah, sticking to Joy will probably be the key, but RRQ might just ban it out. And that leads me to believe that they might go for like Alpha. We have seen that before. And I think with the changes in the jungle, this is a pick that can work. They already have a Mathilda. Question is it too much? Phobius and Alpha with Mathilda. Who are you going to pull back?
That's a big question there. They got a plan for sure. With the Alpha as well, by the way, it's a great pick against the Hilda, right? And, you know, the tankiness, it really isn't as big of a deal when you do a lot of true damage piercing through. But for RRQ, they're expecting the Fredrin coming in from Daewoo United. It's a risk that they can't really afford to take, in a sense. So now, they're trying to make sure that it's going to be a traditional assassin. Maybe the pick for Edok as well. They're saving it for something that can shut down the assassins, which is why the Franco gets shown here by Daewoo United too.
So what else are we looking at here? Joe...
Tigreal?
Yeah, I was thinking Tigreal, yeah. Joe Tigreal as an option for Daewoo United to take out here?
I don't know. They have the Mathilda and the Harith. Those are two Purify beasts. So I'm not too sure if they're concerned about it. If it does get banned out, it's more out of pure respect for Edok, X Factor for the team.
I wonder about the mid lane. I wasn't expecting the Yeve of all things. I thought they would be more concerned with AoE crowd control, considering they're all going to be diving in, the Harith, the Phobius. I mean, they can still go for Purifies, like you mentioned, Mirko, but you know, it's still a costly couple of seconds you kind of have to adjust to, and it puts the cards in the hands of RRQ when it comes to those big team fights. But the Yeve is what they ban out here, so I'll be concerned about the chase potential, especially with the Hilda in the picture already.
Oh boy. Novaria.
Interesting.
So that's the Novaria Granger comp that we saw from yesterday, pulled off by GeekFam.
Larger hitbox. They have that chemistry going down for them. It does make sense. But what will Edok be playing? That's what I'm curious about. Because if he was able to pick up something like the Franco, that would be even more range and even more hitbox to work with.
Exactly. But last pick, Edok, is something that KSQ absolutely loves to abuse, man. He knows that this guy has so many options available to him in his hero pool. Now they were just kind of confused on what they want to do. Do they really want to just sustain through the front to back? Do they want to try and shut down the dive? The Alpha comes through as predicted with the Valentina. So they're going in for a full-on collision style, which means AoE crowd control is going to be so deadly here for RRQ. And the Tigreal, like we mentioned, is still available.
I don't think it's a good idea though. Again, all of them can go Purify except for Alpha Phobius. Valentina just take that big ult away, so it's even more lockdown for Daewoo, forcing RRQ to go Purifies, where they need flickers, by the way, against this comp.
Do they go Hylos, RRQ?
Hylos... I don't know, man. Up against the Alpha, you get shredded down. Xborg makes more sense.
Right.
But Xborg XP? Hilda roll? That doesn't seem right.
I'm theorizing what can take the initial collision here with all the lockdown and true damage. Gotta be a Badang.
Yeah.
So still gonna be giving quite a significant ultimate away. But in a sense, there's a moment here that RRQ can use, maybe catch Daewoo off guard and mitigate that Valentina danger.
Badang. But we were talking about the Purifies, right? Is the Badang a little bit more like versatile as compared to something like the Tigreal?
I think so. The fact that your ultimate doesn't really lock you down as hard, because for the Badang, right, you really get stuck when there's that wall popping up behind you along with that Fist Crack. So if Octa steals it away, he won't have the same kind of effect, the same kind of like lockdown. So it's a pretty intelligent pick, I must say.
All right, counter index. lineup rating, looks like they're going to be favoring, was that Dewa earlier on?
Yep, Dewa.
Favoring Dewa. So can said team be able to challenge the half-season champs? Ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to the court. Let's head over to the field to see game number 1 in this best-of-3 series between Dewa United and RRQ Hoshi.
This is the three-pointer special. The Granger and Novaria, they will be looking for those long shots on Dewa.
It's just shots over shots, man. And again, if Dewa United falls behind, if they can't really sustain in the front line, we've seen what happens when a poke composition, a poke/sustain composition gets ahead, man. There's nothing that Dewa can do right here to really get a catch. They don't have a very dynamic engage tool. They have a Mathilda.
And that's it. And maybe even Okta, when the game progresses, right? They can utilize, the Badang ult to maybe look for an opening. But meanwhile, we do see some damage here being translated over onto Edok. On the roam, by the way, Hilda roam on Edok.
No purifies, by the way. Only maybe has gone purify. So, yeah, they've adjusted against RRQ. They're thinking we're going to be the ones engaging first.
Looking at the emblems right here, for Dewa United, 3 inspires for the gold lane and the mid and roam position. It's all about getting those spells off. Because there's so many ways that Dewa can kind of use to kind of throw RRQ off. So they want extra cooldown, more of those spells in the midst of a big team fight. They are the all-in composition after all.
What is this in basketball terms?
Technical pause. I think it's a technical
timeout.
Timeout. It's a
timeout.
Timeout.
It's a timeout, bros.
There you go. We got that timeout. So do we have like a halftime show? Is Kendrick Lamar gonna? No, that's football.
That's a different thing, bro. But yeah, the excitement there. I mean, as we started there, you can hear the audience immediately starting the chant. Now that we have a timeout, you're hearing the audience coming to life again. The drummers kind of testing the limits there. Because they're not supposed to be playing it in-game, but technically right now...
We're not in-game.
We're not in-game. So you hear the drummings start to play up again.
See, this is why we need Sheffin.
That's why we need Sheffin, man.
We need Sheffin this week.
Why is he here?
We need the basketball lingo.
We need the basketball lingo. Sheffin. Yeah, he's not in the building. Sheffin at home. That's C-A-H. Sheffin at home.
The Cha.
Sheffin
because his name is Chahyo as well.
Chahyo, Sheffin at home.
Sheffin at home, yo.
Yo, Sheffin at home, yo. There you go. That's Sheffin at home, yo. Chahyo.
Yo. Again, well, we've been very vocal that he should be here as a basketball lover. If he's not on duty, just come and hang out, dude. The NBA vibes. You really don't want to miss it.
Arashi wants to challenge Sheffin
in a basketball.
In a basketball shooting challenge.
Match. Let's play horse.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I was pretty good at horse when I was in high school.
What happens if you lose?
Well, back then, we just did push-ups. I don't know if that's the,
That's whack, man. Push-ups.
What did you do? Did you play basketball?
No.
Then what would you do?
I'd just say, like, you gotta run around the field without clothes.
What?
Something like that, yeah.
That's kind of extreme.
Those are high stakes indeed.
Exactly. You gotta be playing with high stakes, man. The players are. You gotta match them.
That's why he matched.
Exactly. He just went hashtag Gasla.
Hashtag Gasla, red hair, BTR. Oh, look at it, Toy. Well, okay, Toy, give us an expression, Toy. Are you the best gold laner in the world, Toy? Okay, never mind. He was just the camera move over.
But he looked at the camera very fiercely.
Maybe. Are you the best gold laner in the world?
As you ask that question, the camera pans over to maybe.
So it's maybe.
So maybe.
Maybe the answer.
Just maybe.
Yeah. maybe.
So who's your favorite basketball player of all time? NBA player.
Do you know anyone?
There's no way you don't know.
Michael Jordan.
There you go. Yeah.
That's
Everybody
fair.
knows MJ.
That's fair.
Arashi.
Yes. It is RRQ in the building for sure, man.
What?
No,
Who's
your
the
favorite
who's your favorite?
player.
Oh, you were looking at the screen. I thought you were admiring the support.
That's BB,
That's
Arashi.
BB. Do you know
Stop
who? Do you know
blushing.
BB?
BB-8? Yes, I do.
No, that's a Star Wars guy.
What?
BB-8.
Robot. Is it a robot droid?
BB-8 is a droid.
Right. Interesting. Well, you were asking about my favorite basketball player?
Yeah.
Right now or of all time?
Of all time.
You have a favorite basketball player right now?
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. All right, what about all time?
Of all time, it's between Jordan and Kobe, man.
Damn. No love for my man.
Who's your man?
LeBron James! No. You know why?
Why?
He owns part of Liverpool.
Oh, does he? Yo, interesting.
We're going back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, 1 minute in, 2 minutes in, and already some damage onto Edok. Should still be able to get out alive. But let's cross-check on everything that's happened so far.
You know, all of a sudden, it's gonna be a play for the turtle. Devil United are the ones that control here. They have the Phobius.
Ida walking up. Sutsujin gonna be caught there still. Oh, look at a pin down. Sutsujin winning out the retro battle. Goes into the shadow kill. Even with the alpha, they cannot withstand this damage. Sutsujin catching him. A double already, and that's a bonk to set up for Sutsujin's triple.
What? Almost a wiped out in the first turtle?
That's
Prince?
Wait a minute.
It's okay, all planned, all part of the plan.
All right, man. That's certainly unfortunate. That is not how Deva United wanted this game to go, dude. Where have we seen that before? 4 kills, and they didn't even get the turtle. RRQ just won all out right there. Deva now definitely on the back foot trying to recover.
That's not something that you see every day. Did you expect that? I mean, there was draft. They have Octa, they have Ray, they have Moeza as well. That's a lot of damage onto Moeza. As compared to what RRQ, was Diamond there, present in the team fight?
I believe he was, actually. But before we get more into that, talent predictions here by the new application GoPay. As always, the man, the myth, the legend.
Sometimes he's right, sometimes he's not.
He's been right a lot this
Yeah, that's
season.
true, that's true.
So you get a bit concerned, but you know, that's just Papulong things, man. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that kind of performance. Oh, Sutsujin!
Shadow kill on, maybe! Won't be able to survive. Dewa Moeza a bit late to the party now. Gets caught in. That's Astral Echo locking him down. Now, Sutsujin is going to munch on that turret goal. The mercenary getting fed tonight.
Idok? Ooh, going with a flank maneuver right there. And just like that, 4 minutes in, bottom tower taken out. RRQ wasting no time at all. They know they have the snowball potential. With Sutsujin having 4 kills, taking everything for himself. Whoa.
An all-in over to Edok. He just runs away, sprinting. Crazy pace, that man.
It's been 4 minutes. 4 minutes, already a 4,000 gold lead for RRQ. You mentioned it earlier on, the tower falling down. So much gold in the hands of Toy. Sutsujin completely snowballing. You saw how many resources were utilized just to take down Edok, and still it's not possible. Look at Sutsujin go.
An all-in over to Raid. Astral Echo forcing the Imperial Bomb, but Sutsujin getting the kill. The assassination in the midst of 3 members corralling over.
There's absolutely no chance now for Dewa to pick up this next turtle.
Uh-oh, Reza wants to go in. Edok slam dunk down. Sutsujin in the back. Moeza gonna be caught. Has a circle eagle. Gets a knockup onto Sutsujin. But Octa has to flicker out of the kingdom he was once part of.
1 kill.
Damn!
Whoa! Man, that's some damage from downtown. 3-pointers from Rins. 5 assists already on that Novaria, man. There's so many ways you can kind of get active, get participation in these team fights. Rez is trying to stick around. Bit too long. Oh. That was a scary moment, man. But yeah, Rins with the lightning truncheon right now. Still landing the snipes, Diamond.
Oh my goodness, Rez! Oh, he's going in again, but Toy just gets the rebound in from Dyron.
They're just relentless, dude. When you think they're done with the aggressive play, they just come back in. And look at Edok at this point, a bit too tanky. I don't think anyone can really secure to kill him that easily. Sutsujin already waiting to punish.
Uh-oh, Sutsujin jumping onto Moeza. Shadow kill! Oh, Rins gets the half-court shot in.
That was a kill steal.
That was a secure.
Kill steal.
I mean, it's the assist, you know, it's an alley up. Octa now takes the Astral Echo, trying to find ways to maybe get some information more for his team, set up for a big play. What can they do though?
That's a big question. What do they do at this point? 6,000 gold lead now for RRQ.
Ooh.
I was thinking maybe could still be, you know, utilized in the
Maybe.
grand scheme of things, maybe, but
Big maybe.
RRQ kind of shut that down early, right? He only has a Starlium Scythe at this point. A lot more items are needed and a lot more resources are needed to get him to the point where he can carry.
Oh my lord.
Is this just GG, game number 1?
You kind of have to win early with Ray. Oh no, Ray taken down again by Sutsujin with the Shadow Kill. Maybe another shot from Riz, half court. Oh, they're just shooting 3-pointers.
From downtown, dude, there's nowhere safe. Octa, zone 2 towers in. Oh, and he lands it, man. What is this accuracy? Little Vario with the lightning truncheon, dude. The new lightning truncheon as well. It just does so much damage. By the way, look at Sutsujin, 3k gold ahead right now with the Sea Halberd straight up. Gonna lower the tankiness, lower the regeneration and shielding. They're going all in. 9k gold lead at 7 minutes, bro.
Yeah, at this point, Rez, Ray, and maybe, and even Mueza, to a certain extent, has no say against Sutsujin. 6-0-5. He's snowballing out of control. It's a 10,000 gold lead in 7 minutes. This is a stomp.
Oh, another one. Sutsujin's jumping on Octa. Has a little bit of the healing, forcing Ray to go Spear of Alpha to peel for Octa. Yet again, that shot lands on maybe. Half of his HP taken away.
Wow. This is the problem, man. It's not about just winning the fights. Dewa United are losing HP before the fight even begins! What is that damage?
That's Rin's. Astral Echo sent. Landing on 4. He'll defend. But I want to throw a fun fact that you guys might not know. RQ don't even have the Lord. They've been able to crack the holy defenses just with minions.
There's just so much pressure. They were always forced to respect it every single turn. There's no frontline at this point. Effectively, RRQ have so much damage, so much more advantage that the frontliners are not frontlining. At this point, the only way they can kind of survive is to use the guiding wind to get out of danger, to get away from danger. But even then, when you think that you're out, that's where the Death Sonata and the Astral Sphere is going to go through.
Maybe dashing it forward. Quad Shadow on him. Base turret cracked. RQ have cracked this defense without a Lord.
That's literally all they need for the setup for the Lord, if that's what they're looking for. But even in this particular situation, on the defense, we usually say that maybe this is like the best condition for Dewa United, but with the lineup that they currently have, they're not playing with a lot of range here, right? Maybe has to kind of dive in, close the gap to deal the damage. Octa to clear the ways will have to do the exact same. Ooh. So RRQ, they're not just ahead with damage, but the poke and the range advantage is insane. And now, 9 minutes in, it looks like they are going to be, focusing on the Lord instead of just a straight push. And that's all they needed, right? That inhibitor turret in the bottom side, just in case they wanted to go for the clear, wanted to go for the play. That far side would already be pushing in favor of RRQ anyway.
This is the big problem here, man. RRQ are already so dominant without the Lord. Now in a 6v1, it was a full court press earlier when they were able to push Dewa all the way into their base. Now with an extra player on the court, what is Dewa supposed to do right here? Even in the terms of crowd control, they can't capitalize. Whoa!
Oh, Sutsujin is godlike. Slam dunked maybe to the ground, even with the Zaman Force. Oh, and now they still have a Lord in the bottom lane. Sutsujin, Quad Shadow landing. Does he want to take it? Oh, jumps on Mueza. Now to pin down Rez. Will be able to get back to Fountain. Another base turret falling. Mueza getting shot by Rins. Diamond holding the front down. Rez walking up, has the in front of pursuit, jumps onto Lord coming down as well. Sutsujin going with the Quad Shadow into the back toy, getting the killing spree on him. Mueza gunned down. Now the help is on forward. That's Ray jumping from Spear of Alpha. Gets back with the guiding wind. Another Astral Echo maybe has to purify out of it. The base will be targeted down. RRQ 14-2.
Absolutely no chance. Game number 1 completely dominant here from the half-season champs. We posed the question, will Dewa be able to challenge this team? We thought maybe there would be a slight chance, but man, RRQ just said no from the start. That was a 14,000 gold lead in 10 minutes.
The fact that Dewa had no say at all in what happened right there. They can't engage, they can't out-poke, they can't out-sustain. Oh boy, it's all about RRQ just whittling down the HP bars. And when Dewa are just alert for it, Sutsujin won't come in. He waits until you have your focus, your attention somewhere else before he comes in and assassinates you. What was that, dude? There was nothing Dewa could do.
absolutely nothing. They could just take it. I mean, yes, you saw here and there Ray was able to get the Spear of Alpha down, but I think the first turtle, that was the biggest problem for them. They had to win the first turtle. They had to win. The fact that they gave away 4 kills and a turtle means that it was technically over at that point.
Yeah. What happened? Why did they lose that turtle?
I think they overstayed. They wasn't really sure on like whether they want to fall in on the objective, on the fight. There was just a bunch of things they were trying to do as a team. They didn't have a singular goal, it seems like. Whereas RRQ, they were focused on getting the turtle. Once it was done, they just... First of all, okay, there was a lot of just individual outplays. Let's, get that out of the way first.
Yeah.
But even before that, right, they have way more chase potential. And Dewa's composition relies on winning, right? They want that early game power with the Valentina, with the Phobias. In theory, right, level 3, level 4, they should be really, really strong. So the moment they kind of messed up, and then RRQ are the ones chasing, they just couldn't get away.
So let's see that moment again.
It's the combo as well.
Ah. So at that point, Rins was already level 4.
They all just tunnel vision on the turtle. They tunnel vision on getting it quick, and they gave RRQ the position to take control of the skirmish.
Because Ray was taken out before
they
even went in for that neutral objective retribution contest, right?
He was. Was it by this guy? I think it was someone else. He was focused on the turtle.
Darren.
Exactly. He was the MVP, the player of the game here. Focused on the turtle completely. Tsutsujin. Take a look at some of the highlights here.
It's Dyron.
Yeah. The fact that Edok was able to just corral all of them together, and then the Star Shatter from Rins hit everyone, by the way. That is the literally ideal scenario for RRQ to win in that fight. And then afterwards, it's just Tsutsujin with the Hayabusa mechanics, man. It was clean. He knows exactly when to actually get in and get out, and sometimes he goes in, and because Dewa United are too focused on trying to get out of the danger zone, he just stays there. There's no need for him to back away.
And Tsutsujin made Ray a non-factor over and over.
Oh my lord, man. The damage was just too much. Look at this.
Boom.
Oh, that was so perfect. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't think that can happen in basketball where, you shoot and then there's only one ball in basketball. That was it's like the arcade game where you shoot 2 balls and it just goes in back to back.
Yeah, in a real match, won't happen. And look at this. They just are forced to respect the pressure so much. They're forced to back away. And it was inevitable. They just have to watch in pain as RRQ Hoshi took the crystal away.
10 minutes and 36 seconds. I'm still in shock by that. Just because of that, miss in the turtle take. This entire thing just really snowballed out of control for Dewa United. Do you think it would have been different if we saw something different? Do you think it was a draft problem? Did they need like something bigger than just a Matilda for setup?
I think it's fair to say that it might have been in the execution. I think we heard that somewhere before as well. But yeah, that first turtle fight just wasn't how they should have played it at all, I would say. It really just put them on the back foot. And again, they were just relying on having the Matilda, the utility. And instead of using it aggressively to send Rez or Ray forward and then getting out with the guiding wind, it's just used completely defensively again and again, trying to spam out that healing. At that point, the Matilda might as well be a Florin, right? You're just trying to sustain again and again.
The disrespect is crazy for Dewa, I feel. Like, where are the Purifies? You're up against a Madang. Yes, it's not a Tigreal, but it's still a lockdown hero. We saw Valentina, Mathilda, and Phobias all get locked together with Alpha, I believe, in that first turtle. That was what happened that gave RRQ the victory. Had they went Purified, they could have gone out of that. It wouldn't have been that deadly. But they all just got pinned.
And if you see how Ray was playing there, more than once, I wish you can roll back the highlights as well, but more than once he was positioning forward because he's a fighter, right? He's supposed to be a bit tanky. But again and again, RRQ noticed that and punished him. He was taken out before the Red Tree battle in the first Turtle. And I believe in Turtle 2, he also was assassinated before the fight even begun. So he needs to understand that even if he's a fighter, there's enough damage for RRQ to take him out immediately. And even before that, there's no point in showing yourself there when you already picked up a Phobius that should be taking over that position.
But by the way, in that second turtle, I don't think Ray was positioned at the front.
He was in a turtle, and that just is free for Dyron. When you're all just going
Second
on
turtle, right?
Oh, second turtle?
Second turtle. It wasn't first turtle, second turtle.
Here.
And then Sutsujin
First turtle.
was able to get to him.
Second turtle is irrelevant already. Everything past the first turtle is irrelevant. When you give a Hayabusa 4 kills at the start,
right, he got
with
all
an Alpha
4
Matilda
kills.
Phobius composition, you're done.
Right, I mean, but by that point, why did they go for the choice to contest it?
Because that's all they can do. This is a composition made to go for neutral objectives.
Right.
It's either surrender at that point or try to fight.
There's literally nothing else you can get on.
You can't trade with the Alpha. You're not that type of hero. You're not a Suyo that can, trade, look for picks on the other side. You gotta contest.
I mean, maybe it would delay the game, but it wouldn't have given them the edge in any way, form as well. Because, they have a habit as well. And as Mirko mentioned, this is a hero that wants to participate in the fights, get involved, get some kills going. So if you're trying to trade, it's not a Moskov that can kind of farm up, right, in the side lanes and clear fast and keep farming the neutral objectives. So they try to play again with their strong side, but at that point, it's a bit late.
It was. Oh man, that was a tough loss for Dewa. Execution. I wonder what the adaptations are gonna be for that second game. Because it might just be looking like a 2-0 for RRQ.
They gotta pick a jungler in the first phase, man. I don't know, if you want to go Joy, which is probably what they want to go for, don't be shy. Ban out the Fredrin in the first phase, it's alright.
They could have still picked up the Joy.
No, the thing is, if they picked up the Joy in the first phase, that would leave RRQ to go Fredrin, and then they would be able to control
Fredrin was
neutral
banned.
objectives. Second phase, not
The
first
second phase.
Yeah, but if they pick up the Joy in the first phase, or in the second phase, RRQ would already have this kind of composition plus the Badang. You gotta go for Joy, and then you ban out these lockdown heroes like the Badang later on, and again, just ban out the Fredrin first phase, and then go for Joy if you want to go Joy. Because the reason they didn't go for a first phase jungle Joy is because they knew Fredrin was still up.
Probably the case. And if you see that matchup, it's really brutal for the Joy, man. With the new Fredrin, by the way, the shorter cooldown on the taunt, yeah, you do not want to go for that option, man. It's definitely tough there, so I'm wondering if they could have maybe moved some of the bans here. The final ban was the Yves, after all. It's like they're too concerned about being able to chase down RRQ. They don't really consider winning in the first place.
They were just playing full for neutral objectives. That's why they had to ban the Yves. The Yves would have been a big pick to actually win out neutral objective battles. Because for Dewa, it's all about skirmishing. So if you get locked in the box, which is the turtle, against a Yves, it'll be tough.
So it makes sense that they went in for the Eve ban.
Yeah.
And again, they couldn't have gone Joy because they also have Mathilda Phobius, right? Like, they kind of needed another initiator. And the Alpha was the initiator there. Was supposed to be, but he ended up getting locked by Mr. Lek Dyron.
Do you think they could have maybe let go of the first turtle, maybe?
No.
Oh, we gotta think about this a bit more.
It's okay. We'll think about it because we're gonna head over to Alyssa. It looks like she's doing something up on stage.
Kita sudah menyaksikan itulah match pertama yang sudah dimenangkan oleh RRQ. Nah, tapi ada tim lawan yaitu anak Dewa yang katanya Dewa United Esport ini lagi ngadain nonton bareng di roadshow-nya di Surabaya. Dan mungkin kita bakal lihat kali ya keseruan mereka roadshow dan nonton bareng di Surabaya. Jadi langsung saja anak Dewa United Esport, ada apa sih di Surabaya? Yuk kita intip.
Halo semuanya, halo anak-anak Dewa. Halo juga yang lagi ada di MPL Arena. Sekarang kita lagi ada di Kogu Space Surabaya. Kita lagi ada acara Menodak Roadshow. Perkenalkan aku Ansa Rahim, brand ambassador of Dewa United Esports.
Aku Peggy, brand ambassador Dewa United Esports.
Aku Not, brand ambassador dari Dewa United Esports. Sekarang kita lagi ada watch party Dewa versus RRQ.
Dan di sini juga ada fun match sama mini game bareng anak-anak Dewa.
Kita di sini juga bareng sama anak-anak Dewa Surabaya. Anak-anak Dewa mana suaranya?
Oke, kita bakalan lanjut ke game kedua. Semoga Dewa menang kali ini.
Dan kita bakal balikin ke Cialisa. Bye.
Thank you so much anak Dewa dan pastinya semua super fans yang sudah mendukung Dewa United Esports. Jangan lupa dukung terus karena siapa tahu di match kedua ini Dewa bisa comeback dan pastinya kita bisa melihat di match pertama ini akan ada keseruan apalagi bersama dengan RRQ dan juga Dewa United Esports. Dan kalau begitu kita akan langsung kembalikan lagi ke caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you so much, Alyssa, for that report. So, for those of you guys, what's the fam called? Dewa.
Anak Dewa.
Anak Dewa. No, but what's the English?
Anak Dewa.
Just
Children
Anak
of Dewa.
Children
The
of Dewa.
Children. The chosen kids.
For those of you who are the chosen
special kids.
The special kids of Dewa. There's actually a watch party that's going on, which is, it looks super fun. It looks super fun. There's a lot of the BAs over there. There's a lot of activities.
Who are the BAs?
I don't remember their name, to be honest.
Wow.
Ada Anissa.
All right, that's one.
Anissa's one.
Okay.
Not.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And?
I don't know the third one.
Well, you know two more than I do, so I mean that's an
I think the
achievement.
last one
Let's
is
go.
Pei.
Fei.
The one before and on
The one in the middle, right?
I think she was on the right.
That's what I meant.
Yep.
On the right.
Gotcha.
Maybe if you had awesome memory like I do with the Samsung Galaxy that helps me every single time, the A series, then you could remember.
Maybe,
Here.
maybe.
Go, use it. Take a
Okay.
picture next time with the interview so you can go and circle
Can
to
we
search.
rewind, producer man?
No, there are no rewinds.
I don't know if we can rewind
This
like
is
that.
why time is the most valuable thing in the world. Time.
But this is as well. Because if you guys want to play games, out a win streak, plus a smooth performance all day.
All day.
There's something new from the Galaxy A Series 5G. Because this is the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G equipped with the Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor and has up to 20 gigabytes of RAM with up to 256 gigabytes of storage. So you guys can actually play games without lag thanks to its 120 Hz Super AMOLED display. Plus, charging doesn't take too long, especially with the 45-watt super fast charging.
Gee. Super what?
Super watt.
Super Awat, Super Yadi.
Exactly.
Coach.
That's exactly where I was going with that. Well, if you want to make content as well, it can be more awesome with this 50 megapixel camera with OIS on the Galaxy A35 5G. Plus, there's the awesome intelligence My Filter feature, so you can create your own awesome filters, your own creative style. And with a circle to search, finding gaming items is easier. You take a picture, you can circle it, right? You pick.
No, circle to search doesn't mean you.
I'm making content.
Oh,
those are like the TikTokers.
Yeah.
So let's say something's interesting right here. You can circle it, and the AI will find it for you, man. Super convenient, because sometimes you have no idea what it's called. So head over to Samsung.com/ID or the nearest Samsung store to get the Galaxy A35 5G, starting from around 5 million IDR, and get awesome bonuses worth over 1.1. So you pay a total of like 3.9. That's
Sheesh.
value, man.
Take your picture of
value,
Arashi.
dude.
Only till April 27th, though. That's tomorrow.
Yep, look at this though.
Circle Arashi.
Using the Samsung phone, you feel like a VVIP in the MPL arena. That's true because you get special access to the VIP zone, which is the Samsung zone here. You can see everybody here with their Samsung phones chilling at the Samsung zone.
I tried circling Arashi. It turns out he's not for sale.
That's good news, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to be for sale.
That'll be concerning.
Yeah, you can
I mean,
be
like,
in the
just in
market,
case.
but not for sale, you know?
Just in case.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, that's crazy.
Don't try to circle
Like
Arashi, guys. He's not
2025?
for sale.
Can't, no.
Yeah.
Well, oh, you're gonna play it safe though.
Really
Talking
sad.
about safety, you make sure you use trustworthy apps. Like?
GoPay!
Exactly.
What's GoPay?
GoPay.
GoPay?
The wallet.
Oh, the
e-wallet.
Where I can get WDPs for
Exactly.
as cheap as 26,000 IDR plus tons of extra promotions? Oh my god.
Super, super cheap, 100% secure, and don't forget to use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live stream to get a bonus of 5 diamonds
MPL.
exclusively for first-time top-up. So that's the promo code MPL Pasti Gege. Put it in, 5 diamonds, guys.
5 diamonds right there. You can see, there you go. That's the button to tap when you want to go top up diamonds. I know you guys are already getting ready. Might as well just do it from now. You can stack up those diamonds because you know what's coming next week on Friday, 3 p.m. GMT +7. I will not cast. I will log on my Samsung Galaxy A36 5G on Mobile Legends after I top up with GoPay to get the Naruto skins.
Naruto.
Naruto!
What would you want? What would you get? The first thing you'd want?
I want the Kakashi one, man. I've always been a fan of Kakashi. And he has like the wackiest hair in the show almost. And if you got really one of the wackier ones for sure, man. If you want to maintain that kind of hair, you gotta use Head and Shoulders.
Do it! Move on to Head and Shoulders to wipe out 100% of wet and itchy dandruff. Plus, it also has itch protection. And I like to keep reminding everyone back at home, you know, protection is #1. Safety can be fun. Get the new limited edition Head and Shoulders X Mobile Legends Bang Bang now.
The wackiest hair in Naruto, I think, I thought about it, has to be Choji. Young Choji.
Young Choji?
Like when he wore like the...
Is it all just Rudiclara Mongstar's hairstyle for today?
No.
What?
I mean, if she puts on like the
yeah,
headband.
right? She's cosplaying Choji all this time, dude.
Well, she's got to gain a lot more weight to do that.
Oh! It's a hair cam by Head and Shoulders!
Oh, he is in the building! Chefin!
Always in the building. He spawns in the building for this segment.
Yep.
Out of the shadows like Hayabusa.
From Solo right to Jakarta, Indonesia. For the hair cam by Head and Shoulders.
Oh, she's holding the Mia one.
Oh, never mind. Chefin is not in the building, folks. Mia and Lemon, last time he saw that, he really did not like that. Overrated, he says.
Chefin, he'll be walking in 4 steps. He sees the flavor, the lemon flavor, starts moonwalking out, man.
I know. He sees the lemon flavor, he's like, that's all right. He sees lemon, he's like, oh, that guy's overrated. a bit direct there. Shout outs to Chefin. He does not, this is a long-running joke.
It's last season.
I feel like it's gonna stick around for a lot longer.
Wait, hasn't
It'll
been
stick
2
around
seasons
forever.
already? Is this the 3rd season?
I think it might be the 3rd. Yeah,
Right?
I think so. Was it season 12?
It might have been.
Yeah,
13. Oh, season 12.
I think it was
almost
season 12.
4 seasons then.
Oh man. He thought no one would clip that podcast.
He thought no one would know.
Chefin. You underestimate the power of the YouTube clippers.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Not advisable, that's for sure.
Yeah,
but
no.
for the next game here, it's also not advisable for Dewa to try and repeat the same strategy. Do you think they can maybe settle for a comp that's a bit... I was thinking about it, like something a bit less complicated, but their comp is quite... It's not all that complicated anyways. It's a go-in comp, right? It's
Why
a win
no Purify?
Yeah, is it just the Purify? Did that one decision really ruin the whole game for them?
If you don't want to go Purify, that's cool, yo. But don't stick together against a Badang, man. Listen, I think it's pretty... It's like, you don't need to say it out loud. That should just be a thing, you know? Like, oh, okay.
So it's common knowledge, common sense, you would think.
Yes, you would think. Oh, my lord.
All right.
Drafting phase.
Same pick order.
Game number 2 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Dewa still on blue side. RRQ on red. Lucas once again banned out. In game number 1, we saw the Luoyi and the Chip being banned out next. I don't think these are heroes that can be let go. RRQ once again with the Kalea. Last time it was the Jushin as well as the Fanny. We'll see if there are going to be any changes.
See, I think it's fair to assume that there's gonna be some changes at least for Dewa. But for RRQ, I wonder if their idea is just to go with the same kind of draft and see the adjustments from Dewa first, and then they want to play the counter game because they have a bit of an advantage right here. I think they're pretty comfortable playing the same composition again, considering how the performance went in game number 1.
Okay. Still gonna be the juice in. Nothing has changed so far. Dewa, I believe they're going to go Chip again, and then we're just gonna see the same thing. It doesn't seem like we're gonna see
experience.
Oh boy!
Wow, they let go of the Chip. They must have the Chip in mind now, right? Or don't tell me you're gonna give E-Dog a Chip.
I don't think that's the case. But RRQ now have to decide, do they want to ban out the Fanny or do they want to ban out the Chip?
Oh. Yeah.
They're not gonna let the Fanny slide. We mentioned it in game number 1. I think it was Miracle who mentioned Ray on the Fanny. Still a sight to respect. So Dewa now have the option to pick up the chip first phase.
Yep.
And that might be more harm than good depending on how their chemistry is in the game.
I think the reason they go Harith is because they want to try to counter the chip with a Carmilla, just like BTR. So let's see if they can make it work, because yeah, there's no way RQ will leave the chip open for the second phase or for the second pick of Dewa.
Would be a bit too expensive for sure. What will they pick along with that chip though? In theory, it should be a strong laner of some sense, because they need lane control, right? Without lane control, all that macro potential doesn't really get realized. So that's possibly what RQ are going to be looking for.
Usually it will be an instant joy here, but against a Harith plus later on, probably a Frederick coming out, I don't know if you want to go Joy. That's why they go Suyo.
Okay, it's a lot more safer, a lot more direct. Yes, you're right. The Joy can come up here with the Fredrin no longer an option for RQ to pick up. And it does have a lot more to say in the jungle matchup against Suyo because of the changes towards the Suyo.
Hard to see. I think RQ will definitely have an idea on how they want to deal with the potential Joy option. But if they will go for the Joy, then they're also stacking a lot of magical defense. And we know that RQ will be quick to try to capitalize on that weakness, on the fact they can kind of itemize for something like an Athena, like a Radiant Armor in the early game, and then try and out-sustain and bully Dewa from there.
So what's the choice? Do they go Fredrin Matilda instead? Oh, Hayabusa Hilda. They're taking RRQ's draft from game number 1.
Yeah, taking a page out of RRQ's book immediately. With the Harith, it's also a great option. Now there's going to be good balance of magical and physical damage coming through for their composition. For RRQ though, something can assist with the lockdown will be great, because as of right now, they have the macro potential, and there's a chance for Edoc to use this chip and flank towards Ray and shut him down that way. Just multiple ganks in the jungle.
Just go Badang again, right?
I think so. Unless they want to go with something a bit more clear-cut like the Tigreal, but then ban the Valentina, right?
Oh, Tyrant.
Oh boy.
The purple man himself on Phoveus.
That's a problem. That's a big problem. Then in the second phase, they can't shut down, Edoc, because Chip's already been picked up. What's the go-to? Do they start limiting the gold lane for
Ban
Toy?
Carmilla for RQ first.
Yeah. I think banning the Carmilla will come in really handy here. There's no reason why RRQ need to face that extra risk in a team fight. For Dewa though, without the Carmilla, we're assuming that's what's gonna happen. So what will they try and get? The Valentina comes through as first, just to deny the same kind of playmaking potential that RRQ have. But not for Dewa, right? With their options kind of dwindling down, are they themselves gonna try and attack the gold lane or something? Yep. Knowing that, they have the strong Harith pick already locked in.
There you go. There's the Carmilla. Valen and then Carmilla. This should be a Moskov ban for Dewa. Right? Granger, Irithel should be a Moskov. Then Toy will be forced to play Sheriff Toy in town. Partner, is it time?
We'll be talking about the Clint potential, but so far, I'm not sure if I've seen that Clint come out victorious multiple times just yet.
But that's with the Granger or the Harith open, partner. If you haven't seen it picked up or banned away.
Might be a whole different scenario. That's a fair point. Let's see the final ban for Dewa United though. After the Irithel, yeah, I wonder if they're just trying to find something that is going to be beneficial. Yeah, I was thinking beneficial for the laning phase or beneficial for the team fight overall. Claude banned away already, knowing that RRQ are going to be going for that dive-heavy style, and they show the far stuff first.
I mean, if you have Chip, usually you want ready to fight heroes. Clint is as ready to fight as anyone, and I believe me and Wolf actually spoke about this. If you go Clint and then Chip, level 4 Turtle Fight 1, having that extra ×3 base damage on passive will help a lot to just win out the neutral objective battle.
So if they want to go for a snowballing type of composition, that's definitely an option that they can go for here. It could be game number 1 all over again.
Yeah, it might be the same idea here. When it comes down to the staying power, the mutual objective control, it really feels like RRQ has it on such good lockdown. Suyo, Phobius, and Chip. So many ways for them to really wrestle away that control from Dewa. And there's pick-up potential with the Farsa as well, but Dewa gonna strike back on the aggression, going with the Selena Gatot.
Whoa! That's not a Harith. Oh, sorry, that's not a Clint. That's a 1-1.
Or a Moskov. What do you think about this 1-1 with a chip? Because technically the 1-1 needs a little bit more time to get those stacks down, right?
I think it's the idea that they want something that can kind of be active in the midst of a chaotic team fight. They're all going to be diving in. The Claw could have been a good addition to dive in together, but now with the 1-1, they can just leave Tori to its own devices and let him fly with the crossbow of Tang and just try and focus on their own crashing fight with that shortcut.
How is the lane with the Harith with the 1-1?
It's pretty good. Pretty
For
good
the
against
1-1?
Yeah.
All right, there it is. Lineup rating 6.5, this time in favor of RRQ. So ladies and gentlemen, let's see whether or not the Kings of Kings can get this done. 2-0 against Dewa. Or can Dewa force a game number 3 with their Selena Gatot double CC lineup? Let's head over to the court.
The big problem for the 1-1 will be the Haya. So Ray's gonna has a lot of pressure on him to shut down this 1-1 down below.
But remember that Edok on this chip, it's not only about the shortcut play, it's also about the shadowing, right? With that built-in sustain, that where Chip just starts eating and regenerating health when he's just roaming around, it's very easy for Edok to actually speak around the vicinity and just zone away, at least give intelligence to his team for Ray and Rez to not be able to just go in undetected and make a play. Okay, the Emblem Share by Andy home. As usual, Season Hunter for both the Hayabusa and the Selena. And ooh, it is.
Just a skirmish here for Lethal. It's going to be a win for Dewa, but pull yourself together for the 1-1. So faster cooldown for the Inspire.
More playmaking potential there when it comes down to it. Maybe himself goes for the Bargain Hunter as well, so not as much combat prowess in the early game, but it's all about the power spike. If he gets the first items early enough, that's where he wants to be, right? Getting an item power spike and immediately getting into the down and dirty, getting into the action in those skirmishes 2v2 or 3v3.
I mean, speaking of, getting down and dirty early, Dewa United should have a little bit more to say, right? They have Octa on the Selena, not relying on that level 4, but we're not seeing too much aggression from Dewa right now. Meanwhile, something like Rins in the mid lane would require that level 4 to get that Feather Airstrike to deal that damage when it comes down to it. And here it is, that's the aggression.
Great arrow lands, Sutsujin taken down. No more magic damage reduction.
That's an unfortunate situation for Ray, and Sutsujin was looking at the lane trying to set up a gank. He gets hit from behind with that arrow. There should be a free take for Dewa. RRQ are sticking around.
They have to concede this one. Well played to Dewa. First turtle over, maybe down below. Feather Airstrike locking him down. Whew.
They were looking for that, trade, right? They were unable to get that turtle, unfortunately, because of Sutsujin being taken down that early, which was expected. Aggression coming through from Dewa, but Dewa actually handled that really well. Maybe not getting taken down, no punishment. So you do see Dewa now holding on to that 500 gold lead in the first few minutes of the game.
Really a great start, but they gotta push the advantage a bit more right here. Especially Octa seems to be struggling a little bit with the clear speed of Rins. I feel like Dewa should really try and play around this, get the clear fast and start roaming again. With a Gatot and a Selena, there's so many ways for you to set up for a dive. Even with the Hayabusa, right? The fact that so many people can just go immune, drop turret aggro, there's so many ways they can play this.
But remember, that's a small window that Dewa can actually utilize, right? The pre-level 4 Edok, because now Edok is at level 4, and he should be able to turn things around. The pickoffs that we saw from Dewa, Edok can actually replicate the same thing. Now that Rins is already at level 5 as well, Sutsujin should be catching up in terms of jungle, despite him losing ground in that first few minutes of the game because of that death. He's a level below right now. That's a solo kill onto Octa.
About to turn it back though. Rins does have the flicker. Ooh. Ray. Not gonna use the shadow kill there. Knows there's a flicker. Knows it could be blinked out of.
Good respect there as well for Ray. He's, I guess last second, he was kind of hesitating. Then he saw Sutsujin is charging up, that's stunned there. Immediately thinks, okay, best not to try and tempt fate there. Now with the turtle coming up, RRQ are definitely in better position. Watch Edok here. He's the main guy that can kind of pull the trigger for RRQ. Only if the lanes are going in the favor though, and Diamond already rotates.
Setting up for the turtle here, neutral objective number 2. This time Edok has that shortcut.
But also Ray's a level ahead of Sutsujin. He is on the Hayabusa. Meanwhile, Sutsujin is up top.
They have a shortcut, so this is not a disadvantage. Edok maybe walking in, going for the crash course, pops in. No shortcut yet. Ray catches it. The shortcut placed down into the turtle pit. Now Sutsujin. Oh, another portal. It's a messy team fight. Some on-force placed in, maybe. Caught in that Infernal Pursuit. RRQ get nothing off of that except for the turret gold up top.
Interesting play there to kind of send Sutsujin to be splitting out. Oh, look at this, the Mueza.
Should be good, has the AOG, missile arrow lands. Now it's gonna be the all-in coming out with AOG! Zoning him away, Tyrant to be caught, has to flicker out.
Choose on the other foot right now. Ray is the one on the Hayabusa with 2 kills. Already starting that small snowball. But that's why it's called a snowball. But look at this, the guy that Sheffin isn't a big fan of.
Shadow kill, Tyrant! Torn down by the DOT of Mueza. Careful, Sheffin is not in the building, he is left.
Left immediately right there. So many things happening, man. We see RRQ Lemon showing up, and also...
Hi, Lemon!
Hello, Lemon.
Also Dewa, though. As we see Lemon, we see RRQ kind of falling behind even further. By all means, Edok can still make the shortcut play and come back. That's why it's so good. Look at the damage, though.
3-0, forcing the flicker out from Octa.
Yeah, that's already a lot of pressure coming through from RRQ. An option for them to utilize because, you know, granted, Rin's on the far side with a feather airstrike can outrange maybe and be a big deterrent in these team fights.
And all in over Mueza. Point unable to get all the weakness points. Maybe! Wow, just walks up.
You see all these spells used up already. Just to try and capitalize, at least get a better trade back in. But look at Edok, man. He has information right now. They've just seen Ray clearing, seems like. He's definitely looking for some kind of pickoff, but they aren't really revealing the easy avenues of approach right there. What's going on? He's just staying there for a bit too long, I feel like.
He's waiting for Ray.
Ray knows, right?
Don't know if he does. Does seem like Ray's being cautious right now. He's gonna go for the turtle.
So it looked like he knew because he was sticking under the turret if you saw the rotations earlier on. So Edok is now in a position where I think RQ don't necessarily, I mean, they don't necessarily know where he is. So Tsujin's looking for maybe an avenue to punish Dewa with, but still can't find it. Mueza's looking for Edok.
Uh-oh,
he finds him. He gets spotted.
Wait a minute, there's a fight up top as well as Ray jumps in with the quad shadow. They don't know who to target because if they go all in on Edok, Edok can just pop in shortcut and it'll be an all-in against an all-in.
RQ's pressure right now, though, putting some pressure onto that turtle.
Siren poke down, Ray walking out, shadow kill! Sutsujin gets it, but he has to die for it. Killing spree for Ray. Abyssal arrow lands for Octa down below. It's a 2v1. That's gonna be maybe by a lot of time. Dyron gets a 3-man. Pass him down. The body force now in for the pursuit. Dyron walks up, gets 1. Rez able to get the kill onto the back as well as Rinse falls. Dyron against 2. Dyron against 3. Jumping in front of pursuit. Not able to escape. Ray getting down there. Maybe able to bait out a few of these members. Walking up, Edok. Almost taken out. Forced to flicker out. Maybe. Flicker! 2v1 win! Wants to go for another toy! Taken down to the 2v1! Sutsujin taking the portal, now 1v1 against Baby. Able to go into the turret. That's a kill back for the Mercenary, but Mueza and Rez have rotated down below. Mueza with a taunt. Rez zoning him away. That's a blame for Sutsujin, dashing across the wall. Octa and Ray ready to capitalize. A missile arrow not landing, but a trap will. That's a bonk and a kill for Rez.
Wow. After all is said and done, Ray's looking for more here.
Oh, shadow kill! Ritz gets caught by the arrow! Diamond forced to go in, no flicker. Another arrow lands, but Edok takes the trap.
That was so worth it for Dewa, was it not? I mean, at the end of the day, Dewa were able to pick up more kills, have more pressure on the map, and they're going to be able to pick up this turret in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, Dewa doing a great job here, just really avoiding the chip threat. The fact that they were so good at just being concerned about the portals, right, where Edok can potentially show up. They're sending Mueza to kind of scout out. They have Octa to kind of set abyssal traps to expose RRQ as well. It seems like RRQ are the ones now just really desperately looking for a play of some sort. Because again, Edok has been shut down already, and the rest of the team can't really make a play without that shortcut, right? They're not that kind of solo chase type of team. So Dewa's just doing a great job with a 3K gold lead. It's not a game ending by all means, but it's a great start, and they can continue to build on this.
And up until this point, we really haven't felt the presence of Toy on the 1-1.
Yeah.
Will that change in this next neutral objective fight? Because it looks like both teams are looking to focus on it.
JNCC Edok taken down by Octa. Sutsujin takes it now, crossbow tangle only onto Muenza. Wants to revitalize. Maybe walking up, gets taken out by Sutsujin. Rez jumping in, Muenza with a taunt again. Now, it's them having the back away. Sutsujin still able to blink away, but Ray gets the kill. Now Quad Shadow again has another. Able to juke away for so much, but Toy gets the shutdown. Rez and Octa, 2v3.
Yeah, 2-for-3 trade, ladies and gentlemen. But luckily for RQ, despite losing a lot less, they were also able to take down Maybe first. And I think that was a big step for them to be able to win that team fight. And then Ray was taken down, so absolutely no objective take despite Sutsujin being let go. And RQ hold on to that pressure, and they also hold on to that turret in the mid lane.
RQ might want to leave the Lord available so that they can kind of predict there was movements better, allow Edok and the chip to find something more. The fact that the shutdown, by the way, was picked up by Toy is so ideal for RQ as well. 500 gold lead at this point, and now Dewa trying to find something back.
Trying to blitz it. They're not going to give RQ the time to actually set up for the chip. You can hear the bells ringing here as Rez opens it up in the bottom lane. Sutsujin dealing some damage, but Rez is able to tank up so much now with the bomb out to Rins. He's just going to sacrifice himself for this Lord. Shortcut coming down. Sutsujin! The mercenary wins on the retreat battle as Dyron walks up. Muenza able to get the kill, and Maybe is not caught without his mod force. Chased down by Toy. It's a win for RRQ, and they're chasing Octa down in the bottom lane. Sutsujin chasing him down. So Sever looking forward. Abyssal arrow lands, but say goodnight to Octa.
This is a massive win for RRQ. They've completely turned the tables around. It was a almost 3,000 gold lead for Dewa earlier on, and look at the gold lead now. Completely shifted over to the half-season champs. Look at the shields break one by one. Look at them going for the siege into the mid lane. They don't necessarily pick up an inhibitor turret just yet, but remember, those waves are still crashing in favor of RRQ.
Within a span of 1 or 2 minutes, the gold lead went from 4K for Dewa now to 5K for RRQ. That's a massive swing, dude. And it's so drastic in such a short period of time. Now with Toy picking up a different kind of trinity, Demon Hunter Sword, Corrosion Scythe, no Golden Staff obviously, but see Halberd, Muenza already feeling that damage, man. No physical, only physical damage reduction as well for the Garot Kacha. So Rins, who's been so passive throughout the game, now has a really good shot at just bursting people down.
Yeah, these past two Lord takes have just been so bad for Dewa. RQ have played it really well, and it's interesting because it's literally the same approach from RQ, right? Edok comes in, conceals, is able to open up the portal, take a person down. Hopefully it's Maybe, sometimes it's not. Ray gets taken down. And Dewa doesn't seem to be adapting to that kind of strategy, that style.
They gotta play within their box, and their box is Maybe. And I think they've just I think they just don't understand their win conditions here, because early on it looked like they did, but then here you're just seeing so many scattered fights. They're trying to fight RRQ without Maybe a lot of times. You know, Rez is walking up, trying to zone them away. Maybe's being left alone. Octa dives, Ray dives. And Maybe's just like, guys, don't we play for me again on the Herod? I had a power spike, I have a Holy Crystal. But also the 1-1, that's normal build for 1-1. You don't go Golden Staff. It's DHS, Corrosion Scythe. Usually you go Windtalker. Now we see more Melting Guns.
Yeah, he's confused on how to refer to it, because it's not the Marksman Trinity by all means, but now with the Malefic Gun as well. So the range, speaking of range, so many avenues for RRQ to go in right now. And here's the point, the front line that was so dominant from Dewa that they couldn't take, RRQ couldn't take out Rez and Muenza. Now Dyron is the one standing tall in the front, taking all that damage, and it's no problem. So they have no control, and without control, there's less options for Octa to confuse RRQ with the angles on some of these Abyssal arrows.
Let's take a look at this skill hit rate. 40.38%, 52 out of 21 hits. Honestly, his arrows were detrimental to the success that Dewa were able to hold in the early portion of the game.
And it was very important. He started off a series of events just threw those abyssal arrows, looking for it again right now. But look at this, right? Darren can just stand there and he's not phased.
Yeah, that's... Oh, Toy who gets it. Gets half of the abyssal arrow. Now Ray walks up. Substitute Blade Surge! 1 HP on Ray. Rez gets taken out. Mueza holding Darren off, and now it's an AOG to escape. Edok still has the shortcut. It's a win for RRQ as they get the Lord.
Yeah, Rez gets taken down, the Lord on the way. It's gonna take Dewa United a few more seconds if they're able to hold out. That wave in the top lane isn't crashing at the perfect moment of time, but it looks like Sutsujin has been sent to handle that. That's a 1v1 in the jungle.
Oh, Lord pushing in the mid lane will be cracked open. Another wave down below. What?
Ray wins it!
Ray gets the 1v1 on Sutsujin. Now an arrow not landing. Oh my damage from maybe. Ray has the quad shadow on Darren. He doesn't have the shadow kill though, so it's just a threat.
Okay, just like that. RRQ take 2 base turrets, but there's a glimmer of hope right there. The solo kill that Ray was able to get. He's still a Hayabusa with 6 kills. Nothing to ignore in a game like this. Dewa though, can they find more moments like that? But that was an interesting thing I noticed earlier. It really feels like RRQ, they're not really using the shortcut to really get ahead with the pickups in the early game. It's almost like they used it in order to farm more efficiently, and then now it's kind of paid off when they're actually able to match with items, and Dewa can't really exert their will on RRQ any longer.
They've caught up, right? It's an interesting way, their playstyle right now for RRQ. We're looking at the player head-to-head now between Maybe as well as Toy. We do see gold GPM favoring Toy at this point, but damage is still heavily favoring Maybe.
Definitely does a lot more damage, a lot faster as well. Toy, at this point, it's the fact that he can just move a lot freer compared to Maybe. That's a big deal right here, as the audience are cheering. Wonder what that's about.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah.
Not too
Were they
sure
just looking at Toy?
I guess so.
Like,
Just cheering the boy
Toy!
up. Or maybe they're just chanting. But, yeah. You saw damage for the Harith already earlier. I feel like they need to start playing for the Harith. Maybe is about to get Divine Glaive. He is doing crazy damage. Just play with him. And I think they should actually have an angle to come back here.
Yeah, especially with RRQ, really playing to shut Ray down. Earlier, the moment he went in, he got stunned up almost immediately, right? So if RRQ are focusing too far on Ray, maybe can find a window here.
Ooh, good steal from Sutsujin.
No purple buff, Ray.
No purple buff for the next fight. And still, they have to deal with Edok now. He hasn't been able to find surprising pick-off moments, but the macro pressure definitely is there. Whenever Dewa wants to clear the far side away from the Lord, they've been bringing 2 or 3 members just on the off chance, on the weird chance that Edok is there, and he indeed is there.
Yeah, Edok is lurking. He's waiting for maybe to clear in that buff.
Divine Glaive though.
That's it. Secured.
Yeah, and Toy went for... he has the Wind of Nature and the Rose Gold Meteor.
Look at Edok.
Oh, Edok.
He's in the base.
They're
not purified, so if he is able to lock them down, it'll be crazy.
Wait, was it in the base though? This is show of dominance.
What?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh my lord, now Edok with the... Getting into that checkpoint. How did maybe get taken that low? Ray all alone, pops in a shadow kill. Over onto Rins, has the quad shadow. Jumping back and forth, he gets the assassination on Rins. Diamond catching with it for the pursuit 12 by Sutsujin. Mueza in the midst of it all now, AOG back. 1 for 1, Rins for Ray.
But that means that Dewa do not have retribution in their hands. Do RRQ want to utilize this?
Sending Toy out to do some more damage. Definitely looking for Maybe. That's the big point here. Ray is no longer a problem. Octa
getting the Abyssal Arrow, now landing it. Look at Edok Dob. He can force a shortcut play. They can all just take the shortcut and end the game. Rez on it right now on the way, but the shortcut's all pulled down. They're not taking it away. Why recall? There's a shortcut right there! RRQ just end!
What was that play? RRQ, the half-season champs, 2-0. No challenge whatsoever from Dewa United in our opening match of the day here at week 5, day number 2.
A multifaceted approach by RRQ. And this is crazy, showing multiple ways of utilizing this chip. Using it to survive in the early game. Using it to actually find those pickups. Using it to end the game. What is going on, dude?
Oh my god.
That was...
Oh my lord. Guys. That was a shortcut. They tried to recall. No.
Oh boy.
That's a tough way to lose that match. For Dewa game number 2. Oh.
For sure, dude. They were gearing up for a game-changing fight, a game-winning fight. Oh boy.
That was so cheese. Oh, Edok, so
I love
dirty.
I love it, dude.
That was so dirty. I hope we get to see it in the highlights here. Because it could have been turned around, maybe. Like you guys mentioned, already hit that divine glaze.
There's a shortcut. I can't believe it.
Okay, well, let's talk to RQ. Who was the mastermind behind that play? Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
The whole season champion. Mereka menutup leg yang pertama dengan 2-0. Wah, Kingdom langsung happy banget pastinya. Dan ramenya di sini super fans. Dan kemenangan tadi game yang kedua bisa dibilang early-nya lumayan sulit. Tapi gimana Rins? Rins, dari caramu bikin supaya RRQ menang di game kedua. Padahal awal-awal kita lihat agak kewalahan kalian ya. Kalian membalikkan keadaan.
Selagi best turret belum hancur, kita masih bisa menang.
Wih Dean, jadi nggak pernah ada keraguan tuh ya?
Ya benar. Apalagi kita bawa chipnya Idok.
Bawa chipnya Idok ya? Jadi memang kuncian kemenangannya adalah chipnya Idok kah?
Kalau dibilang kunci kemenangan, kita berlima kunci kemenangannya. Cuman yang bikin gamenya lebih, mereka berpikir lebih berpikir ya chipnya Idok.
Memang kita melihat tiba-tiba. Momen apa yang membuat jadi titik balik buat kalian tadi di game kedua?
Momen mana ya?
Pada saat Lord kah?
Itu, Susujin dapat Lord.
Susujin dapat Lord. Mendapatkan momen itu, momen dimana kalian ngebalikin keadaan, sulit nggak itu? Pada saat melawan Dewa tadi, game kedua?
Sulit sih, early mereka tuh kuat banget.
Early-nya kuat, apalagi kita ngeliat juga Rins dengan Parshamu. Tiba-tiba ada Selena dilawan. Kamu, apa reaksimu pada saat itu?
Gue bilang sama teman-teman, hoki.
Hoki aja. Oke ya. Oke, kemenangan hari ini 2-0. Tapi terakhir kita ngeliat kayak kalian banyak menang 2-1 kali ini 2-0 datang ke minggu kelima. Semangat baru kah ini?
Ya, semangat baru.
Semangat baru, chipnya Idok nih. Waduh, sebagai pengguna chip kan kita harus tahu makronya segala macam, komunikasi harus lancar. Gimana untuk dari Idok di game kedua khususnya tadi?
Ya, nggak nongolnya di map.
Udah fokusmu cuma itu aja?
Ya, diam di bus aja.
Oke, rahasianya Idok udah jangan nongol di map, pokoknya jangan gitu. Ngumpet aja ceritanya Idok. Tapi kalau game pertama kita ngeliat kalian juga bisa mengamankan game dengan sangat bersih di game pertama. Benar-benar one sided. Ini RRQ yang berbeda atau Dewa yang sedang gentar?
Itu game 1 digendong Hayabusa Susujin.
Hayabusa Susujin. Game 1 Hayabusa Susujin, game kedua Lordnya Susujin. Susujin! Ini ada Baby Ujin. Game 1 cepet banget. Hayabusamu kerasukan apa Susujin?
Kerasukan baby alien hitam.
Oh, oke, Hazel. Alien yang namanya banyak banget kayaknya ya. Kamu gak mau jadi alien juga Susujin? Gak mau jadi alien juga?
Apa?
Kamu gak mau jadi alien juga?
Ini white alien, Bude.
Oke. Ada black, ada white, ada yang yellow, ada yang green.
Gak ada, jadi warnanya yin dan yang gitu.
Yin and yang, memang kedua jungler dari RRQ ya, memang ini spesial. Tapi kalau nginget sekarang Hayabusa lagi rame-ramenya, tadi sempat rebutan Hayabusa. Dan gimana sih kamu ngelihat sosok Hayabusa yang diperebutkan gini?
Kalau dari hero-nya menurut gue biasa aja sih, cuman karena dapat momen triple kill gitu, jadi snowball gitu.
Snowball dari RRQ di game yang pertama. Apa tuh yang bisa membuat kalian snowball di game pertama?
Karena apa ya, tadi menang perangnya karena Badang, karena Diren.
Memang di sini RRQ saling support ya. Jadi saling mengandalkan satu sama lain dan game yang kedua, momen dimana kalian bisa ngebalikin keadaan. Sujin, gimana kamu ngelihat momen itu?
Kayaknya hoki aja sih tadi, jadi kena lele tadi.
Hoki lele?
Ya hoki dia.
Hoki, oke. Tapi menarik pastinya dimana kita melihat banyaknya kejadian-kejadian momen seru tapi yang paling bikin teriak, apalagi Pak Pulung itu, ada One muncul. Toy, One kayaknya nggak ada perubahan apapun ya di patch kali ini, tapi kamu One muncul di tangan Toy. Apa ini? Ada apa gerangan? One tiba-tiba ada di line out dan aktif sekali nih.
Gak tahu sih tadi disuruh abang cash cheat ya, pick One.
Pasrah aja.
Ya.
Tapi kamu ngeliat One gimana? Ngeliat One tuh gimana sih? Emang akan menjadi trending kah di MPL?
Oh bisa sih, apalagi kalau lawan yang tebel-tebel gitu jadi lebih enak ya One.
Jadi makin banyak hero sejak patch ini. Siapa nih yang paling excited semenjak patch yang terbaru? Darren lebih suka kah patch sekarang?
Susujin.
Ya. Oh, Susujin. Kenapa Susujin? Patch kali ini bikin kamu semangat bisa pakai hero-hero lebih versatile kah?
Di patch sekarang ini apa namanya, mage jadi kuat gitu, kayak Nova gitu di buff kan. Jadi mid-nya jadi banyak lah, nggak cuma main apa kemarin itu, Suksin doang.
Jadi makin beragam, makin macam-macam.
Ya.
Buat RRQ sendiri jadi tantangan gak sih? Berarti pool hero kalian juga harus banyak dan siap untuk lawan banyak hero dong?
Kalau apa?
Kan berarti pool hero kalian juga makin banyak, harus siap juga ngelawan hero yang macam-macam juga. Jadi tantangan gak buat RRQ?
Kalau pool hero enggak sih, soalnya kita udah latihan semua lah.
Udah aman ya?
Ya.
Udah aman. Tapi yang pojok kiri nih, sepertinya yang tadi ngelempar ke Susujin, Toy, Budi masih penasaran sama kamu. Karena kita tahu wajahmu itu banyak terpampang juga jadi Rookie of the Week. Berapa kali coba? Ngitung nggak?
Agak.
1, 2 ya? 2 kali masuk, lalu ada maybe juga yang menjadi lawanmu masuk ke dalam layar Rookie of the Week. Gimana sih perlawananmu sesama rookie di line of down? Apalagi sekarang kita tahu kalian berdua menjadi gold laner rookie yang banyak diperbincangkan.
Kalau dibilang rookie sih ya jelas lebih jago maybe sih. Lebih layak dia. Serius.
Kenapa?
Gak tahu. Apa ya? Gue cuma ngepost doang tadi.
Cuma ngepush jadi Rookie of the Week ya. Tapi ngelihat Toy sendiri, perjuangan seorang rookie kan bisa dibilang lainnya punya banyak, ada history, mereka punya pengalaman. Gimana sih cara kamu mengejar untuk, kamu pengalamannya mungkin baru season ini, tapi kamu bisa menyamai atau mengejar dari para rekan-rekan itu gimana sih caranya dari Toy?
Gak ada sih bunda, paling latihan biasa ya.
Latihan biasa aja?
Ya.
Yang penting apa? Untuk dari Toy mindsetnya apa tuh kalau setiap main atau di MPL ini?
Oh yang penting ada perabah, soalnya ada ilmu hitam.
Oke, bener. Dan kalau ngelihat dari dari leg yang pertama, ini half season champion nih, Lek Diren. Jadi half season champion loh, nomor 1. Nyaris bersih. Tapi kalian gak bisa dikejar apapun yang terjadi di match kedua, kalian tetap nomor 1. Mungkin ada kata-kata untuk RRQ di leg pertama ini?
Kalau kata-kata itu Toy Bude, karena dia suka quotes. Kasih tahu Toy.
Dia pria quotes.
Gantian gak sih?
Gantian gak sih? Diren ayolah.
Soalnya di GH si Toy suka quotes Bude, jadi Bude harus tahu.
Emo boy, emo Toy. Kamu leg pertama di top nih, di nomor 1.
Kata-kata.
Kemenangan.
Kayak biasa aja ya, Famos.
Vamos, udah jadi ini ya, chat wheel-nya Toy. Tapi menarik, Diren harus jawab nih. Leg 1 sudah selesai, leg kedua. Ada tim yang dinantikan?
Semuanya.
Semuanya ini kayak jawaban dari Kingdom ya. Nyontek nih, dia nyontek.
Karena kita step by step lah Bude. Jadi kayak dari week 1 dulu, week 2 gitu-gitu.
Leg 1, leg kedua, kekalahan kemarin 1. Bikin ganjel gak sih?
Enggak, itu kata abang biar nggak jumawa kita. Jadi harus belajar kita.
Jadi harus belajar dan kalian menerima itu dengan positif?
Ya dong.
Agak shock dikit nggak?
Enggak sih.
Oh enggak?
Ya, soalnya dari abang kita coba cari tahu playstyle tim-tim lain gitu.
Mantap, jadi memang ini masih proses step by step dan Idok. Kira-kira leg kedua ini akan jadi seperti apa? Budi penasaran karena lawan pertama di leg kedua tim RRQ adalah tim satu-satunya yang mengalahkan RRQ di leg pertama. Bigetron akan menjadi lawan kalian di minggu yang ke-6. Idok, lawanmu bisa kira-kira ada 2 nih Dok. Vin atau Light? Kira-kira bakal lawan siapa Dok?
Lawan Light.
Lawan Light, kenapa lawan Light?
Gak tahu dari leg 1 pengen lawan leg aja.
Pengen lawan Light, tapi gimana kamu melihat kemarin performa dari Vin?
Jago sih gara-gara rambut merah semua tuh.
Rambut merah semua. Ini RRQ nggak mau ngecat rambut warna oranye juga?
Cat apa kita?
Waduh.
Nunggu tumbuh dulu rambut saya Bude.
Oke. Nunggu tumbuh. Tapi minggu ini kalian sudah selesai. Sudah rampung. Ditutup dengan 2-0. Idok, ayo dong penutupan untuk minggu ini. Dan leg pertama juga. Pantun boleh?
Ada pantun.
Puisi boleh?
Ada cuman terima kasih buat Kingdom yang udah dukung kita. Ya terima kasih juga buat yang nonton RKK di Manado. Wow. Ya tetap support kita terus walaupun menang dan kalah.
Walaupun menang dan kalah dan yang di Manado pasti juga rame banget. Susu Jin nggak mau pakai bahasa Korea?
Kamsahamnida.
Kamsahamnida. Wow, inilah dia. Tim RRQ dengan kemenangan 2-0 di leg pertama. Penutupan yang indah.
Congratulations once again to RRQ for finishing leg number 1 clean. Clean.
They're the half-season
2-0.
champions. Well, to be fair, we already knew that they were going to be half-season champs, win or lose.
Yeah.
But it's glad. I mean, it's cool.
It's glad.
They're probably glad
It's
to
glad.
be getting a win at the with their last match.
Yeah.
It's glad and they're cool about it. For sure. What a way to end it though. I mean, I don't know if I want to call it clean. Dude, what was that?
Was clean. That was clean. That was really clean.
It's so
Look at the shot
clean.
of Jakarta, Indonesia, right?
Exactly. So
It's
clean. We
so
needed a
clean.
Jakarta shot. But this was the
Oh.
crucial moment.
Was this the crucial moment?
This
was a crucial moment. Nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
boy.
panicked. That was a moment of panic.
I remember
right
when me
there.
and Ranger Amas went on stage to talk about the patch. Number 1 thing,
Week
don't
3,
panic
I
attack.
think.
What?
Don't panic attack.
Don't panic attack.
That is the number 1 thing we said for all the teams. Yes, there are going to be some new picks. Don't panic attack. But they panic attack.
I think they did. They did hard. They went in for a recall instead of going into the portal. But player of the match, the man who stayed consistent from game number 1, you know, despite that first blood kill in game number 2, is Sutsu Jin. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And he even set up on stage. It was just luck. I got hit by the arrow.
And you can call it luck, but there's a bit of skill involved as well. RQ definitely weren't expecting the same kind of offense right there. Even here, there are moments where normally, right, RQ are gonna find a way to turn it around, but the unexpectedness of that Abyssal Arrow really kind of lend itself to the fights. Unfortunately for RQ though, they're able to get some really good pickoffs towards the mid game there. You know, the main one being the shutdown on Ray, which is hold on a second, is it this one? Goes down here, yep. gets boxed in by Dyron and gives the shutdown to Toy of all people. So that definitely was a bit unlucky. And from there, it became an even fight. And an even fight, oh boy, RRQ just found ways to get ahead there. Used a shortcut even though it was kind of close. So 1v1 here as well. And there was a 1v1 that Sutsujin lost later on top. But in the end, it's all about that macro play. And RRQ took advantage of it. Very much so with how that game ended. Seemed like Baby got poked out of the fight so many times, too many times in a lot of these skirmishes, man. And then here, oh dude. Oh dude. Oh man.
Panic.
Panic attack. It's hard to see it multiple times. Once you're like, oh man. Second, like, oh. Third, you're like, yikes. You know, you might even, you know, throw out a swear word at that point, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder what the coaches had to say about that.
Bombi and Kurt. Is that a facepalm moment, you think?
Here's the thing. Let's say they did take the portal.
Yeah.
Do you think it could have ended differently?
It would have been better than recalling. That's all I know, right?
That's true.
I think it'll be an end. They shouldn't have let that happen at the start. They should have just given the Lord because, yeah, when there's a wave there and you don't know where the chip is, that's something you should think about. You know, chip can bring 5 members, in case they didn't know already.
Just in
actually,
case.
you can bring 9 members. Enemy team can take portals too. Right.
So.
You can serve as public transport. Yeah, that is literally public transport, open to everyone with a portal. Yeah, that needs to be highlighted, underscored, italic, you know?
I think Mouton didn't make it clear enough in the patch that
Right.
everybody can take the shortcut when they released this hero a year ago.
Well, that's definitely not the ending. Not the kind of
Panic mode.
conclusion that
Panic
Dewa
mode.
was looking for, man. I think they really wanted to at least made it really close towards the end there. But yeah, they were tunneled too much on the Lord and they lost sight of the bigger picture. And RRQ is a team that really always has good perspective in that sense.
Absolutely. Feels bad, Dewa United. Because in game number 2, like we mentioned, right? They had the early game, and then when they started going into these team fights for the neutral objectives, that's when they really lost control. The team fights weren't clean. RRQ were able to punish because of that. So we are moments away of coming to the mic check, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear what RRQ Hoshin. Maybe we'll hear the call in the closing end of game number 2.
Lihat tim nih, gua goskan nih. Nih lihat Ren, gas Ren.
Mati Alba.
Dua.
Katain.
Nice boy.
Ngarep nih karena
Respect guys.
Ya, turret-turretnya guys.
Overs nih.
Ayo nggak ada biru nggak ada berang.
Gak apa terusin aja Toy, bawahnya Toy. TP aja. Dua bang ganda.
Ada.
Kebanyakan tuh.
Ayo di situ ya.
Oke.
Gasuk.
Mati sini Hilda.
Orangin guys.
Hilda mati.
Ada ulti. Ayo.
Lagi.
Nice boy.
Kasih karet guys.
Let's go guys.
Ada tuh.
Let's go boy.
Kasih tahu dia.
18 ya. Santai guys.
Aman.
Nah ini.
Dia di gua ayo tuh. Orangin.
Saya dua yang dekat guys.
Ayo. LD dua.
Ayo guys.
Mati. Arena balik tuh. Fighting aja dulu boy.
Ulti kata.
Gua bisa ulti.
18.
Serius.
Aman dia gak ada retri guys.
Katanya no ulti Toy.
Latiran.
Aman.
Masuk sini bisa ya. Kalau ada Hilda.
Boleh.
Kalau ada Hilda masukin ya. Masuk ya. Bisain. Enak.
Okay, so it was Edoc's call. He was like, if there's Hilda here, we can end. Okay, there's Hilda. Let's end. And then we went into the portal.
Whose laugh was that? Did you hear that?
No.
Right at the ending moment, there was a really juicy laugh. Someone was having a good time there on stage.
Hey, I think it might be Dyron.
Really?
I think so.
It was a shrieking kind of laugh too, man. I was like, whoa, okay. Well, great victory, great success. What do we say about this?
I don't know. Oh man, there
Only
was...
a wise man in the chat said, there are no shortcuts to success.
Wasn't there another wise guy?
Work harder, not smarter. These are all valid quotes.
It's not a good day for Dewa, but it's a good day for RRQ, especially if they have the good day ready to drink coffee 3-in-1
They gotta drink like 5 of these,
coffee
Eterna.
with a variety of delicious flavors. Which flavor though?
They gotta drink all 5.
All 5 flavors?
All 5.
And how often
All
different?
their players,
Okay.
especially the ones in the Lord Pit, they gotta drink all 5 flavors to have a good day.
Every single one needs to drink 5
5.
different.
Yeah.
So 5 times 5, 25.
Well, there were only 3 guys, I think, in around the Lord, so 15. Let's give him 15.
Okay, 15.
Dewa, caffeine.
Hopefully, with this bottle of Good Day, it would be the perfect companion for them in this very trying time.
Right. What was your favorite flavor, Eterna? Because we're cookie people.
I want the avocado one, honestly.
Avocado?
You would realize the,
I wanna try
the
it.
fresh avocado
I
flavor.
haven't
and
tried it yet.
realize their favorite flavor is avocado.
When have they gotten the avocado?
They bought it themselves.
Oh, I'm curious. Did they say it's... Oh, well, it's their favorite.
Yeah. Did they say it's good? They actually did. They did. They
To make
told us it's
sure,
good.
you know.
But Gani likes the fantastic mochaccino.
Pretty sure it's pretty good too. But along that, you know, I already have the Good Day,
But we don't have sucro here.
but we need a snack.
But we don't have it here.
That's true.
Sucro, step up, man. We need to have sucro on the desk. We'll be snacking here on the desk with sucro.
And then... So yesterday... And then Toy was...
Wait, what toy?
Yeah, because like we're casting and eating at the same time.
Ah, so you can't say toy.
Triple...
Like, Merkel will be playing by playing. You just hear like munching in the background. Toy going in.
It adds to the immersion because that's what you guys are doing at home. You guys watching while having a sucro for your snack.
Right? Hashtag Gasla, bro.
Hashtag Gasla.
Gasla.
That means
let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
2-0. I'm still... Oh, Dewa.
I'm curious to convene with our Indonesian
babies.
counterparts about that because usually afterwards, you know, sometimes we have different opinions, right? But this is one of those days where we're gonna be like, what you guys think?
I don't even care what anyone thinks.
Do we have a loser interview? That's what I want to know.
Ooh. There are no
Will we
shortcuts
talk
to success,
Watt
Eterna.
or Bombi or Kurt?
There are no shortcuts to success, Eterna.
So yes?
No.
No. Okay.
All right. So I guess before we get into match number 2, we are going to go on a break. So with this 2-0, we'll see you after.
aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama, dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せてもらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせでいくわよ。
Konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah. Di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Ping stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash, makin-makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せてもらった。四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Ping stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 は俺に任せてもらった四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせでいくわよ。
Konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash, makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せもらった四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
banget di MPL Arena karena lagi ada keseruan crossover NBA X MPL Indonesia. Dan kalau bisa dilihat di belakang alis saya sekarang ada berbagai macam challenge yang bisa kalian lakuin dan kayak kita tarik sedikit kali ya. Permisi Kak Ogi. Halo. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia.
Wah, seneng banget justru ini bisa ke MPL Indonesia. Happy banget, apalagi tadi kita habis nonton. Tadi ya salah satu match yang seru ya tadi. Dewa United lawan RRQ, gila seru.
Seru banget ya, dan pastinya ini pertama kalinya Kak Ogi kesini apa gimana nih?
Ya jujur ini pertama kali, pernah lihat di YouTube gitu ya, pernah nonton. Tapi ini pertama kali datang langsung dan melihat euforianya segitu gilanya, segitu fanatiknya. Sebagai pecinta basket, kalau orang kan tahu kalau Ogi senang basket, NBA, basket Indonesia gitu ya. Ngelihatnya bahwa wah gila ya, kayaknya supporter-supporter atau fans basket NBA yang ada di Indonesia pun harus segila fans-fansnya MPL.
Betul sekali, melihat teman-teman di sini para superfans selalu mendukung dan salah satunya sudah hadir bersama Alisa juga. Halo Kak Fandi.
Halo.
Apa kabar hari ini?
Baik, super.
Super ya. Hari ini mau melihat pastinya alter ego tim kesayangan di match kedua. Gimana nih perasaannya dan mungkin harapannya?
Yang pasti kita nggak mau muluk-muluk, nggak 2-0, kayaknya 2-1.
Oh oke, 2-1 ya.
Tapi menang.
Tapi menang. Jadi nggak apa-apa, tetap dikasih ke tim lawan dulu 1, nggak apa-apa gitu.
Buat interview nggak apa-apa.
Buat interview. Oke, kita melihat kepercayaan diri dari Kak Fandi. Tapi kalau Kak Algi sendiri nih, melihat kira-kira di match kedua poinnya berapa nih?
Yang pasti sekarang sudah mulai mengerti karena ngobrol sama Fandi gitu ya. Bahwa ini sama kayak di basket, di NBA pun ada kalau sekarang di playoff nih ya. Namanya best of 7, tapi kalau di regular season nih best of 3.
Wah udah jago banget.
Udah jago, bentar lagi gue jadi player.
Pro player.
Player gak ada yang tua katanya, playernya muda-muda semuanya ya.
Iya, kebetulan mereka masih sekolah atau bahkan yang masih mau masuk kuliah loh Kak Ogi.
Ya Ogi kan jatuhnya dosen ya kalau bisa dia. Nah jadi emang ini yang seru sih, kayak tadi pun sebenarnya walaupun menang 2-0 tadi RQ ya. Tapi yang seru adalah kalau ada best of 3 gitu tuh justru serunya adalah bisa game 1 mungkin bisa kalah, game 2 bisa balas dendam. Penentuan di game ketiganya justru itu yang akan bukan cuma skill tapi mental. Nah itu di olahraga itu.
Betul sekali, jadi kita akan melihat apakah di match kedua kali ini prediksi skor dari Kak Fandi dan juga Kak Ogi akan benar adanya atau tidak. Jadi superfans jangan lupa dukung tim kesayangan kalian dan datang langsung ke MPL Arena ya. Karena ada berbagai macam keseruan, terutama ada crossover NBA X MPL Indonesia. Dan kita akan melihat keseruan di match kedua.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee. Good day. We own this.
Pertarungan antara Alter Ego dan juga tim Liquid ID di mana keduanya ternyata punya posisi yang sungguh dekat. Posisi 5 dan ke-6. Bude pun penasaran bagaimana kedua tim ini akan merubah jalannya klasemen peringkat mereka. Tentunya mereka menginginkan yang terbaik. Tapi yang terbaik itu harus diusahakan. Dari tim Alter Ego El Familia, mereka harus membuktikan bahwa mereka bukan tim yang gonta, yang goyang, ataupun gentar karena adanya patch. Patch sudah di depan mata dan mereka harus menghadapi hal itu. Bagaimana jawaban mereka atas patch yang baru saja terjadi? Namun sebaliknya dari tim Liquid ID, mereka pun harus menjawab bahwa mereka bukan hanya tim yang hanya sekedar beruntung di musim lalu menjadi juara. Memang menjadi salah satu hadiah di musim lalu. Tapi bagaimana di musim ini mereka bisa menjawab tantangan dan membuktikan diri kepada semua superfans dan terutama The Cavalries yang menantikan untuk naiknya sang kuda. Dan inilah dia pertarungan yang benar-benar kayak akhirnya nih, bagaimana penutupan leg pertama. Tapi sebelum kita menyaksikan di Line of Down, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua superfans The Cavalries. Mana semangatnya? Oh, di situ The Cavalries. Oke, drumming udah siap, semuanya udah ready, udah pada happy-happy bersama. Tapi Alter Champ El Familia, Alter Champ semangatnya mana? Wah, udah mulai pada bersiap-siap sepertinya ya. Di Samsung Zoom juga pada happy banget. Tapi Bude juga happy banget karena pastinya MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton. Supported by PBSI. Presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official dari e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulder. Official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports. Ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Hawkband dan juga Kacang Sukro. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan mengingat kedua tim punya potensi yang sama-sama besar. Mereka mendatangkan player-player muda pula. Ada yang baru dan siapa yang akan bermain? Kalau dari sisi tim Liquid ID, dari kemarin kayaknya banyak yang penasaran. Ini tim Liquid ID kapan menangnya nih? Kapan mereka akan meranjak? Namun patch biasanya bisa menjadi salah satu jawaban dan salah satu hal yang mereka gunakan untuk merangkak naik ke puncak klasemen. Namun sebaliknya Alter Ego kali ini dengan kedatangan jungler-jungler muda juga bisa jadi jawaban mereka membawa suasana yang baru dan segar. Jadi tim Liquid ID sudah bersiap. Semangatnya sudah ada kiri, kanan, dan Alter Champs juga kalian harus mempersiapkan sesuatu karena keduanya bersiaplah. Inilah dia Alter Ego dan juga tim Liquid ID. Caster Monggo!
Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 2. PLID versus Alter Ego. Number 5 and number 6. Currently on the standings right now, and we're gonna see as we finalize and close out leg number 1 of MPL ID Season 15, whether or not these standings change. Welcome back to the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi, as we're gonna go head straight into match number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a big match for both Team Liquid ID and Alter Ego because unlike our first match, if they win and lose, this will change a lot in the standings. Team Liquid ID now, with Dewa losing, have a chance to rise up in the rankings. And for Alter Ego, it's to solidify what looked to be a good first half of the season.
Right, and we all know how significant that is for Alter Ego, right? There's a bit of a pattern, a curse if you call it that, for Alter Ego. So, you know, maintaining the momentum is going to be so important.
Yep.
But on the other hand, getting some momentum is also important.
Very.
Rude Clara Monster herself mentioned it on stage earlier. What's going on, Team Liquid? When will we see? You know, when is it gonna be your time?
Hey, I've been asking that same question, even in my dreams, man.
Oh.
Sometimes I can't sleep at night thinking about this.
But you have an MPL trophy.
That is true.
Right.
And Alter Ego doesn't.
Whoa, what do you mean by that? You mean Alter Ego might have to adapt faster to the patch to win a trophy?
Yeah, will they be able to? Because season after season, despite all the roster changes and the roster swaps and the change in coaching staff, it feels like Alter Ego has a thing with patches.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
either they do really incredibly bad after the patch, or sometimes we get to see them a little bit stronger. So, will Alter Ego or will TLID this time adapt faster to the new patch? Because we have seen two different contrasting performances from a few teams. Whether or not it'll be TLID to win this one or not, that's a big question. Because, I don't know, in interviews a lot of people have been saying Wheaty's really smart, he loves reading the patch, he's always ahead of the patch. But from the previous patch, the one that hit before
The chip change.
It felt like TLID, they don't seem okay. They don't seem in shape at all.
They don't seem okay. Well, they're definitely not the same Team Liquid ID that did win last season, right?
Yeah.
That's why everyone's asking, what's going on here? Where are all the dominant lanes? Where's the great solo plays? Or is the great creativity that we come to expect from this team? So far, we haven't really seen it, and this is a chance for them to kind of show up, right? It's been a while. They had time to adjust, make changes. Now, because Alter Ego, it's a question of who's going to be a bit more unpredictable with the new patch. Because Alter Ego, they definitely have that unpredictability factor going for them. That's always how they like to try and play the game, be aggressive, kind of throw the opponents off balance. But this time, Team Liquid ID, can they do so when they themselves are also trying to find a winning formula?
RQ felt that, right? RQ felt that really, really good. Well, not if you're an RQ fan, but yeah, the chaos that Alter Ego can consistently bring into the game has been quite interesting. But I do believe in their last match, we kind of saw a different shade of Alter Ego. Like, they didn't force too many fights in the beginning. It wasn't the usual chaotic Alter Ego that we're usually accustomed to. I forgot what match that was against.
It was Alter Ego versus GeekFam.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. I think it's actually the same shade of Alter Ego. It's just up against a slower team. Usually, they're able to, again, step on the pedal, really go into these team fights, brawl it out constantly, and make it chaotic because it takes two to tango. Their opponents always try to fight for the first neutral objective, but GeekFam, the way they played it, if they didn't have the advantage early, they wouldn't. They would go and play for Chadera. They would play in to the XP. They would do other things on the map aside from just fighting, brawling.
So, on that note, we want to know what you guys thought about that previous question.
Whoa.
It looks like 38% TLID, thanks to Wheaty.
TLID?
So we did bring that up, right?
It's a 1%.
It is.
Whoa.
Very close to 37%. Patch isn't a barrier for Alter Ego.
Well, I
wonder what
guess
that's based on.
they are Sheffin fans, because Sheffin don't believe in patterns.
Right. But what about the other, the quarter of all the votes? Patch has no impact for both.
That's 25% of you guys are either trolling or you're trolling.
So they're expecting the same exact drafts, the same exact game plan. So none of the new additions, which is weird.
Because arguably, with the rise in Joy in the jungle, it should favor Fabian, no? Huge Joy connoisseur, been playing it even before Joy was better than the Suyo. Now that both of these junglers are on par, I think that is a potential, aspect that we should be looking at too.
The question is, does Rin play the Fredrin? We've known him as just an assassin guy. We don't know him as a Fredrin, enabler type of player. So if we do see the Joy, are we going to see Fredrin on the other side?
That's why it comes down to this next topic, right? The watch list. Mr. Rin, Rookie of the Week for week number 2. And we have a quote from Owl. Came in with full confidence, played freely, but sometimes a little too loose.
He's a loose cannon, Arashi.
Bit too loose there. It's kind of, that's the thing there. It's good to be loose, to be relaxed, to be creative, but sometimes you have to kind of control it, right? It's the whole controlled chaos conversation. He is number 1 per minute, damage per minute for the jungling position, which is definitely a bit of an achievement here with all the great junglers coming in Season 15.
You know, Arashi, you watch Haikyuu, right?
Yeah.
You watch Haikyuu?
No.
Okay, so there's a character in Season 2. His name is Mad Dog. He has the same haircut too.
What do you mean?
Yeah, and like this is a description of Mad Dog too. Like his nickname was Mad Dog because he's full of confidence, super crazy mechanically, played freely, but he's a little too loose. That's like the description of the character. I think Rin is
Is Mad Dog?
That might be a nickname in the future. He's a Mad Dog. He's loose.
What does loose mean?
Loose is like
Like
When you let the mad dog out of the chain, he runs loose and he goes what do whatever.
He's
You know?
wild. He's wild.
oh, he's wild.
He's young, wild, and free.
Shout out to the Haikyuu fans. Yes, technically he is young, he is pretty wild, and that hairstyle definitely signifies that he is very free. Free will. That's the very good usage of free will.
Yeah.
Just like this.
Free aerodynamic performance as well.
Yeah.
Arrow. Okay, you know what?
Less hair,
won't
less
question
friction with the air.
Yeah,
I
I won't
guess.
question it. I won't question it. That's definitely a very good point. These are some of the highlights to his play.
Oof.
I wonder if we get to see an example of him being loose.
I mean, there's an example of him being aerodynamic right there, just flying in with the Pinnacle Ninja. And on the Hanzo, he was just absolutely annoying, man. It was such a menace up here against RRQ. This is the moment where RRQ tried to catch him, and he turned everything, along with Hijime and Dreams, around and punished RRQ instead. Leading to a lot of people, I think, really respecting that Hanzo performance, the Hanzo potential as well. With the change, I don't know if you're going to see the Hanzo still as often, but dang, in the right situations, it's just, you can see that there's very little counterplay available. So it's a bit too unfair, in my opinion, as a mage player.
I'm getting distracted by the call with Celeboy from Indo.
Yeah, me too. If you guys don't know, this is
I'm
we
so
have
FOMO.
a cool call with Sully Boy on Indo.
Right here.
We don't.
They can see it right
unfortunately.
here.
You guys can't see it.
Oh, there he is.
We can technically talk to him.
It's Celeboy.
Sully Boy, how is this? He's a Sally man now. How is Sally Boy? That's Mr. Elzard. Elzard? His son.
Son or daughter? Son, right?
I think there's no way
Should
he
be
would
son.
name his son Elzard.
I don't know, man.
That sounds really
I don't
manly.
judge.
So he was naming his son after a football player.
Yeah, Chelsea legend. My friend Ferdy would love this. Eden
Sally
Hazard.
Boy.
Sheffin as well.
Gee, Sheffin, yeah.
What is that reaction though?
Hey man, Sheffin.
Hang on a second.
I mean, I love Sally Boy. It's just the club he supports, man. Actually, that club is bigger than Arsenal, so.
Interesting.
Whoa, what is this? Class alter ego? Is that what you're trying to
Yeah.
say? Class alter ego.
For Celeboy.
For Sally Boy.
I'm so FOMO right now. I want to talk to him because when you guys were talking about wait, what? Young, wild, and free. That reminded me of Celeboy.
Okay, fair.
So he's young, he's wild,
No,
and he's
you know,
free.
like prime Celeboy.
Prime Sally Boy.
Prime Sally.
Season 6?
I see. So now he's aged, wise, and taken.
Yeah. Yeah, he is taken. He is with Caius now. This is what they have left us with. They've left us with making our own topics here. But it's okay. It's okay.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
Sally Boy.
It's fine.
We should just translate Sally Boy, what Sally Boy is saying.
From what you guys remember from... Oh, do we just want to translate?
No. That's too much.
It's a bit too weird. It's like we're eavesdropping almost.
That's why I'm so FOMO.
Well, I guess we could give our predictions for this match with these cards.
Okay. Let's do that. Okay.
Countdown.
3, 2, 1. Ah.
Whoa! I did not expect all of us to go liquid. I thought somebody, well, you.
I would.
I thought Arashi would go alter ego.
Why?
Really?
Why so?
Why TLID?
Why TLID?
Because I feel like they, on paper, right, should be the ones to figure out the patch and all that, right? And I feel like with the patch being so fresh, they might have an advantage. We all know alter ego, right? And the pattern they're trying to break. But especially after the last time we saw them, right, with how they were drafting, we weren't too impressed. And with the changes, I just feel like because of that, Team Liquid ID are gonna be able to use it more. Would that guarantee them the games? Not exactly, but I'm talking about the odds here.
I actually like that he brings that up because CC first pick.
Yeah.
Over and over, letting Chidera's Harith go as well.
Oh, yeah.
Was so weird.
And they went for the same 3 picks all of their games against
CC,
Big Fam.
Kaya.
Moskov.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's definitely something we can talk about when it comes to alter ego. Their drafts have not been too good. And I'm not too sure who's doing it, right? Because it almost seems like it's way different to what we saw in Snapdragon for play. What was that?
A little bird told me.
What?
Ah, here we go. This is the topic that we were talking about. Perfect. Right on time. A little bird told me
Okay.
It's Nafari that's drafting.
Whoa.
Really?
Not Coach Zephyr.
Interesting. But that would explain a lot because it's very different. I think before Nafari joined in, we were seeing more just meta drafts from Coach Zephyr. Maybe it was with Rect. Nafari. So he was the one behind the CC first pick.
CC obsession.
Right, in theory, that's it. Once again, we're stuck in this FOMO situation because the Indonesian desk is asking this issue, bringing up this issue directly with Sully Boy. We sure want to know what he's saying. We personally, all three of us, have to kind of watch back what he says on this later. But do you guys think that Rin right now can match up to Prime Sully Boy?
Prime Sully. No, damn. That's a good question,
Yeah,
Rashi,
right?
but I think that's unfair. Alter Ego had an amazing team to support Sully Boy. It was an all-star team back in the day.
True.
Who was it with?
Pai,
Pai?
Udil.
Uh-huh.
I
Was
think
it Leo Murphy or Ahmad?
It was
Ahmad.
And then it was
Ahmad?
Leo Murphy, Rome.
Leo Murphy Rome. So Ahmad EXP?
Yeah. Pai was gold lane. Ahmad XP.
Right, yeah.
Wow. Did he not move over to mid lane for a bit as well?
Who?
Ahmad?
That was season 8.
Right, even further back, huh? Yeah, so times certainly has changed here for all three.
Are you saying that Rin doesn't have an all-star lineup right now?
No. I don't think they have.
That was
I don't
easy.
think. Yeah, I don't think we can consider this an all-star lineup, right?
They're trying to make it controversial. It's just
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I don't think anyone thinks it's controversial that this is not an all-star lineup. This
Okay,
is
then let's talk
a
about
lineup.
it. Well, okay, what's wrong with the lineup? Because Highs has been improving in the gold lane, for sure. Got his
goat.
goat. And then who? Hijume? Dreams?
Hijume is good.
Okay.
Dreams is XBTR.
By the way.
Oh.
And then Nino? Is Nino the guy you're looking at?
I don't know, man. It's so weird because, to be fair, he has been put on CC first pick 3 games in a row. Or
Yeah.
in their last match, 3 games in a row. So I can't really decide if Nino is the problem. This is the thing. When you don't have proper drafts to perform, you're not going to perform, especially when you're up against GeekFam, a team so good at punishing little mistakes. So I got to see more. And I think here, this is going to be very good proving grounds because they're also up against a very shaky TLID. If the drafts continue to be questionable or if the drafts are good and the players continue to be questionable, then we know what's going on. Because mechanically, I think Alter Ego are great. It's just a lot of times when they don't get those fights, the macro dips.
And on the note of shaky players, who's going to be playing for TLID in the gold lane? Is it
Oh.
still Kyo? Is it Aaron Shiki?
I think it'll be Kyo.
You think it's going to be Kyo? Because we've been seeing just them swapping things out.
I've heard a thing or
No
two.
explanation. Ooh.
Yeah.
What little bird? I mean, what did the little bird say?
I don't have a little bird telling me info. I do have a big horse though, because Liquid telling me stuff.
Big horse?
A big
Yeah.
horse telling you stuff
Yeah.
Interesting.
that you can't share on
I
broadcast.
unfortunately cannot share what the big horses told
But
me.
you
Membership
said it
unuploaded.
was Kyo.
I think it's going to be Kyo.
Oh, sus.
Yeah.
It's Kyo, it's Kyo.
Well, seems like it. I have no.
Then I shall.
I have no
say
birds, no horses.
Alter Ego will play Gebe.
Oh.
No, I don't. I gotta throw you guys off.
Oh, hang on a second. Well, yeah. So I have no whisperings, but I think it has to be Kyo as well. At least for now, until we've seen a bit more coming out of Aaron Shiki. That's for sure. But in the jungle, since we're talking about Rin so much, Flavor Flav himself was the star jungler. He was. What was he able to actually get last season? It was a rookie of the
Rookie of the season.
Rookie of the season.
And there was one more thing he got as well.
I think he was regular season MVP.
Yeah, I think
He was
so.
both rookie and regular season MVP.
Yeah, so right now,
Ridiculous.
current state for both Rin and Fabian, who do you think comes out on top if both teams are equal in draft?
Fabian.
Still Fabian?
Fabian.
All right.
Yeah.
So by all means, they still have that notoriety. People still believe that they got it in them. So what do you think is like the main problem there? Is it just actually like game plan? Is it draft? Is it more game plan or more draft?
I think it's witty.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good take.
Just witty.
I think it's a witty problem.
The brains behind, like Alter Ego, I'm sorry to say, but it does feel like they're all muscle. Like they're just mechanically really good. When it goes their way, when they have that snowball going, they know how to close games. But when it's closer, when it's even, it gets really tough for them to think of creative ways. Meanwhile, for Team Liquid, behind, ahead, we've seen them come out of, I think you mentioned earlier, when they have the Nolan, when they have other picks, they won't go for it. They won't fight for the first neutral objective. They can trade.
And
Smarter.
sometimes lately when I see TLID play, it feels like the call is off. from Weedy. And I don't know why. What's wrong with this kid? Is he like overthinking in the game?
Come on, man. Yeah, because we are hearing a lot of talk about how people are thinking that, hey, Weedy's supposed to be this flexible, wise, cerebral type of player, but he's only been doing really well on pick-off heroes, which is, in theory, should be the strong suit of the knowledge-based player, the wise guy. He's never been an initiator, though. Like, he's never been an initiator, so I feel like pick-off is fine. In the past, it's like high-lows, I guess enablers in a way, not just pick-offs. Yeah.
It looks like the players are ready though, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna kick things off with TLID. Our defending champs right now, unfortunately, at number 6 on the standings. And the big question with this next upcoming heated match against Alter Ego, will they be able to climb higher than they have been already?
Whoa!
We're starting things off with him.
In the gold lane is not Aaron. It's the man with a sign. Let's go, Liquid Kyo.
Immediately bursting onto the scene. Big shoes to fill, but he's done a great job so far. But who's walking up?
Oh, that's the ghost of Jakarta. That's Yehezkiel.
Love Cavalry. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. Let's welcome up the next player.
The man in the XP, Prince Aran.
Prince Aran back to make a scene, the dominant force in the EXP lane. Is he gonna be able to do it? Because up next,
bringing the groove to the Cavalry, Flavor Fave.
Let's see what's on his sign. Hashtag Sigma.
A Sigma through and through, man. Finally,
the leader, the main man, shot calling, Witty the Wise.
Sign up. What? What's on the sign?
Sign up, I guess.
Sign up?
Witty, your writing's too small.
Make it bigger. Make it bigger. But there it is. Main 5 walking up. We see Kyo in the lineup. No Aaron Shiki. And on the other side, number 5, Alter Ego. They're looking to shake things up here in the Land of Dawn. And after the patch, big question remains. Have they adapted?
Have they adapted indeed, man? Let's welcome them to the stage one by one, starting up with...
Oh, look at the steps, look at the moves. That's Gani's GOAT, that's Highs.
Gani's GOAT, GG. Already doing so much better right now in Season 15, along with...
Oh, the star of Alter Ego, Hijume.
Looking great with the flexes. We've seen him on the Selena as well. The flare, and I'm talking about flare.
Don't say yes, say the no.
Nino used to be the young kid on the block, now he's the veteran. The new kid on the block is
young, wild, and free. That's Rin.
Mr. Rinaloy, hot-blooded jungler, but let's not forget.
When you go to sleep, you have to dream. That's Mr. Dreams.
The hair's not red, but he is ex-Bigachon, by the way.
Yes,
Alter Ego onto the scene right here. Are they gonna show Team Liquid ID what's up?
They're gonna show them what they're made of. Let's see if they're gonna be able to do it because,
Good luck charm, good luck charm.
Good luck charm, good luck charm.
Interesting.
Let's welcome the coaching staff alongside with Marshall, Mr. Gary Man, who's lost his curse. We have Face Hugger as well as Saint Lucas alongside with Zephyr and Nafari.
See what they are gonna cook up immediately. Watch for the signs right here, ladies and gentlemen. Those fist bumps, those are reads into what you can expect in the Land of Dawn.
You can take a look at again if they are confident or not now in the patch through, I think, their facial expressions here, the way they walked up on stage as well. It seems both teams are looking pretty good. I mean, Witty, every time we see a patch, he's always very, very confident. You can see here with the previous record that they are holding, Alter Ego definitely have been doing better. Not by a lot, though. It's a 1-win difference.
But remember, if we're taking a look at the past 5 match history between these two teams, it has always been TLID winning it out. So can Alter Ego break that lose streak against TLID? That's also another storyline that we can look at today.
5-0.
Again, if Alter Ego are able to do so, it's a great sign for them. It's a harrowing sign for Team Liquid ID and the Cavalry. Until that moment, though, the fans are still absolutely in the building. On our side of the arena is the Cavalry, and they're going wild right now.
Absolutely, you can hear the drums playing in the background, showing their support for their favorite players. And talking about players, Mr. Hot Blood Jungler, number 7 jungler total kills. So he has the highest damage, but he's number 7 on total kills.
Because sometimes damage does not translate over into kills, unfortunately. If you compare it to compare him in the lore department as well, Albert has number 1 with 24. He's number 8 all the way down. Like Mirko mentioned, man, this is more on it can't really be pinned solely onto him, because especially with neutral objectives, man, the whole team plays such a role in enabling that jungler to get the space, to get the control, to not get stunned and lose that retry battle.
Yeah, and it's also just because Alter Ego are a fighting team. They're not really a neutral objective team. Yes,
Right.
if they do get the winning fight before they get the turtle, then it's a free turtle. They can get the snowballing and then free turtles, free neutral objectives. But at the end of the day, for Alter Ego, it's really all about fighting and killing.
Speaking of killing, number 6 on jungler, total kills. So he's 1 above of Mr. Rineloy at this point. And I think this is going to be a very exciting matchup, right? I feel like both of them have this similarity wherein they have this natural flair in the jungle, high instinct, high killer instinct.
And they're risk takers.
Risk takers, I like that.
That's a big portion of what makes them so special, right? Before you know it, when you're looking at the logical conclusion, that is not what always happens here when both these players are in the field. But keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G for Alter Ego. Be more calculative in trade priorities in the picks and bans. That might be a nod to the CC factor we talked about earlier. And reduce desperate moves in the late game. Because sometimes Alter Ego, like you mentioned, Mirko, they're a fighting team, they're a brawling team. Sometimes, despite the logic telling them otherwise, the mind's telling them no, but the body is saying yes all the way. For Team Liquid ID though, on the other side, optimized playmaking with Witty, using those pick-up heroes he's been able to find himself a lot of success with. Even though it's not the old style Witty, if it works, it works. And they gotta make sure that they actually keep it concise, especially against a team like Alter Ego. Like you mentioned, if they get even a little bit of advantage, they will not back down, dude. They're gonna keep running with it.
Yeah, punish Dreams. Pull additional movement on his playmaking. Because I think Dreams a couple of times has been walking up a bit too aggressive, and I think it's been on heroes that we're not used to seeing him on. The Cho, yeah, mainly the Cho. It's unfortunate for Dreams because most of his picks aren't really meta. Tigreal, Minotaur, Edith in Rome, or even the Franco, Kaja. Only RQ has made the Franco work. The Kaja technically, I mean, has been buffed.
Yeah, that's why.
I don't want to say it's a buff because it was kind of like a, hey, we need more heroes changed in this patch change, you know? Like, that was a pretty weird change, Muta, I gotta say. They changed the ring, skill 1. That's it. I think the ultimate is what we need to see change, but Alter Ego are gonna be home team today, so they have first side selection, I believe, there. First pick selection.
Yeah, Alter Ego will be on blue side for our first game in the second match
Oh, he
of the
went
day.
second pick.
Huh?
They went second pick.
It wasn't first pick?
No, so yeah. I was expecting Alter Ego to just go first because first has been the favorite
Because
recently.
they want to go CC first pick again.
Oh, they can't
What
do
are
it
you
anymore.
saying,
What if
Mirko?
Aran takes it away?
Have to say. And on paper, I feel like Team Liquid ID are the team that has been a bit more unpredictable, a bit more kind of crafty in the drafting phase. So I feel like second pick would suit them a bit more technically, but
Yeah.
we'll have to see, man.
Huh?
No, I just said yeah.
Why?
I gotta support my boy,
Oh,
Arashi,
okay, okay.
Sakin, so I gotta, let's approve it.
Okay.
Approve.
Drafting phase though for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G TLID on a blue side. You can already see the bans coming through. Hayabusa, Phoveus, Luo Yi. Chips open now. Alter Ego go for the ban onto Joy, Jushin, and the Fanny, but the Harith actually becomes the priority from TLID. Man, these picks are coming through really quick.
Wait, where's the CC? I'm not gonna go CC Arashi. Oh, ho, ho. Granger and Selena. Selena first pick.
Is this a sniping composition Alter Ego are trying to get? It's a Harith It might be the good approach here. They don't want to give him the all-in the German force at all. But yes, these bans and picks are rolling in really, really quick. But the chip is available. It's left open.
I literally invented one.
So they're thinking that they want to go for the Selena to counter the chip. The Suyo makes its appearance here, despite the fact that, again, it has been nerfed. Fredrin for Rin. That was a big question for us. An assassin player, can he make the Fredrin work? Wow.
Rin talked about proving grounds, right? And it's also a proving ground here for Rin. Will he be able to translate that killer instinct that he has on the assassins, on a hero like the Fredrin, who's a lot less mobile, considering, right? Technically, a hero like the Matilda is still open if they want to try and supplement that, but all in all, this Fredrin, despite the changes, still not as flexible as something like the Hayabusa, or even just all the assassins in general.
I wonder if we might see something like a Florin pop up, because I'm pretty sure Dreams knows how to play with those more utility, more supportive looking supports. So we saw this from Geek Fam, right? Long range on the mid and the gold lane, having a Fredrin. If they get good frontliners here in the EXP lane and have something like a Florin to kind of help it out, they're setting up for a good poke composition, but that can be risky if they want to go with that route against something like a chip. They can end up behind them.
We just saw this matchup earlier. It was Octa on the Selena and Edok on chip. Witty, known for his chip way more compared to Edok. You know, Witty has been abusing this chip for the longest time, even when it technically wasn't in the meta.
Yeah.
So it's just comfort for TLID. My main concern is the Suyo. How is he going to handle the magic damage? But Alter Ego only picked up Selena, so that's only one guy. And they went CC. Okay.
Oh. Cordelwin wasn't having it, man. Cordelwin's like, no, stop. And so the CC does get banned here in the second phase. The Matilda goes. We were talking about the Matilda earlier on, alongside paired in with the Fredrin. And what else should be eliminated here for TLID?
Ooh, man. They might be looking towards the mid lane, if anything, right? Again, with the chip. Oh, never mind. Nice. I was wrong. I was thinking AoE crowd control. That should be mid lane, but Selena is already there. So Arlet gets banned out here. There's good synergy with the Fredrin as well, because, you know, crowd control with that vengeance from the Arlet. It's a lot of damage potential, but the Ghost. Oh, whoa. Ghost of Jakarta won't be banning that Novaria.
Not just that, but this is a triple combo that we're looking at here. We have the huger hitbox, not just for the Granger, but also for the Selena. Nova, Selena, Granger. That's range, that's poke.
Alter Ego, I know there's a collaboration with the NBA currently, but I don't think you can just shoot three-pointers the whole game.
Against Chip.
Against a Chip who's going to try to slam you down.
I mean, technically there's vision in this setup, right?
Oh, there's a lot of
Novaria can Astral Echo, open up the map, and so can Selena with the Abyssal Traps.
So Selena roam, yeah?
I don't know, right? Because we've seen Novaria roam before.
Yeah, that's true.
By all means. If that's the idea, they're going to have a lot of wave clear available to them as well. Team Look at ID with the more straightforward composition. Go for the Farsa as well, so a lot of potential to catch, to burst down the squishies. For Alter Ego's final pick though, is it possible that the Fredrin's gonna be the only tanky guy? They must be planning on something tanky in the EXP lane. A Hylas perhaps, considering they've already taken away the CC.
Yeah, they gotta go for some tanky dudes. You know, the Fredrin won't be able to frontline all alone up against this. So much artillery for TLID.
So what are we looking at? Other than the Hylos? Just Hylos?
I think just Hylos here.
Because Glue's global banned.
Yeah.
Right. Can't see Glue. Hilda?
Something they can do crowd control to everyone and still be tanky. Badang, maybe.
My mission is to protect
Hylos. Yeah, best choice.
But by the way, this isn't gonna be an easy game for Yahez either on the far side.
Yeah, no, with him being stationary with the Feather Airstrike, we've seen it earlier, right? When Rins was on the Farsa, just taking those long distance shots again and again.
It really depends. If they get a snowball early, this is going to be the easiest game for Yeskiel. One Feather Airstrike and they're gone. They're not going to fight.
You're right. That's true.
But that's only if they win and snowball in the early game. If they don't, that's a lot of shots to dodge, man.
We've seen a lot of teams actually fall short in the early game against a Selena. So, quite concerned, though the lineup rating does favor TLID 7.1 as compared to 4.8 for Alter Ego. And the question remains, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the final match of leg number 1, can Alter Ego finally break their lose streak against TLID, or will it be just another point in the books for the Cavalry today?
Make sure you keep your eyes open for the jungling matchup. So many they can swing in a blink of an eye. And in the positioning, whenever the first turtle pops up, watch where both teams kind of position. Because if Alter Ego don't get a proper front two back, it's gonna be a tough time for them. All right. The early game, you can see the assistance with the clearing being attempted by Alter Ego. Flicker already. By the way, Novaria roll.
Yeah, it's Dreams on Novaria. So it's actually Hijume on the Selena as a mid laner. Curious to see what the emblems are looking at, especially for the Novaria here for Dreams.
The Rupture with a Wilderness Blessing. And for the Novaria, additional movement speed can translate to more damage with how the Astral Recall actually works, the second skill. But apart from everyone else, there's only the Hylos going with the Wilderness and Tenacity.
Look at this, Dreams! Cut down, has the Queller. No, he doesn't. Goes back into the camp and gets it. Abyssal Arrow lands. Not much he can do there.
Well, this is the concern until later on when Alter Ego are grouping S5. With the Hylos being in the hands of Nino, no one's going to be tanking a lot of this damage in the early game. So the moment Team Liquid ID can get to a point where they can even land a single stun.
Another one, Flicker burnt. Highs Hijume, both the H's of Alter Ego. No, Flicker in. It's out of the bush, Riddy. Sees him, Rim wants to go in with a taunt now. Gonna be stunned up. Another arrow from Hijume, first blood to Alter Ego.
Dreams actually picks up that kill. So it's on the Novaria, it's not on Rin, it's not on Hijume, but it's still a kill. And it's still some pressure that they have over TLID, considering that for the first few minutes we've been seeing, yes, Alter Ego, they have the damage early game, especially with the Selena, not relying on level 4, very strong, even level 2, but they weren't able to kind of tank in the damage. So I'm wondering how this next turtle will actually go, considering Yeskill is already at level 4, and it seems like he's in position to make something happen.
They're gonna hold on to it. Aran! Flicker Earth Shatter for the airstrike from the side as well. Now Primal Rat with the help to revitalize. Nino still staying alive, but Yeskill takes him down. Now it's Nino next to the chopping block. That's a dead horse.
They go down one by... Oh!
Whoa! 3-pointer, no flicker on Hijume! Free kill for Fabian, making a free purple buff too.
That's some points traded back and forth here. 1-for-2 trade. Aran goes down in the grand scheme of things, but...
Not too free! Highs coming down all the way from gold lane to help Rin.
Team Liquid ID overstaying their welcome right there. But Alter Ego already gets exposed for their biggest weakness. The guy who is trying to red tree is the guy up front. When Rin was taking all that damage, there's no way they can allow Rin to survive long enough. Not just yet. Again, if Alter Ego starts snowballing, that might be the case, but Omwawa actually the only one predicting for Alter Ego. Oh, really?
Talent prediction here in by GoPay. Everyone for TLID except for Omwawa 2-1. Very curious. That's not a scenario we see too often, actually. It's usually Papulong versus the world.
Yeah, we have an imposter in the Indonesian desk. That's not Papulong.
To be fair, it is because TLID are lower in the standings. So, well, it's just
he always favors the underdog.
Yeah. Now it works different. Underdogs are kind of favorites sometimes depending on how they performed last week.
What happens when the league is so competitive at the current time. But yes, for Alter Ego here, with some items, then Rin and Nino are going to be able to tank so much more. But Team Liquid ID also are going to be able to deal so much more damage.
Yo! But the airstrike forcing Dreams to escape with the flicker. Astro Echo Highs doesn't have the Rhapsody, or doesn't have the Death Sonata rather.
Luckily, Kyo is still able to get out, but will Weedy be able? Oh, okay. That's a lot of damage onto him, half health, but he's still surviving, maybe?
Oh my god! So much artillery! Hijume! Flickers forward, gets the kill with the Abyssal Arrow landing. Now TLID on a turtle still, they want to blitz it. Nino right there, trying to prevent this from happening. Pops in Revitalize, zoning Hesio away as Fabian is able to get that Soul Sever combo. Rin, not there in time. Glorious Pathway coming down with the Abyssal Arrow. Aran locked down, able to flicker out to safety. Rin with a poke through the wall. Shortcut, Winnie goes in, crash course, Hijume down. Fabian takes it, gets a Queller on Dreams, who gets a shot on Yehezkiel. He'll survive though.
That's one more shot and he's going to be taken down. But yes, TL ID will be able to pick up that neutral objective. Aran goes in the portal there. Yes, Keel goes in for a recall. And no casualties just yet. Meanwhile, 2v1 situation. And he should be able to get out alive. But the main thing that we're looking at after what happened is the fact that Alter Ego, wait a second.
Winnie gonna be locked down. Plays his wrath, dodged away from the flicker. Kill, looking to go in. Soul 7, the Abyssal Arrow lands the taunt of KCC to take Flavor Fave down. Heis gets another kill on the board.
So when things are messy and when things aren't set up properly for TLID, things don't look good for them.
That's the power of the tough boots, tenacity to escape from the CC. Aran with the Primal Wrath in an awkward angle.
The pickoff is insane from Alter Ego.
Look at Kyo. Whoa. All right. Command Force used up just like that, but there's not going to be any use for it afterwards. So good chunk of damage there by Kyo. Looking at the gold right now, actually Heis is the one that's ahead by a significant amount. Let's say about 600 gold. By all means, it might translate to more later on as the Sky Piercer has already completed 4 highs. But on that note, we've seen the Team Liquid ID. They can withstand the initial hit from Alter Ego. Their frontliners, Witty and Aran, aren't really getting one shot, but it's the quantity. It's the fact that Alter Ego can send that damage, that long distance shots from so far away again and again to try and make up for the lack of one-shot potential. So Team Liquid ID, gotta make it decisive.
Yeah, don't forget it's very easy to hit when you have the Navaria. Witty spotted out, turtle number 3, controlled by Alter Ego. TLID looking for an angle, Burst path with his own Aran away. Mr. Arrow doesn't land, Fabian! From the side, gets the retry steal against the Fredrin.
That's impressive stuff. On paper, the Fredrin should have a better time, right? Compared to the Suyo, or is it 50-50?
After the change, that combo, I mean, the damage that the Fredrin has in the retry battle...
100%, right?
Exactly, it's just so strong, and yet Fabian is able to do so. Alter Ego not really doing a great job zoning him away, but Rin...
Uh-oh, no, he's fine, gets away. Shortcut! Hijume taken down! Right into the onward there, knocked up to eternity.
That's the chip potential once again. And throughout the whole fight earlier, by the way, Kyo has been just pushing in the bottom lane, an airstrike.
Yeah, thrown in the 2 main artilleries of Alter Ego. Kyo coming in as well. Change CC on Rin, can't move. Witty's owning the back. Nino taking a lot of damage, pops in revitalized still though. TLID are going through these HP bar streams. Not enough damage to take Aran down.
It's surprising that Rin is taken out, picked off again and again, considering he went for the Athena shield into the Dreadnought armor as well, just to make sure he doesn't get bursted down completely in one shot, so he can kind of fight back, regen some health with his skills, and kind of make it a bit more competitive in the 5v5s. The Team Liquid ID are just outputting the damage, you know, in such the right timing that he can't really survive long enough, and that's a bad look for Alter Ego, man. If they can't stand there in the front against Team Liquid ID, then they're just playing the waiting game, waiting for Witty to make the next move on the shortcut play.
But it's a bad look on the cavalry. 10% audience prediction by GoPay. 10% to 90%. Where's the cavalry?
Right here on desk.
That's
one
true.
of them.
Nah,
hey,
I have friends.
Nino's appearance, 300 games after first debuting in Season 7 for Alter Ego during the slope.
Wow. It's been a pretty...
Let's buy him a cake.
What?
Let's buy him cake.
So what now?
Buy him cake.
Let's buy him cake.
Celebrate it.
We might have to do so.
That's
perhaps.
the experience, bro.
Hey, they got to win for them to celebrate, right? 300 games, but if they lose here, they're going to go down.
Now the problem is TLID, Fabian, he's level 13 compared to Rin, who is at level 11. So a lot more damage that can be placed in terms of that retribution on this Lord.
Witty. Aran already with Primal Wrath. They're kind of committing onto this now. For the airstrike on him. Aran's able to sustain. Nino walking up with the Vitalize now. Oh, good taunt! Still, wow! Rin winning out the retry battle this time around. Nino is able to deal with Aran. Fabian running back. Witty pops in the shortcut, but no one's going to take that one. Fabian blinking out. Nino with a stun. Alter Ego looking at the play onto Fabian. Soul Sever to kite away. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Kyo gets a kill on Hijume. Gets shot though by Dreams. Now has to respect that long-range damage.
1-for-1 trade, Aran for Hijume. But that was a little bit of, you know, vengeance a revenge, I would say, coming from Rin, right? Being able to steal that Lord was huge. And we saw Fabian getting knocked up. Was that Lord knock-up or was that a taunt?
I think there was zoning attempts from Alter Ego for sure. I'm not sure if Fabian got hit at the right moment there. Now the Lord is gonna get cleared out. The Shaman Force is gonna zone Alter Ego away. They can't take an all-in. It's all about softening up Team Liquid ID and then going in decisively here. They do not want to really move up and allow Team Liquid ID the chance to make something happen. But look at Witty setting up for something.
Is he anticipating that Alter Ego are on the top side of the map?
I don't know, but for me, for a team with a chip, that looked so desperate. Like, Aran had to use Primal Wrath. They were trying to make a decision instantly, like blitzing the Lord. Again, they have a chip. I think Aran could have recalled. The shortcut would have been there to bring him back if they did want to do it. They use a lot of their resources just to go on Lord.
And they use a lot of their damage onto Nino. That's exactly who Alter Ego wants, soaking up all that damage. Just like that, 80 seconds to go. This is time where Alter Ego can be unpredictable. Team Liquid ID, they excel actually where the Lord is up and they can kind of predict the movement, kind of force the hand of Alter Ego. So I do agree with you, Mirko. They seem to be in a bit of a rush. And as you can see earlier, the gold advantage has swung over back to Alter Ego for now, making a play onto this purple. Team Liquid ID, just playing it reactive.
Glorious pathway over to Aran again. Chain CC still able to pop the Primal Wrath, a Praetor's Wrath, and the execution from Heis with a Dead Sonata. Another arrow lands on Kyo. Hijime has been lethal on the Selena.
Man, luckily no follow-up. Or that would have been a lot more, tools that Alter Ego would be able to pick up. We do see a change of position coming in from Mr. Weedy Man. They're in the enemy jungle. I wonder what the plan is here. Are they looking for a pickoff maybe onto Heis?
Onto Heis, onto Dreams, Hijime. I mean, quite literally anyone will do at this point. As long as they don't get roped into a fight with Rin, haunting everyone right afterwards, I feel like it's still going to be a value move for Team Liquid ID. 10 seconds to go and Alter Ego are clearing already. And again, in a dance situation, Alter Ego can do a lot of damage, man. Dreams already has the Wishing Lantern, so he's hitting with maximum HP damage as well.
You have a game fact by GoPay, as this marks the first appearance of the Novaria since MPL ID Season 13 in the roaming position when Drian used it to defeat RBL. So it's been, what, 2 seasons?
It has been 2 seasons, yeah. It was, man, Drian, legend.
The name we haven't heard in a while. Look at Alter Ego here. They're doing a lot of good damage. They don't see the chip though.
Another airstrike coming down. Witty able to pop the shortcut in time. Retrieving! Wins it out, but will be taken out by Kyo, who's on his Mount Force, gets a double. Nino will surely be the triple. And Alter Ego, they won the Lord, but at what cost?
Heis still left standing here, looking to try and clear it in. He was in a 1v1 situation with Fabian, but luckily he was still able to get out.
Oh, this arrow lands. Now some Force coming down to Kyo. Able to sustain it. Witty trying to body block. Yes, kill! Gets it now. Further airstrike. Heis!
What?
Outplayed by the ghost of Jakarta.
That's Yehezkiel, and that is flashbacks to Syndrome right then and there. He's on a Farsa of all picks, and he gets to make that outplay. That was unreal.
Look at the flicker, look at the moves, man. Yehezkiel, calm, cool, collected, 0 deaths in this eventful game. Let's take a look at the replay here. Presented by the official tournament smartphone. It started with an abyssal arrow, and Heis trying to capitalize. Hijime is taken out. But look at Heis here, after getting 2 kills, tries to get the better of Yehezkiel, but he's too smooth with it. The Lord was so important for Alter Ego to set this up for a siege situation, but now that it's cleared out, we're back to the neutral, and in fact, Team Liquid ID might have come out on top overall there.
Yeah, they weren't able to get anything from it. No turrets, no nothing, no pressure, nada. So TLID now are holding on to the gold lead, and you can see that gold lead be on Mr. Suyo Fabian Man, as well as Yehezkiel. 2,000 gold ahead. That's a huge lead.
It is Witty. Oh, wow. That's what we were talking about. You can now teleport to these checkpoints from anywhere on the map. Good timing. Wow, that was close.
Adios immediately. But again, look at these Star Shatters coming through from Dreams. They're starting to knock for quite a decent amount, man. Aran can get taken down to 3/4 of his HP with a single Star Shatter. Witty has the Athena, so not as much. But taking a look at the stacks here, Mirko, what do you think as a gold lane player?
I mean, it's all right. It's not crazy by all means. Like usually, I have seen. I mean, Kelra. It's Kelra. To be fair, we might not want to compare it to Kelra, but Kelra might be like on 800 right now. But yeah, it's not bad at all. Highs is farming really, really well. This is definitely above average for Granger farm.
All right, with 20 stacks on the Sky Piercer as well. Again, Alter Ego has a pick-off potential.
Winter Crown.
Oh, interesting.
Huh. He sold his boots for Winter.
I guess against those big moments where maybe the chip shows up behind him, right? It can buy enough time. Look at this though. Oh, get spotted.
Remember though, you don't actually get vision. You know who's there because when you poke them down, you see the HP bar drop up top on your screen. But it's no longer the old Granger where it reveals who's in the bush for everyone.
And you have to tell your teammates audibly as well, hey, there's someone in there, because your teammates don't really get the same kind of vision. Now Alter Ego make the first move. They have the waves kind of set up for them.
Wait. Whoa, cam.
Yeah, it's important. We need to zoom in onto Fabian, you know, just so you can see how locked in he is. And that's a pick onto Fabian. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a lot. I think... Oh no, Witty, shortcut plays down. Fabian is going to take it. I don't know if he has a portal near him. Witty able to flicker out. They're not actually going onto the Lord despite Fabian not being there. Highs gets a kill on Witty. He's going to be taken down. Fabian, look at the angle. No one knows he's there. Highs gets a double. Fabian, can he do it? Rin's taking a whole lot of damage. He uses the Appraiser's Wrath to combo in that red tree, securing it for the team and a 2-for-0 bonus on top of it.
Big L for TLID there. Big L. They were able to put some damage there in the top side of the map, get some damage onto the inhibitor turret, but that's all they were able to get. They weren't even able to get it down. So they lose a run, they lose Witty, they lose control of the Lord despite Fabian looking for that crazy outplay steal. But it's Alter Ego winning that one in the 17th minute of the game. And as they go in for the siege, now this is a lot of range that Alter Ego can actually utilize to their advantage, right? They have the Novaria, they also have the combination and just the range advantage from Hijume, as well as from Dreams and Highs.
Oh my lord.
Man.
There it is. That's
the
damage.
roamer, by the way.
Yeah. What is he sitting on right now, item-wise?
Divine Glaive wishing. Oh, ridiculous amounts of damage coming through from the roam of all people. Witty is in position to try and make something happen, but can he find it again?
Another really good angle for the Astral Echo to lock Aran down, forcing him to flicker out with the Primal Wrath too. Lord still alive, Kyo popping his Mind Force already in the back. Witty pops it in, but Kyo doesn't have his Mind Force. High's gonna be chasing CC, has to win a crown to buy some time. Now his Nino's gonna be taken very low. Not taking down yet, Skill flying by, looking for the stun off the Highs. He gets the kill, but he's now put in a tough situation with no immortality. It was popped earlier, and now it's all TL. Fabian gets another. Hijume is all alone.
2-for-4 trade in the end, ladies and gentlemen. Hijume versus the world. And it looks like Fabian, Aran, and Kyo want blood in return. They're looking for some picks into the mid lane. Gonna be able to pick up this turret as well. This is 30 seconds. Is this an end angle?
Kyo walking up. Mind Force coming down. Hijume is still able to clear the wave. A big move that might have just saved the game. Well played, Hijume.
Wow. That's a full-on move there. A sacrificial play by Hijume, even flickering in. Now with Dreams up, Highs and Nino back soon. Team Liquid ID, they cannot end.
No, they're just gonna take the base turret.
Man, this is an intense one for sure, man. The fact that you can see how Alter Ego crumbles the moment Witty can find his way onto Highs. And to his credit, you can see the attempts from Highs there. He even went into the base of Team Liquid in that fight to really buy some time, to try and get some space between him. But they can't do that. They have to really find where Witty is before they make any moves like that. Back onto the Winter Crown, back to the waiting game, 20 seconds to go. And they have the advantage of having the wave on the bottom lane, auto push basically.
That's why it's so good for Alter Ego. They lose an inhibitor turret, but it's in the mid lane. It's one of the easiest lanes to control, especially in this current scenario. Meanwhile, TLID, they have to keep their eye out and go for housekeeping, right? We saw what the lack of housekeeping was able to do in our first match of the day. And obviously they don't want to replicate the same mistake. Luckily this time though, they have the chip, so they should have that global pressure to kind of work with it. But again, Alter Ego now. What's the plan? They have the range. They've been able to kind of trigger a run and make them, force them in a position to make some really desperate moves.
Whoa. Short coming down though. They go all in. Q in the backwards of Enforce. Hijume taken down by Q. Taunted up, has a Purify. Is able to escape from the Praises Wrath. Now dodging away from Nino as he goes for the chase. Witty taken down by Dreams with the Astral Shot. But it's Fabian who gets rid of Nino. And in the end, it's a TLID win.
Yeah, it was Fabian to pick up the Lord as well. So that's the chain of events that led to that point. Hijume getting taken down first.
Just cannot allow the backline to fall like that. And they were trying to rush things. They asked Nino to start with the Glorious Pathway, but they didn't really have a target inside. Fabian now solo.
2v1 gets shot at, but there's an Evolved Lord marching down in mid. Rin, no retribution. Oh boy. Further airstrike. Rin able to dodge away from the Earth Shatter Flicker, now gets quelled. In the base, it's the Zaman Force Kyo targeting him down as the head skill gets rid of the back line. TLID with a comeback win.
1-0 in this best of 3 series. Ladies and gentlemen, as they are going to be the ones to lead in the series. Match point as well. Interesting chain of events in the final moment there, where Rin just kind of sat there taking the shots from the Feather Airstrike. Was it just a moment of surrender? Like,
I mean, there's not much you can do when the Lord, right, at a 20-minute mark is just pushing towards your base like that. Alter Ego, I feel like they kind of rushed a bit too much in the fight in the bottom lane. That's where things really turned around. This was that fight earlier. Hijume falling a bit too early, even though the fact that Nino and Rin were still way higher than half HP. Because Hijume is no longer there, the damage output kind of went down, and with that Lord being so tanky, there's just no way for them to kind of stop Kyo from just going in, ending the game outright right there and there. Great team effort there from everyone. Witty to find the moment there to go to the back line. Fabian to actually win on in those red tree battles as well. This was a close one.
It was. And that's why I keep saying, for some reason, it just feels to me that Witty just makes or breaks the game for TLID.
He's the main shot caller.
Exactly. If he can find the right opportunities, he can find the right moments. If he shot calls properly, then it's all G for TLID. But if he doesn't...
Oh, that rhymes.
Really?
It's all G for Team Liquid ID.
Oh, cool. Bars.
We saw Witty the Wise that game on the chip.
That was chemistry, bro.
Ain't no party like a Witty party.
True.
That's and when he gets chip, the Witty party.
Indeed. But we're seeing a bit of a shift here. The chip usually means you're gonna have a very strong early to mid game. But, I mean, today at least, the chip always means that you have that, you know, that Hail Mary play in the late game instead, right? We saw that in match number 1.
Yep.
Now in match number 2, similar story.
I don't really see, like, when Edok played the chip, he played it quite similar, right? Very passive, going in bushes.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like a side lane, boom, bam, portal, kill. Side lane, boom, bam, portal, kill. It was very slow, in a way. But this is a crucial moment from that first game.
Sure was. I mean, if Yehezkiel fell here as well, I don't know, there's a better chance for Alter Ego to use the Lord. And while you're clearing the Lord, you're taking pot shots, right? This was the fight where they got sandwiched. I don't think they planned properly where to run because the whole team just scattered, right? Some are trying to go forward, some backwards. And in a game like this, every single second really counts. And that's the MVP right there.
On his, signature chip. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Player of the game goes to Mr. Witty the Wise.
All the way from the early game, looking at what transpired here, all the early game damage was allowing Alter Ego to get control. And afterwards, right, they're kind of overestimating the frontline power. So once they lose Rin or Nino, before the fight really begins, immediately they're forced to concede. Dreams though, accurate on that Novaria for sure. But afterwards, that's the whole idea here. Can they get to Hijume? Can they get to Dreams and Highs? The moment they can, they really do find success. And we did mention how Team Liquid ID didn't really use the macro game too heavily. But this fight right here, where they did lose the Lord, but they were able to get so much value, so many death timers down, and a lot of kills into the hands of Kyo as well, it was pretty good. And that's exactly why Haiz and Hejime tried to counter it, try to take Kyo out of the picture, and they did succeed, but oh man, this moment was pretty cool, man.
Really cool stuff, man. Really good stuff there. Witty as well here. The re-engage from the back, looking for the flank angle. And I think the reason we're not seeing as many, you know, side lane kill moments is because, well, here, there's a Selena and a Varia. If you do that and you get caught, you're going to get punished hard. The vision control was big every single time for Alter Ego, especially like early on. In the late game, when it was harder to keep track on where Kyo is, where Witty is, then we started to see more of these flanks happen.
But in this last fight, Haiz got zoned out for so long, man. I feel like that's one of the bigger factors as well. Despite, you know, the damage that's impressive coming in from Dreams and Hejime, these are all spells that require a long cooldown. The basic attack, the spam ability, the DPS, damage per second, comes from Haiz. And he wasn't active, he wasn't present for the half of the fight, that final fight near the Lord. Too much of a discrepancy for sure, man. And if you look at the items, you mentioned how the Winter Crown was picked up by Haiz on the Granger, but towards the end there, considering that the main issue that they were facing is positioning, it really felt like maybe something, I don't know, he could have gone there. I mean, the Winter Crown, I think he went for it because he traded his boots for the War Axe movement speed as well. So he was just really getting more ways to try to outplay, but Team Liquid ID just has the better, you know, proper team fight, especially when Alter Ego are forced to fight in that Zaman Force, right?
What is it usually? Is it usually just rose gold?
Yeah.
Is that what we were expecting?
He did go rose gold. He had a rose gold, then he sold it. Did he sell it for War Axe? I think he did, because
he did, yeah.
He did have a rose gold. That was what he used to almost outplay Yehezkiel. But I gotta give props to Fabian, dude. Winning out the retry battles for the most part early on really saved them from an Alter Ego snowball with this kind of composition.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess you can also critique Alter Ego for having so much pressure and yet still unable to really find Fabian and zone him out. Because we were talking about vision being something that they really have an advantage on. And still, Fabian found those small windows, those small pathways to get close enough to make it a close retry battle. And it's fortunate for them as well that they have the Suyo with the Soul Sever. So the retry battle that, in theory, it's going to be so one-sided towards the Fredrin becomes a lot more competitive there with that extra factor.
Wait, so I have a question. So what went wrong for Alter Ego here?
They just didn't have a means to end. Like, it was all about poke, but when you get in, when you're in the base firstly, TLID can always heal up, and that isn't a disadvantage because they have a chip to always bring them back into the fight. So even if they get poked down, they can always recall. There's always that side control that Alter Ego don't have, by the way. Who in this team can take care of the side lane?
For Alter Ego?
I guess no one, yeah.
So that's why Kyo was down there. Suyo can be down there. No one can really match them because no one can 1v1 them.
I think earlier the solution they came up with is to send Novaria, send the roamer like Dreams, to clear from such a distance that there's no chance for an engage coming in from Team Liquid. And it worked for a while, but again, with when the chip is in the picture, the pressure is on the team without the chip to try to match that macro-heavy style. And in the end, it was Team Liquid's call to force the Lord that kind of forced Alter Ego to make the play, to kind of force things, and they just did not have this, the right amount of damage to really seal the deal. So it's not Alter Ego messing up, it's more like Team Liquid ID found an opening there to force Alter Ego's hand. And if they were able to manage the early game better, you know, deny Fabian on the Suyo a bit better, then maybe those circumstances would have been a bit more favorable for Alter Ego.
I don't know. For me, it's going to be very hard to do that. I mean, we can say, yeah, they got to set up for Rin, but how do you do that? How do you do that when you have this kind of composition? It's all about poke. The frontliner's just going to take it. And you saw in the first turtle, I thought it was just a pure retry battle. No, it was Witty crash coursing on Fredrin. That's why it was always Fabian getting the wins for the most part. And then 50-50s, in the end, Fabian also won. But at least the first two turtles, we had the others, the CC picks with Edith and with Chip to actually help out.
So before we get into game number 2, we're going to throw it over to Bude because it looks like she's giving out free merch. NBA merch.
Official?
aja gak sih?
Langsung menang aja sih.
Loh. Harus dicoba dong. Ini merchandise spesial.
Oke, boleh.
Mau siapa dulu nih?
Buda yang milih.
Yang pojok sana deh, Bang.
Oke. Boleh dribble, Mas?
Biasa ladies first. Sekarang kita
Di sini aja.
kasih.
Nggak di sini aja dong. Ya gimana ya harusnya?
Di mana nih posisinya yang enak?
Dari sini lah seenggaknya nih,
Oke,
dari
main di
sini.
tengah. Kita mojok.
Lurus. Iya, masa ke sono kan?
Loh.
Lurus. Iya, ke sini.
Yuk. Let's go. Tuh, jangan sampai ke panggung. Oke, push. Punya trik? Saya.
Ya awkward banget ya.
Lurusnya tuh lurus
Lurus
kemana?
Gitu lurus.
Oh, standby.
Mundur lagi, lurus.
Berapa kali nih? Udah, sambil lihat depan gitu, sambil gaya nanti.
Gaya lagi Bang tuh lagi Bang.
Ayo. Sambil lihat kamera
lihat depan,
mungkin.
senyum.
Udah bolanya kabur nanti. Dia begitu fokus sama bolanya ya?
Iya.
Oke. Let's go. Tepuk tangannya dong. Ini pada berharap kalah biar pada bisa dapat merchandise-nya nih. Oke, selanjutnya. Oke, ayo kakak ready? Ayo. Kakak dulu, let's go. Yuk.
Silakan. Gak apa-apa.
Wih, tuh, gak. Boleh mundur. Hap. Wih. Mantap, kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Let's go selanjutnya nih. Tuh, gak.
Oh ini kayaknya pernah.
Bermain. Pernah apa nih?
Main basket.
Main basket.
Iya.
Pernah itu kayak, oke, tunjukkan pesona bermain basketmu. Ini demi official merchandise nih. Kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Yang terakhir nih,
Ini
point guard kita.
By the way bajunya langka nih.
Kamu sengaja ya pakai baju ini ya?
Iya, sengaja
Itu
banget.
Jordan kan? Dia cuma pernah 2 kali pakai baju nomor 45 Michael Jordan.
Wow, jadi kamu sengaja datang ke MPL. Apa nih reaksimu MPL collab sama NBA?
Shock sih, nggak nyambung.
Nyambung loh 5 lawan 5.
Tapi sportnya sih agak jauh ya, kalau disuruh sambung-sambungin gitu.
Teamwork, banyak loh. Tapi mending sekarang kamu coba tunjukkan kemampuanmu. Aduh, grogi, bilangnya grogi. Enggak. Kami yakin kamu bisa. Kasih tepuk tangan, let's go. Yo. Show yourself. Woi.
Kameranya.
Oh. Woo. Ini udah beda kelas nih kayaknya ya. Udah beda kelas nih sepertinya. Fandik, apakah kamu sudah bisa menentukan pilihanmu dari 4 ini atau mau diulang? Atau kamu sudah benar-benar?
Kayaknya harus dari Bude dulu. Bude bisa ngasih poin nggak?
Aduh, kan
Bude kan
kamu
main
yang jadi,
basket.
kamu kan tugasnya jadi juri,
Kan
jadi
kita
wasit.
Kita juri berdua.
Di sini Bude, tim Hore, tepuk
Tim
tangan.
Hore, Oke. Kita
Juri kita.
diurut ya.
Oke. Pemenangnya hanya 1.
Pemenangnya hanya 1.
Pemenangnya
kan
hanya
ada
1.
4.
Pemenangnya hanya 1. Boleh dari tepuk tangan boleh.
God.
Kalau kamu nggak bisa menentukan dari tepuk tangan boleh.
Dari tepuk tangan deh ya. Gak apa-apa kan?
Terserah Fandik.
Iya udah boleh deh kita mulai tepuk tangan dari yang paling ujung dulu baru ke Mas.
Boleh.
Gimana?
Ayo semuanya kasih tepuk tangan kalian untuk yang pojok kanan dulu. Yang tadi yang pertama kan pojok kanan.
Oh yang ini dulu ya. Tepuk tangan buat Mas jaket hitam.
Kakak jaket coklat berarti nih.
Oke, selanjutnya tepuk tangan untuk kakak jaket coklat.
Ayo, kakak kaos putih.
Dan kakak kaos putih tepuk tangannya. Dan yang terakhir kakak baju Jordan tepuk tangannya di mana?
Siapa?
Wow.
Aduh, sepertinya pemenangnya sih sudah agak obvious, Budi.
Iya, saya lihat karena tadi dribblenya udah bukan 1 tangan lagi, 2 tangan kanan kiri.
Ya. Kalau ini kan masih maju mundur kayak latihan nyetir gitu ya.
Oh iya.
Iya kan, ya.
Kita akan berikan merchandise-nya langsung.
Kepada
Langsung aja dikasih nggak sih?
Hey.
Congratulations!
Sebenarnya dukung Onyx, tim kesayangannya Onyx. Tapi karena temen aku suka AE, jadi semangat buat AE, semoga menang. Balesin lah 2-1 sama lah.
Balesin. Oke, thank you banget ya kakak. Thank you so much. Ini juga boleh dong. Kasih salam, kasih pesan-pesan. Mau pesen nasi goreng? Jangan ya.
Oke, semangat terus ya buat yang pemain yang ada di sini.
Siapa tuh?
Aku tadi suka Widi.
Widi.
Semangat ya Widi.
Oke, semangat Widi. Asik. Ini mah yang menang banyak Widi. Thank you banget ya kakak. Thank you. Nice job banget, keren. Dan mau ada pesan-pesan?
AE 21.
Wow. Thank you
Jelas.
ya. Thank you kakak. Thank you. Ini topinya mau ditunjukin gak sih? Mau langsung dilepas dipakai gak sih?
Oke, dibuka ya. Oke. Aduh, susah lagi.
Pamerin dong kepada dunia.
Wow, kita dapat topi merah guys. Buat alter ego, yeay.
Woohoo. Udah berapa tahun main basket kak?
2
tahun. Ada player favorit?
Yanis Antetokounmpo.
Oh ini dong.
Lah. Kamu suka sama Van Dijk?
Yanis.
No comment.
No comment. Tapi itulah dia. Pemenangnya sudah didapatkan, thank you banget yang udah, ini baru batch 1 loh. Kita bakal ada batch kedua kan? Batch kedua, jadi sekali lagi tepuk tangan untuk Kak
Malika.
Kak Malika! Woo! Thank you banget so much. Udah boleh kembali karena selanjutnya kita bakal mau cari yang lain. Buat hadiah selanjutnya, buat merchandise selanjutnya. Dan kayaknya yang kedua ini kita masih bingung nih, bakal ada lagi atau enggak karena mengingat para player-player juga udah pada mau ready. Satu dengan cepat atau gimana? Satu lagi, terima kasih sudah boleh kembali, udah boleh balik ke tempat duduk. Di still dulu, saya still. Ha! Wes.
Ini megang dua buat apa ya?
Ya buat nanti siap-siap. Let's go. Ayo 4 orang yang berani lagi sini ke depan. Ngadu sama Bude dan juga Van Dijk. Weh, siapa tuh? Wah mantap, 1. 3 lagi, siapa pemain basket di sini?
3 aja, 3.
2.
Oke.
Ada lagi. Let's go.
Itu mau.
Coba basket dong.
Ayo. Pegang mic ya sekalian ya.
Oke, langsung aja ya. Kita main cepet. Satu-satu langsung aja. Satu-satu langsung. Di sini karena kamu udah muncul duluan. Ini namanya siapa? Udah selalu ini. Setia banget di sini.
Namanya Evan. Pendukung tim Liquid ID.
Oke, kamu keren banget Cavalry. Mau langsung gak sih? Coba tunjukin. Kita langsung aja satu persatu ya. Gaspol, kita minggir dulu ya. Kita melipir dulu. Kita lihat Nat. Lihat, siapa tadi namanya?
Evan.
Oke, Evan, tunjukkan gaya dribblemu. Let's go. Wait. Woo. Sekarang tugasnya Van Dijk menilai 1 sampai 10.
Udah nilai.
Kasih tahu dong.
Jangan.
Oh, jangan. Oke. Woohoo. Oke, itu dia. Dari Evan, selanjutnya yang kedua ini boleh ke tengah. Namanya siapa?
Ruby.
Pasti dukung
Alter ego dong.
Oh iya ya, dari jersey-nya udah kelihatan ya. Tapi langsung aja Ruby, let's go. Tunjukkan kemampuan dribblemu. Woohoo!
Woi.
Wow, kanan, kiri. Woi, yeay.
Nice try.
Berapa Van Dijk?
Nanti.
Oke, selanjutnya next. Boleh.
Langsung biar cepet.
Perkenalkan.
Let's go lari.
Cila. Let's go Cila. Go Cila, go. Wow. Cila kenapa ketawa ya? Ngeliat mukanya Van Dijk ya. Maju boleh, mundur boleh, ke kanan kiri boleh. Jangan dibawa pulang ya bolanya Cila. Jangan. Udah dapat nilainya?
Udah.
Oke, thank you Van Dijk. Next. Ini siapa nih namanya?
Hani.
Oh, Hani. Let's go Hani. Oke, it's time. Hani to shine. 1, 2. Ini model apa ini? Van Dijk bisa ngasih tau model mungkin dari playstyle-nya?
Dia catwalk, dia catwalk.
Oh, basketball catwalk. Ayo
Sekali lagi, oke ya.
Tadi belum serius, ini serius mode on. Izin
Tapi
serius
gue gak pernah lihat Bude orang main basket.
Sama sih, ini new style, new generation.
Oke.
Oke, langsung aja para pemain boleh langsung berjejer di tengah-tengah. Untuk kalian semua, Fandik bakal langsung memberikan hadiahnya kah?
Yes, karena ini player udah pada duduk juga, udah mau draft kan.
Yes.
Jadi langsung kita berikan saja hadiahnya kepada pemenangnya adalah Eva.
Wow, congratulations Evan. Girls, nanti di belakang kamera kita bisa cubit Fandik bareng-bareng ya.
Sabar ya, sabar ya.
Tapi nggak apa-apa, keren banget. Kasih tepuk tangan dong buat yang main di sini. Gila, gila di sini makin rame. Mungkin kita bakal main lagi nanti Fandik.
Boleh.
Kita belum duel, tapi kita duel di belakang kamera aja karena dua tim udah siap. Caster, monggo, monggo, monggo. Kita mau duel di sini. Woohoo!
And we're back for game number 2. After 2 games went down.
Amazing dribbling.
Back there, guys. 2 free official NBA merge. Who wouldn't want that?
Dude, Sheffin,
wouldn't?
what are you doing? Sheffin
Where
is
are
like
you,
the
bro?
biggest NBA fan in the building, but he's not in the building. This is the week that you need to be here, dude. You can. Hey, sorry to the contestants, but if Sheffin was here, he would show them how to dribble properly. Because Sheffin was a pro back in the day until he broke his foot.
He injured his knee, I think.
Yeah.
I think it grew back on now at that point, you know, so there's that. You know, he's tall as well, so, you know, that's a factor.
That's what stopped his basketball career, seriously.
No, growing back?
You know, like the whatever tore has grown back in his knee.
Yep.
Oh, like a ligament tear.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Because I thought his knee broke and his knee
What
grew, and I'm like confused and everything. But
Yeah, I mean, if it
did
broke,
grow back.
it will heal. When it's healing, all the damage grows back. You know what I mean?
the damage grows back.
Damage, okay, that, right.
The damage part
Okay.
grows when it's healing back. Dude, okay. Anyhow,
Let's
Yes.
stick to
Back to
MLBB.
let's
Yeah.
see what Alter Ego can do after they got their ankle broken in the previous game.
Oh, man. I don't think they got
now-
their ankle broken.
Because they were on track to win, and then
No, they got bodied, Arashi.
they just got
got bodied.
This physical
What
diff.
does bodied mean?
Like
when-
shoulder checked.
Ah.
So the guy is holding the ball, you just
So what I
boom,
do to
shove.
Papulong?
What?
What?
Yeah, you body Papulong all the time. Yes,
Okay.
that's true.
So, with that being said, Alter Ego now have first pick. Do you think that this may change the outcome for Alter Ego?
Here's the thing. Do you pick Chip? Do you ban Fanny? On blue side. Those two questions. Because Rin does not play Fanny. Notoriously, Zephyr has actually called him out in his streams.
Was that a mistake?
Well, no, everybody kind of knows it anyways. But hey, Zephyr also, he likes to throw shade to Rin, man. He roasted Rin's Wikipedia page because
Why?
he never made it top 3. He's always like 6'8", 6'8". He's like, what is this? Yeah.
I see.
That's
Oh,
that's bonding
baby.
right there. That's how men bond.
I see that. That's why you're very aggressive to everyone.
Not everyone. My girlfriend's safe.
For now.
Well, depends on the occasion.
Right. Well, on this occasion, what are they gonna let through, man? And is there still room for the Lo Yi to be picked up against the Chip? You know what I mean? Because before it was kind of equal, Lo Yi and Chip. But now with the Chip kind of seeming to wane in the early to mid game, you know, maybe there's a spot for Lo Yi somehow.
Luo Yi as in to be left open?
To be traded with the Chip.
To be traded with the Chip.
I don't think so.
Do you think that the Chip and the Luo Yi have equal value?
No, not at all. I don't think
Same.
Chip has equal value to anyone right now. I mean, you saw how crazy it was. Witty could escape from a gank, like, you know, everybody tried to all in him. He just, portaled away.
So I think there's an
Houdini out.
argument to be made for Phoveus instead of the Luo Yi.
Obvious. Obvious?
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft from game number 1.
Interesting.
But that was TLID who banned the Phoveus, right? So I
Yeah.
guess the thing is TLID can go for the same bans again because they don't need to ban Fanny. They want Fanny. They know Rin can't play Fanny. This is why blue side, this is why maybe Alter Ego chose red.
But what do you think about the impact of the Harith in game number 1, man? Because Kyo was pretty passive throughout the whole game, but towards the end there, when the fights became a proper all-in, Kyo was the one outputting the damage. In fact, in the previous game, he was, let me see here, 10,000 damage above highs. Yep. So, do you think that the Harith became that winning factor there?
Yeah. The big problem with the Harith is you just get poked down too much before you can even gap close. But that's why it was Harith with chip. I gotta add that, right? We gotta add the chip part. Because if it wasn't for the chip, the Harith would always just be zoned away. He would have a quarter of his HP every engage.
Fair point. Right now though, Fanny, Chip, and Kalea for Alter Ego. Interesting indeed. Lo Yi, Tushin, so no global play. Is this where the Moskov comes back in after, after all the options are exhausted?
Not first pick though.
Right now we're looking at 3 open jungle bans. And the Granger. So the Granger does get prioritized here in the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And now SDL has the pick of the picks, right? Suyo's open, Joy's open. If they want to go Fredrin's also an option that they can go for.
Fredrin, I mean, early on, I feel like they can use it since their second pick, right? They're gonna have to force Alter Ego to show their first 2 final picks in the first phase. Oh wow, that's really early.
Yeah.
I thought they were gonna use that Fredrin threat to kind of deny the assassins away from Alter Ego. Joy Hilda.
Okay. Does this mean they're saying, Rin, go back on the Fredrin? We are not convinced that you are a good Fredrin, good enough to stop Fabian.
Could be. Could be. This is also a very TLID first phase pick, right? Joy and the Hilda. Huge power pick on the Hilda. A huge power pick on the Joy too, which is why we brought it up before this match even begun. Alter Ego have a plan of their own as they're going to be bringing in the Hayabusa for Rin, and the Hylos.
Hayabusa, Hylos. Good front line, so this is looking a bit similar to a comp we saw, I think earlier, was it earlier today or yesterday, where it's just poke down the front line and then allow the Hayabusa to just find windows when people are low. That could be the angle Alter Ego is going to go for. For Team Liquid though, having the Hilda and the Joy, I feel like they have enough pressure in the early game to really stave off a lot of the damage coming in from Alter Ego. If the Hilda stays on curve, a lot of this poke damage, unless Alter Ego triple downs on it, like they did earlier in game number 1, this Hilda can soak up that poke damage no problem.
Let's take a look at the last pick. Oh!
All the injustice in the
world. So, not going to utilize the Hilda as flex. We haven't seen a lot of flex Hilda today. It was on the hands of Edoc. Yesterday was on the hands of Keyboy. Okay, so Cho, Hilda, Joy. I thought that the Irithel would come through earlier there. But alright, we're entering the second phase of the bans now. TLID. What did they take away? Mage and Rome. Yeah, Rome or EXP, the Hylos will be on the hands of Dreams. I think more on,
Well, the Selena though gets respected immediately. As interesting. You would think that with a Cho and Hilda, they wouldn't really mind the Abyssal Arrows too much. But again, it's just something that kind of forces them to play a certain way. And maybe they want to make sure that Witty on the Cho will have ample time to just go for those flank plays, catch the members of Alter Ego off guard. Moskov is the response from Alter Ego, so they really don't want to make this a macro game. They want the brawl. They feel like they can beat Team Liquid ID when it comes down to it, if it's a muscle showdown.
Tigreal gets banned out by TLID. Signature Dreams pick. Again, like you mentioned, I don't think they're convinced either that this Hylos is going into the hands of Dreams, so they respect that. Alter Ego now have the option to ban out the Irithel that failed to be picked in the first phase. So that's an option that they can take, and then force maybe Kyo on a hero that he's not as comfortable on, right? The options for Kyo would be either Bruno carry. We've seen a significant rise of popularity for the Clint, but that's also something that Kyo has not been seen play in MPL ID.
We haven't seen a lot of crazy Clint performances so far. We do see the potential in the early game by all means, but there's so many things to consider when it comes down to the early game. And right now, Vexana is the option that Alter Ego has taken away from Team Liquid. The Irithel is on the board, is an option. Do they want to go for that though, or do they want to go with something with a bit more burst? Considering they have a lot of pick-off potential here with the Joy and Cho.
How crazy would it be if they go Novaria and carry, right?
Oh.
Payback.
Okay, they go Farsa, but this last pick could still be a carry, knowing that, again, for Alter Ego, they have Hylos. If they go for another tanky member, Cho carry could work. They could have that instant burst, but obviously, safe choice would be Irithel.
Maybe Valentina for Alter Ego? They want to get the Feather Airstrike value?
Feather Airstrike value? That depends on what this gold lane's gonna be, right? If it's something that can be zoned away with the Feather Airstrike, then maybe it's something worth considering. Otherwise, I think they're better off going with something that can provide some reliable crowd control. Against the Cho, against the Hilda, right? If you have good crowd control, those are slows though, right? You can't really stop a Cho and Hilda using that, but Novaria is indeed the option that they have gone for.
So they want to go for the Novaria Granger signature, combination that we've been seeing so far. And the crowd control comes from the Khalid, I guess.
Yeah. That's only the ultimate though that can be really used to stop a proper aggression. Aside from that, it's just damage.
They could be anticipating the Irithel pick, right, with the Khalid?
Yeah, but again, that means the carry is wide open. That's why they actually chose the last pick, the gold lane.
Yep.
2 very tanky picks, a Hayabusa that can be locked down, but they will still go for the Irithel.
Right, as expected right here. And I mean, the Irithel, it doesn't really seem like a tank shredder, never has been. It's more of a burst crit type of hero. We've seen that experimental build where the Irithel runs the Demon Hunter sword as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know about that, right? I feel like you might as well, instead of kind of branching out.
Do you remember who did that? Who was that?
I actually don't.
Is that Savero?
It might be, but I'm not sure. But instead of branching out to be able to deal with the tanks, kind of, I think it's better to just double down on the burst potential. So we'll see if anything interesting happens when it comes to the itemization.
Lineup rating favors TLID now.
I agree.
And Mirko agrees, and I think that's enough, ladies and gentlemen. But can they execute it properly is the question. Match point, one more game away of continuing history. 5 times already in a row were they able to beat Alter Ego. Can they make it a 6? Let's head over into the court of Dawn.
High stake matchup for Alter Ego and TLID to battle for 4th, 5th place.
And Alter Ego start a fast break and just take a point back. But look at Dreams trying to be a nuisance, forced to use the flicker very early on instead. Alter Ego, they have this aggressive roamer in the hands of Dreams. It can do a lot of healthy damage in the early game, but will that be enough? And can they capitalize on it? We'll have to wait and see. Right now with ooh, Hijime getting so low.
Yep. Early game here, man. Novaria gonna have to keep his... Oh, hold up. Dreams. Damage back. Aran rotating mid.
Gonna do a lot of damage. And for Team Liquid ID, 3 members on their team have the Wilderness Blessing. I believe it's Aranya, Heskil, and Witty. So rotations, man. It's about getting to places before Alter Ego can. And if that happens, even if they have Dreams, the aggressive early game roam, it might not even be enough.
Oh, good steal from Fabian. Rin still has the retry, and that's why they'll give over the XP Crab.
This is typical TLID behavior. Very aggressive with the Cho-Hilda duo. Aran on his signature pick as well. It looks like Rin is looking for something back.
Gonna be, oh wow, no kill. Rin deciding not to go for the shadow kill. Dreams might be punished here. Sun already very low. Revitalized from Nino, and he gets close enough to get that healing.
Dreams also is going to be able to escape from now. That's no casualties on the board for the first 2 minutes of the game. We can be expecting a little bit more aggression, as look at the position from Aran right now. Already looking for information.
Whoa.
That's some damage back onto Witty though.
Stun, shadow kill. Witty able to flicker out to safety. Gets shot. Star Shatter from Hijime.
Across the field immediately. It's a lot of risk taken by Witty right there, and he got punished for it. That's great patience by Alter Ego. Waiting on the spells, but look at Fabian.
Retreat used by both, still a win there. He has skill. Running away, a win from Rin. Fabian now walking up again. Won't be able to get the second part of the dash. No turtle fight just yet. Both the assassins back to the jungle.
Yeah, no retribution, so no turtle. So we do have a little bit more time. It looks like Rin is going to be using this time to get his purple buff before anything. Witty is coming. Has that information knows it has been taken out, and Dreams is trying to punish Weedy. Not going to be able to take him down too.
Alright, already Dreams making his way towards the orange buff, trying to find where Fabian is. Does spot him, but no, both teams just waiting for a chance to make some kind of pickoff happen. Team already have the better chance of doing so, man. The Raging Sandstorm, Altrigo really isn't all that surprising. So right now, I think Altrigo is just waiting for Hijime to try and do some more damage, zone a bit longer. Okay, let's take a look at this. National Echo reveals Witty, walks up with the dragon! Oh, he gets the lockdown, but he falls! Now on the back, it's Dreams with the Raging Sandstorm. Fabian's still able to walk up, and Rin gets it a bit too quickly. Glorious pathway from Nino to send him back into the mid lane. Winning fight for Alter Ego.
Absolutely. 3 minutes in, a 1,000 gold lead, a neutral objective on the board as well, and it looks like Fabian is falling a little bit behind in terms of those resources. Still at level 6. Now just reach level 7 where Rin, oh wait a second, kill, 2v1. Boom!
Heavy crossbow. Whew. That Ducati's fast. Jump out of the way, zoom out. Aran now trying to have pressure in the EXP lane, trying to roam and get into the jungle potentially. He might get punished though. Pops in a sprint, is able to run laps around this XP lane up top. Dreams, Raging Sandstorm, Witty trying to go for the chase, doesn't have anything left. Dreams gets away. Oh. Alright, the late recall.
Okay. Audience prediction by Gope, 60% for Alter Ego. So still a substantial amount. It was 90% earlier on. Looks like TLID fans have shown up here in game number 2. Surprisingly enough, it's still Alter Ego that's holding on the control though. 1,500 gold lead and counting. Is there a moment in time where TLID can look for an advantage? Maybe a power spike that hits in mid-game?
Wait, the dragon. I'm not too sure if they actually want to go on this. Witty almost just solo killing Hijime. Shadow kill placed on him. Still has the flicker. Will just have to use it. The glorious pathway and everything. All their members are up top. That's kind of ridiculous when both roamers keep trying to bait. He kind of just go in aggressively and have been able to bait out a lot of resources. Now Aran, as the second marathon runner, gets out, allows Fabian to go for a bit of a steal there as well. When it comes to item power spikes, as long as the damage starts rolling through, these roamers can no longer get away with moves like this. But that might come through at the 8th minute. Oh, look at this play though. Kick, but it's only onto Dreams. Feather airstrike! Oh, obliterated! Witty traded back. Aran trying to run away, gets into the bush and gets the healing. Roam for roam trade.
Yeah, you were just talking about the roamers as well. Visual objective take.
Gotta kill. Use retreat win for Flavor Fave. Still locked down. Highs with Rhapsody, able to claim the damage, claim the kill. Aran gets away. Turtle for kill on jungle.
What do you think about that trade? Do you think it's worth it?
Oh boy, considering who the kill is for and the context here, I don't know. I feel like going for the members, going for the kills might be more beneficial here when both junglers are assassins and they might go for like a 1v1 showdown down the road. For now, I feel like Rin definitely feels like he gets a bit more off that. And a quick point, by the way, since a bit earlier, Highs on the Granger actually outperforming Kyo when it comes to the farm. The Irithel really is not winning in the farming department.
How far behind is the Irithel? Can we see the gold right now?
It was about 500 gold earlier, but now it's shrunken down to more or less about 400, 500 gold, which is quite surprising considering that, you know, the Irithel is picked as a quote-unquote counter towards the Granger, but Highs, I guess the kill also allows him to get a bit more. Yeah. Good zone in the back by Nino and Hijime. With the Astral Echo, TLID back to their trading ways, but so far, looks like Alter Ego have been the ones getting the better trades across the board.
Yeah, permanent structure up top there, going to go down in favor of Alter Ego. Fabian, being the joy that we are very accustomed to, will find a trade back. So that tower does fall in favor of TLID as well. And now we're back down to this. I mean, technically, the Irithel has been lacking in assists or kills, right? 0-0-0 on the score line as well. Highs already has second item, Side Piercer built in. So I think there's a lot more that he can work with at this point of the game as compared to the Irithel, who maybe needs a little bit more time to get to those item power spikes.
For sure. I wonder if the idea for TLID ID is just play safe, avoid the big skirmishes, the big trades, and then play for the long macro game later. Witty go!
Oh my god, wait, the dragon from Witty! Win taken down! Witty able to flicker around now. Fabian, electrifying beats! High second low, taken out by the usurper! Hijume next as Yehezkiel flies by. It's a double for Fabian. Yehezkiel flickers out, recalls, and only Nino is left standing up against the cavalry.
Witty the Wise strikes again here in game number 2, completely shifting the tides. 4 members taken down for the price of none. TLID are going to be able to pick up a structure plus a free Lord here in the 8th minute of the game. Talk about groundbreaking.
Oh boy, I would love to see a replay of that. The turret aggro juggle after getting the pick off when they're chasing down the members of Alter Ego under their own turret. That was so good. Yeah, Haskell himself flew in. Oh, as requested here, the replay presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Look at that, the pick off initially, and afterwards, right? Fabian with no deterrent immediately goes in, dives the turret, dives even deeper to get Hijume, and Haskell picks up the aggro right here. He flickers out and does not get taken out. Ghost of Jakarta, man. Wow.
Yeah. Perfect synergy of damage as well, not only just magic, but also from physical, right? Kyo was able to get the Berserker Fury right on time before that take. So we saw the damage. Wait a second.
Really crazy reaction time from Kyo. Able to disengage from the Raging Sandstorm. Dreams taken down by Yezkiel. In the back, Fabian jumping in, electrifying beats. Gets the assassination on Rin.
That's it. A 1-for-2 trade again in favor of TLID, a 2,000 gold lead. But in the end, that Lord does still fall. That damage does come through onto Hijume, but not enough to take him down. That should be a turret falling into the bottom lane as well as the top lane. So the structures, the outer structures were the targets for TLID with that Lord push.
1, 2, 3, no, he's out. Man, it's just the burst damage potential here with the Farsa, with the lockdown that the Cho provides as well. Again, Dreams has the Raging Sandstorm, but it doesn't displace you. It doesn't last as long as the Weight of the Dragon. And on top of that, with burst damage coming in, physical and magical, with Kyo and Fabian working in tandem, not to mention the mobility that the Joy has over the Hayabusa, how you're able to target, find your targets and locate them more efficiently than the Hayabusa, with a bit of random factor in the shadow kill. Team Liquid idea, just focusing their damage on the right members at the right time. And Alter Ego cannot match it just based on their composition, on the hero selection. So tough for Alter Ego to do anything at this point. What do, right? Like, I mean, they had the lead, they needed that lead, and now it's gone. Oh, the Aerithal is starting to really hurt, and Kyo. Hey man, fair play. That was a crazy reaction to the Raging Sandstorm. He just dodged out of it with a heavy crossbow like it was nothing.
I mean, can they just utilize their range? Or do they still continue to look for picks like this? It looks like Dreams is looking for information to get something like that. But remember, Alter Ego still have both highs as well as Hijume.
Well,
and technically TLID don't have an answer like the chip this time around when they're going against Poke.
Yeah, Alter Ego, I think that's the only advantage they have right now is the fact that oh wow!
Witty again, finding highs, Kyo with the follow! And now in the back is favorite electrifying beach, Dreams, Raging Sandstorm, Nino, Glorious Pathway. It's all used to disengage, but Witty, man, wow!
At this point, I don't think Highs or Hijume can walk around without escort, man. Nino has to be around to kind of stun Witty, because otherwise that's what's going to happen again and again. It's going to be a free Lord, potentially. Alter Ego moving in to try and do something.
Yeah, trying to punish Yehezkiel, still able to get out with the Waves by Wings. Here comes Fabian.
They don't have highs, fighting like this! Oh man, it's suicide! Witty going back in, Rin able to find the kill, but Nino's gonna be up next for sure. Glorious Pathway to run away. Fabian on the Lord, highs already respawning back in the game. Dreams for Witty, 1-for-1 trade so far. TLID disengage.
Oh, Fabian
with a dive! Oh, big mistake! A blunder from the Usurper. Rin doesn't have the shadow kill just yet. Only poking around down with the help of highs. Kill! Walking up, Nino very low. Not enough damage to take him down. Aram with a bong. 2-3 gets it. XP for XP. Astral Echo on Yehezkiel. Flicker out from Yehezkiel.
What are they doing? What are TLID doing? A very scattered way to approach this Lord fight when initially they already were able to go in this without the presence of highs.
Rin, assassination, able to find Yehezkiel in the back with a shadow kill. Witty, unable to reach. Oh! What a steal against the Hayabusa! Saves the day. Rin kick back. Kyo with the damage. Not able to take him down just yet.
No
Rin
way.
gets away. Kyo again. Heavy crossbow with the sprint. Chasing them down. Looking for the kill. Highs gets the killing spree. Favor with the electrifying beats. Looking for the chase. Looking for the kills. Dreams falling. And TLID. I guess they won that.
1v4 situation. Able to get the Lord. But I don't know how much value they're going to be able to extract with the Lord this time around. We do see Yehezkiel trying to go back into the fray with the wings by wings, but man, that was messy from both parts.
Fabian trying to do something. Aran catching Nino. The Lord won't be escorted here because in the backline, Rin is lurking around. Team Liquid ID though, despite the fact that they're unable to use the actual Lord, they have waves to work with, first of all. But in the bottom side, because they were forcing Altrigo to keep responding, to keep cycling and rushing to the Lord pit, to the Lord area, the base tower has been taken purely by minions.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's value.
You know what? No matter what happens, that's character development for Kyo.
Yep.
We've always been saying that Kyo is too safe compared to Aaron Sheik. He can't make those insane plays. And here we saw he was able to go for what was that? A 1v what situation? 1v3 situation, steal the Lord, still be brave enough to dish out the damage on the rest of the members of Alter Ego, where okay, eventually he was taken down, but that's the confidence that we were waiting for from Kyo.
At that point, the damage is done. The Lord is taken. It's denied from Alter Ego, more importantly than anything right there. So now, there's no scenario where Alter Ego can get control again, can pressure and go for their own pickup attempts. They're the ones with the Novaria, by the way. They're the ones that want to play this long-distance game. Oh, look at that. Team Liquid ID are the ones with that burst power. So without the Lord now, Team Liquid ID can go back into it. Full court press, pressure on all three lanes.
I guess the good thing about this situation right now for TLID is the fact that they're on the Iritel, right, for the gold lane. So even if there's poke coming through from, you know, Highs or Hijume, the Haas Claw's presence for the Iritel can actually make that all up. Let's look at the skill hit rate for Hijume. 28.9%, 70 out of 20 hits. What do you think about that?
Well, you can say that it's low, but again, the Novaria doesn't always aim to do damage with the spell. Sometimes it's just to check, just to zone out. Especially against Witty's Cho, it's understandable that you're going to be expending a lot more spells in a scouting manner. But they have spotted Aran. Witty, though, was not found right there, but he will back away. They're just trying to pressure here to get the wave going. And then it's back to that Lord situation where Team Liquid ID has shown that they are just levels right now above Alter Ego. When it comes to the spontaneous adaptation, when it comes to pressing the issue, they have been doing so much better than Alter Ego since game number 1.
No?
Just opening in the bush. Another battle that TLID have an advantage for because of the wave down below. Look at that. Slow pushing for TLID is Fabian. Oh, damage. Wow, wait. Dream's gonna be, oh, electrifying beach. Rin. Shadow kill in. Nino needs to go for the stun. Fabian taken down by the Star Shatter. Rin with the quad shatter. Yehezkiel flickering forward. Winnie! Feathered airstrike. Yehezkiel bites him in a crown. Pops it just in time as Dreams looks for the kill. In the back, it's Highs falling to Kyo. A late with nature as Kyo is able to kite away. Slowed down by Nino. Hijume looking for the shot onto Kyo. Let's see if he can find it, and he does. Witty caught in the bad spot. Has the immortality. Has it popped, and it will be Witty trying to run away, trying to get out. Shunpu taken down by Hijume.
Aran, the only member from the side of TLID left standing. And this feels like an Uno reverse card scenario for Alter Ego. What happened?
What happened was Fabian got a bit too overzealous there, trying to get a kill onto the roamer. It would have been nice, but it was not critical to their victory. And because of that, he gets taken out, even though Team Liquid ID are the ones that are winning.
Oh, maybe now he gets it. Yes, he does.
A delayed solo kill on Dreams. It's just a slugfest, dude. Back and forth again and again. Now
Yeah.
we're back to what was earlier. Where we started. Exactly, man. And now Team Liquid ID has a chance to make it play it a bit more slow. Heskio literally flickered forwards in between 3 members to secure the kill onto Rin and Highs. I mean, that's cool, but we can see that it's just not a winning play. So Team Liquid ID, play it slow, bro.
Where is Rin? Aran has eyes on him. No quad shadow. That should be the green light for TLID. Lord still at half. Dreams. 8 seconds for him to spawn in the game. Witty zoning away for the airstrike coming down, and that will be a free Lord to the cavalry.
Okay, they need to disengage. Rin doesn't want to let it slide, but he actually doesn't commit onto that. Also, we were talking about the DHS. DHS built in for Kyo on the Irito.
Yeah, last item. Probably to give him a bit more healing with the physical attack, basic attacks, and also to deal with the Hylas, I guess, because Nino basically solo killed him there. He was full HP after finishing Highs off, and Nino just stuck to him like glue, and he couldn't do anything about it. So that might be the idea, right? It's a necessity more than anything. We're seeing why that's the option. But now with the Lord, Aran.
Whoa, all in on Aran. Winter Crown in time. Fabian in the back. Oh, full time from Fabian. He pops into Winter Crown, does a little damage. Front door airstrike. Yeah, Heskio gets it, Fabian. Taken down by Rin. That's a gold lane for a jungler. Rin's running the wrong way. TLID want to capitalize.
That was personal though from Rin. Consistently always looking for Fabian to take out first, and he does get eliminated for the 4th time in this game. This Lord is still pushing. Witty goes in for the conceal.
Nino, in the midst of it all, Heskio has to kite away. Flickers out the safety. The glorious pathway plays down, but Kyo is still free hitting. That's Dreams. Limited damage, still able to get away. Healing enough to take him to live. A shot from the Stars Chatter and the Feather Airstrike. We got a game in our hands.
Yeah, still no push, still no successful siege. And I still don't think they're going to be able to pick this inhibitor turret down either. TLID going back. They did put some damage onto the turret, but it doesn't get taken down. A successful defense from El Familia.
Team Liquid ID with the window right there. They wanted to go for the end. They wanted to show Altrigo who's the man. But because of that, they aren't able to get any more advantages. No, none of the base turrets taken out, although they are very, very close. Now we're back to where we were a couple of minutes ago, but the game is looking closer than ever.
Wait, is this right? 77,000 damage from Hijume compared to Yeskill's 46,000.
Yep, it is accurate. That's Novaria for you with a Wishing Lantern. Again, you proc that item like 2 or 3 times with a single spell cast. That's something that the Novaria only can do, I think. Now with the Holy Crystal as well. Oh boy. Team Liquid ID, now they can still win if they're decisive, but they are going to be facing a lot more urgency to go and get things done before the HP bars fall too low.
It's 18-16. Only a 1,000 gold lead for Alter Ego in this 20th minute of the game. This is so close. Wait.
Winter Crown buys the immortality. Rin able to escape. No shadow kill. Witty. Conceal. Has Flicker. Won't be able to go on anyone just yet. Nino holding Aran down. Bottom wave shoved in, but it's cleared by Highs.
Well, still going to be pushing in favor of TLID though, so it's still an advantage that TLID are holding on to, considering that this Lord has spawned in the top side of the map. That's something that they can work with. That's something that they can play with.
Dreams has no Raging Sandstorm though. He used it earlier in that engagement. Now, oh, look at the damage
on Nino. Trying to shut him down. Dreams looking for an angle to go Raging Sandstorm in. Quad Shadow not landing on anyone. Fabian in the bush. And the emote. That emote. Oh man, that's a good emote.
It's pretty meme. Not fitting the circumstance, not fitting the situation right here. But again, Team Liquid ID, sustain from the poke damage. Don't get forced into anything. Let that wave on the bottom lane push and see if Fabian can make a Fabian-esque play to really end it out dominantly for Team Liquid ID.
I mean, like, hopefully not the past few Fabian-esque moves, right?
No Novaria. He has been seen in the bottom lane, clearing out the wave still. Only now does he make his move back in towards the Lord. Glorious Pathway already baited out. Aran doing a good job and zoning them in the back as Heskio pops in. The Feather Airstrike gets stunned with the Raging Sandstorm and all in into the back. Heskio still able to get away. Now pops into with a crown and buys a lot of time.
Oh no!
Star Shatter here. He's still able to kite away. Just one shot should take him down. Way the dragon to peel. Kyo dodging bullets! Kyo! How has he done that? Immortality pop for both Highs and Kyo with a crowd. Dreams of the dive. Highs with the kill in the bottom lane. That's Fabian pushing in though. As TLID look to Fabian to end the game. Rin versus Fabian in the bottom lane. Fabian getting the immortality. Now looking for the base. Rin taking low. Quad Shadow. Immortality down with the help of the Glory's pathway. Fabian buys the rose gold, but it's not enough to end the game. Not enough to escape.
Oh man, what are the chain of events that's been happening over and over again? Man, the Alter Champs must be on the edge of their seat. That was almost an end. But Alter Ego continuously say no.
It really feels like Team Liquid ID could find other ways to approach this game right now. But they want vengeance, man. They want to show that we can brawl it as well. There have been so many questions about the mechanics. Aran.
All the stacks on Aran. He makes it to the bush. Raging Sandstorm! That's enough to pin him down. Rin gets a kill. 60 seconds on the death timers.
Unforgiving. They're unforgiving at this point of the game. We're already in the 23rd minute of the game, bypassing the duration of our first game that only went to 21. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TLID on the back foot. I don't think that they can contest at this point.
No Fabian, no Aran.
They have the wave on the bottom lane to work with. They have the damage bonus from the Lord, but it's going down quick, man. Fabian rushing to save the game for his team.
Oh no, he can't make it. Witty, can he do it? He goes for the seal Rin. This time, not missing Retribution. Witty with the way of the dragon. Feather airstrike landing onto Highs. Raging Sandstorm canceling it out, and TLID, they'll survive with Witty. But the Lord is in the hands of Alter Ego.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. We're here for the long run. 24 minutes and counting. Let's see what Alter Ego can do with the Lord.
Let's see, because it's been very brawl-centric for both of these teams for the past 24 minutes, honestly, from the get-go. That Lord is pushing into the top lane, but we already see the position coming in from TLID over there. They should be able to clear this out.
Yeah, they got too many waves to deal with. Feather airstrike and the electrifying beat should be enough to get it to half. There you go.
Oh, Nino popping the glorious pathway. His team wasn't really there to really capitalize, but it did scare off Team Liquid ID. So now there's more of a window for Alter Ego to use that Lord. Look at the mid lane though.
Almost a kill. Oh, Shadow kill, Winter Crown from Aran. That respect. Tier 1 in the mid lane taken down. Now Tier 2 in the mid lane will be conceded. No, Fabian actually going to deal with it with the electrifying beats up top though. That's an evolved Lord. They're gonna play with it. Astro Echo landing on 3. Raging Sandstorm from Dreams. Kill. Able to escape with the help of Yeskill. Now still able to cut away. Fabian jumps into the midst of it all and will back away. Red gets the quad shadow kill on him. Yeskill and Kyo all left to defend. Feather airstrike from Yeskill. We're going to a game 3.
It's over. It's over. Match points now for both of these teams. Alter Ego with a comeback in game number 2. And man, the Hayabusa from Rin has got to be respected.
Wow. Well played to Alter Ego. They ultimately won it out in a battle of mechanics. Woo! Ridiculous game.
With so many options, man, for both these teams. We talked about the patient Alter Ego. We talked about the more calculated Team Liquid ID. Now we're seeing the most aggressive form from both. One more game to go for bragging rights, for domination.
Fabian, those fights were very uncharacteristic, my friend. And a comeback from Alter Ego to end things off in game 2. Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to the drawing board for both teams. Off to the break room for the players, off to the bathroom for all the fans.
Yeah.
That was a tense one.
Yeah, I need a bathroom break after that one, man, bro.
26 minutes.
Yeah, almost, right? 25 minutes and 50 seconds. But man, that was messy from TLID. Not really sure what was going on there. Is this the classic time where we see these teams that are usually very, disciplined just fall into the tempo that Alter Ego wants, because that was weird, man. Fabian, Yehezkiel opening up the Feather Airstrike very early, knowing that the resources from Alter Ego were still up and available. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. I feel like there's some moments there that really it just seemed like if you ask them like, yo, why did you go in there? Because why not?
Because we wanted to.
Because I want to show them who's boss.
Battle of ego. Who has the better skills?
Ooh. Is that yet another IQ reference? This play by Kyo, though. Dude, there's so many moments there. Again, you can call it messy, but it allowed us to get all of these crazy moments, dude.
Character development again. Very impressive from Kyo. I think in this game in particular, right? There was that moment and there was another moment after that. But we gotta give our props to the player of the game, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. It's Heijume on the Novaria. Talk to us about that.
It's a late game Novaria, so doing Novaria things, man. Also getting all the intel. With the fights kind of going so far and between distance-wise, the Novaria slow with the Astro Echo becomes such a valuable tool. In the early game, it really seemed like the pick-off game favors Team Liquid ID, and with this play here, shutting down Rin, getting so much more of an advantage, diving the mid tower, if I recall correctly here, with a great juggle of tower aggro. It seems like Team Liquid ID were en route to just get a clean victory. But soon after, there are moments like this. Like, there was no requirement for that to happen, but if it worked, it would have been cool, right? But it did not.
Look at this. Oh my lord.
And so we were treated to this game where it's a show of ego, a show of mechanics. Look at this, Kyo, 1v4 trying to make something happen? Yeah. Logically speaking, right? Why? But it's not about logic here. It's all about the momentum. It's all about the tempo.
Oh my
It's
lord.
like, I can do big moments too. This was insane though.
That's crazy. Column Neo dodging bullets like that, man. Tries to win a crown. Ultimately gets taken out, but wow.
They were really banking on this play, ending the game. Unfortunately, Fabian tries to go for the 1v1, try to take Rin out instead of trying to rush the crystal. If he did, I'm not even sure if he would have succeeded, but maybe a better chance. And afterwards, moments like this, again, 60-second death timers, that's a lot of pressure to be working against. And in this final fight, that Raging Sandstorm, we said that Alter Ego lacked engage, lacked playmaking, but Dreams proves us wrong in that final moment.
Wait, I have a question. Raging Sandstorm, can it hit more than one person?
Yes.
Is it AoE?
It's an AoE.
So with the Novaria Alt Astral Echo coming out, does that increase the hitbox for the Raging Sandstorm?
Yes, it does.
Damn, that's what happened.
Definitely an additional thing
bro.
to think about. Oh boy. How many item swaps? I think we've lost count at this point. Especially for the gold lane.
Dude, Yehezkiel was crazy. He was so crazy on those item swaps. In that fight up top when Kyo was dodging bullets, oh my lord. Oh my god, Yehezkiel. What a mid laner, man. The mechanics on this kid.
We always said that he's always the chill guy, right? And we said he just knows when to be aggressive. This game though, it's just full pedal to the metal, man. Remember, he flickered forwards on a Farsa into three people, into three opponents, just to get the kill onto Rin. I mean, respect, but dang.
You could say that he's fearless.
No.
Wait a minute.
Like, I mean, yes, he is fearless.
He's fearless. No fear.
Okay, that's true. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, he's fearless.
Objectively speaking, he is true.
It's not the...
Yeah, not the other.
We don't talk about that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, back to the drawing board here. So who... Oh man. Could you call it a comeback for Alter Ego? Because it feels like in the beginning, there was that moment where Team Liquid ID are ahead, yes, but then it became a tennis rally, dude. It's just back and forth.
Back to back.
Because it was like equal or a little bit more in favor of Alter Ego until that moment with Weedy on the show when he was able to pick Rin
off.
Yeah, that was that.
Yeah, that was the spike for Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
And then it went back also. I want to see the gold graph if it's available for this game.
That would be interesting.
That's an amazing ridge line we're going to see.
Wow. I just want to say to Realize who's watching right now, if he's watching, Alter Ego remontada before Real Madrid came. I mean, that's crazy.
Alter Ego what?
Remontada. It's Spanish for comeback.
I see. Okay. Clip it for realize, man. Let's see what the guy has to say.
The Madrid fan, what a nerd.
All right. So, in game number 3, are we gonna see everyone being so careful because the pressure of a 26-minute game carries over? Or are we gonna see both teams lose their patience, used up all of their patience, and we're gonna see an absolute brawl. Continuation into game number 3 for this match?
I hope it's a slugfest.
Oh boy.
I found that really entertaining.
Me too.
I loved it.
We gotta watch it again. 50 minutes this time, please.
Please.
15
Make
minutes?
it 60 actually. Let's just round it up all the way.
All right, let me take a look
For
at
an
stats
hour.
right now.
Stats? Which stats are you taking a look at?
Longest game, I think.
Yep.
Longest game time, match number. Week 3, day 2, match 2, game 2. Bigatron versus Onyx.
There you go.
How many minutes?
28 minutes.
Oh.
Come on. Come on, TL, ID, and Ultra
You
Ego.
got this.
You gotta get good. You're 2 minutes off, bro. That's a long time.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
30 minutes, come on. Do it. Ridiculous.
You know, at that point, Ultra Ego could have, just calmed down for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, we would have had it.
The death timers were crazy anyway. There's like absolutely no way that TLID could come back.
Do they want to risk it though?
Seems like a very cavalry,
60 minutes.
biased ends. 60 minutes?
60
What?
60 seconds.
minutes?
The death timers.
I meant seconds.
Oh my,
60-minute death timers.
At that point, just
How
shut your
long would
phone
that
off.
match be?
Shut
Is
your
that-
phone off.
Is
It'll
that
be
possible?
over. No, dude, it'll be over whenever you get like early game
Is it
wipeout. It's done.
possible
What?
to get a 60-minute death timer?
I think the game will have to be. Oh, dude, I don't know.
Can
It'll
we-
be like 7 days.
Like, is that possible though?
Technically, it is. Like, if you just play and you don't
Let's try
attack
it.
for 7 days,
You just keep clearing.
That
right?
should be a challenge.
No, no one
How
wants.
long is long
I mean, if someone
for an
out there,
MLBB match?
bro,
30 minutes is already long for an MLB match.
No, but like, can you extend it to like 2 hours? Like, what's the cap?
Why would you?
I don't think there's a
Why
hard
not?
cap.
It's a competitive game. They want to win as fast as possible.
I'm following my team. Why not? Also, Bude.
What about Bude?
Why not, right?
Why not as Onyx PH's coach?
No, that's not what I meant. Yeah, just Bude.
Bude.
Bude, please.
What about Bude?
Bude, please take it.
Take it away.
Bude.
Bude doesn't want to take it.
I guess not. I guess Bude doesn't want it.
What?
But they're already there.
I'm also confused. Why she doesn't want to take it?
Bude?
Bude, is she mad? She's
You're-
mad at you.
Why would she be mad
Because
at
you
me?
keep making her upset.
What did I do?
You keep making jokes about this and that.
What is this and that?
I can't say it on broadcast.
Oh, no, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Wait a
The
minute. Wait
gaslighting
a
is
minute.
crazy.
I can't.
Wait a minute.
This and that.
It's
he says.
the A.
A?
And
Alphabets?
okay, you know
Bude?
what? Just give it to Bude.
Busa.
Hayabusa juga, ayo.
dong.
Gemeter gitu Bude tangannya, kasihan. Sabar,
Keren, keren,
sabar.
keren. Wes,
Oke.
hero favoritmu apa?
Cecilion.
Oke, nggak apa-apa, nggak apa-apa. Oke.
Mid lane, mid lane.
Bukan jungler nggak apa-apa, tapi let's go.
Next.
Next. Ayo Busa
Langsung
dong.
tirukan gaya Hayabusa. 1, 2, 3.
Hati-hati, hati-hati. Ini keren juga bang. Hero favoritmu apa?
Ciao.
Cow, oke.
Cow.
Tadi pakai Midiel. Next, selanjutnya.
Terakhir nih berarti ya. Kamu yang terakhir. Sudah siap? 1, 2, 3.
Keren-keren semua ya.
Iya lagi Bude.
Aduh kalau dilihat kayak gini mending kita deretin. Kalian harus bareng-bareng pose yang sama nih. Pose yang sama, kita nggak bisa. Jadi kalau ini kan bisa ikut-ikutan ya. Bisa.
Iya.
Pokoknya yang paling mirip sama hero selanjutnya ya. Ini keren-keren semua nih. Siap, inilah dia hero yang pokoknya hero muncul kalian langsung gaya. Siap?
Siap, Bude, siap.
Siap, let's go. Ini dia hero kedua.
3, 2, 1.
Mana heronya? Belum muncul, abang.
Wes.
Nah, wait.
Wes. Tahan, tahan.
Tahan.
Saya harus melihat bagaimana detailing ekspresi kalian seperti Lancelot.
Harus ditahan loh ya. Ini lagi lope ini.
Megang bunga, Bude.
Ini gerak nih.
Ini gerak.
Yang ini. Ada cawannya. Enak
Lagi
tuh
ngeliatin
tutupan.
apa Mas?
Bintang.
Lagi ngeliatin bintang Bude.
Oh bintang.
Lagi ngapain Mas?
Lagi ngeliatin bintang juga sama.
Lagi ngeliatin bintang. Berarti ini kita akan tahan sampai nanti match ketiga ya Bude ya? Mereka di sini ya?
Benar. Jangan dong. Kasihan nih Encok. Kamu udah bisa menentukan atau belum Gio? Atau kita harus coba yang lain? Atau udah?
Kalau masih ada Kak?
Masih ada.
Masih ada. Aku sih kalau di Lansel udah ada satu ya, calon kandidat kuatnya sih.
Jadi udah tahu nih?
Udah tahu aku.
Siap nih? Oke, yang mana Gio? Yang paling mirip sama Lancelot?
Paling mirip sama Lancelot, selamat. Karena mukanya begitu tegang, dia yang menang Bude.
Oh ya, di ujung sana sudah didapatkan
merchandise dari MPL ID XNBA.
Gak apa-apa ya, gak dapat tapi thank you banget, udah keren banget. Thank you. Thank you, nice try. Kalau kamu menang, kamu boleh kata-kata untuk kemenanganmu dong.
Kata-kata saya ubur-ubur ikan lele, ini le.
Oke, congratulations. Makasih, kamu main basket gak?
Oh enggak.
Mau main gak nanti lawan Gio by one?
Wah jangan.
By one kita di depan.
Depan. Oke, thank you.
Thank you ya.
Nextnya, tenang. Kita akan masih kasih kesempatan lagi. Let's go untuk 4 orang lagi. Ayo ada yang
Kamu,
mau?
angkat tangan.
Boleh, maju.
Masnya, ayo sini.
Ayo.
Sini.
2.
Sini. Ayo, cepat.
Ini wajah-wajah yang...
Satu lagi.
Ini udah 4 nih.
Kamu
ini
sini.
udah 4, Gio udah 4.
Oh udah 4, gak jadi, mohon maaf.
Boleh. Yuk satu lagi sini. Let's go, sini. Gas, the cavalries. Maju dikit ya, tapi maju dikit nih. Kita bonusin 5 sekalian nih. Karena cavalries juga butuh semangat ya. Yuk majuan dikit biar bisa berjejer berlima. Oke, nama?
Ata.
Dari
Tangsel.
Oke, selanjutnya nama?
Agung.
Dari
Cirende.
Nama?
Yana dari Banten.
Dari Banten. Oke.
Nama?
Ajis.
Ajis, dari mana?
Banten.
Banten juga, kamu?
Faala
dari?
Jaktim.
Mantap, semuanya udah siap, udah lihat tadi kan? Gimana berpose-pose. Jadi udah siap semuanya?
Siap.
Kurang keras, udah siap belum? Siap. Wow, udah suka semangat ya. Yuk, kita akan langsung maju dikit kayak biar nggak tabrakan, nggak seruduk-serudukan. Nah, kita akan langsung nih ya. Wih, udah keluar tuh.
Wih, iya tuh.
Fail.
Sudah siap dengan gaya fail? Udah?
Hitung mundur, Gio.
3, 2, 1.
Lah. Wedian. Langsung santai, bos. Lo kok udah? Kok kamu udahan?
Wah, belum.
Tahan
Lanjut
dong,
bawa
tahan.
lagi, yang belum.
Ini Gio harus menilai dan memandang. Aduh. Draw me like your friends, girl. Wow.
Tahan ya. Ini butuh penilaian yang begitu tinggi, Bude.
Oke.
Butuh
Gimana kalau
konsentrasi tinggi.
next-nya? Next.
Next, oke.
Pas, next. Cover next-nya. Teng. Gak apa-apa. Ini harus
Ayo bangkit. Gaya Joy. Merapat. Oke, tahan 30 hari kerja ya begini ya.
Ini apa sih? Oh, minta ditos-tosin kan? Oh, bukan ya? Itu Joy ya? Let's go. Thank you. Udah kayak mau main bola kita, Gio. Gio kesana. Kok ini gue keren loh, ini pada nggak jatuh-jatuh.
Iya, tangannya begini.
Sampai getar loh.
Ini lagi mengeluarkan ilmu apa nih Bang? Kalau boleh tahu. Waduh.
Loh, ini tapi keren Gio. Kamu
Keren.
udah bisa ini atau?
Aku udah punya jawabannya.
Sudah punya jawabannya?
Sudah punya.
Serius?
Dari fail sampai Joy tadi Bude.
Oke. Silakan Gio kalau kamu emang udah mau kasih.
Selamat kepada kamu yang sudah paling mirip fail dan juga Joy.
Dari awal tiduran.
Keren.
Dikasih nih langsung aja. Woohoo!
Buset.
Kan kayak lempar bola.
Oh iya bener.
Passing bola. Langsung.
Coba ditunjukin dong. Widih.
Bahagia?
Bahagia banget.
Coba sampaikan kata-kata untuk teman-teman yang juga keren-keren.
Oh keren banget sih tadi, langsung pada copy paste.
Tapi teman-teman juga nice try ya, terima kasih udah.
Thank you. Udah keren banget, keren. Ada yang mau salam-salam, mau berkata-kata sesuatu?
Buat saudara saya lagi nonton.
Siapa tuh?
Namanya Amin.
Amin.
Halo Amin.
Udah halo aja.
Amin.
Halo Amin.
Ada juga mau kata-kata Mas ya?
Semangat Bang Rine.
Bang Rine.
Bang Rine. Oke.
Semangat buat Kyo.
Semangat Kyo.
Yo.
Semangat Widi.
Semangat Widi.
Semangat semuanya. Thank you banget. Udah boleh balik dan semoga beruntung nextnya.
Makasih ya, terima kasih ya.
Bajunya kok bawa pulang apa buat Bude?
Bawa pulang lah Bude.
Ih, Bude juga mau kan? Ini makin ramai banget sekali lagi yuk.
Last one.
Ayo, let's go. Coba nih.
4 lagi.
4 lagi.
Kamu,
Nih, ayo. 1.
Ayo 4 lagi, 3 lagi, kamu ayo.
Ayo dong,
Ayo
let's
cepat,
go.
langsung sini. Udah ya Bude ya, 4 ya.
2, 3. Woi rame nih, 4. Oke, udah 4. Wih, gercep ya.
Hadiahnya bagus banget Bude, merchandise NBA-nya.
Gambarnya langsung keluarin dong, ayo dong. Gambarnya kapan keluar nih? Jadi namanya?
Calvin.
Fansnya siapa?
Liquid dong.
Hijau.
Fan?
Liquid.
Oke.
Oh bingung, kamu?
Iqbal. Liquid.
Liquid, kamu?
Rian.
Fansnya?
Netral.
Netral.
Oke. Keren
Netral.
juga ya versinya netral. Ada tim
Keren.
netral di MPL? Di mana nih? Region mana? Tapi coba hero selanjutnya yuk. Hero yang harus kalian ikutin.
Majuan?
Udah siap belum nih?
Siap.
Tirukan gambar yang ada di atas. Semirip mungkin. Oke, 3, 2, 1.
Tada! Woi, hati-hati. Woi. Oh, buset.
Ngeri.
Sejut kene dong nih. Oke.
Aku udah punya jawabannya Bude.
Udah langsung?
Atau mau ada satu lagi?
Langsung nih.
Oke, langsung aja lah. Yang ekspresif dan juga paling mirip. Selamat untuk kamu.
Dapat, gak apa-apa. Tetap semangat, masih ada besok, masih ada lagi.
Masih banyak.
Oke, kamu mau mengatakan sesuatu karena kamu menang?
Salam buat Bang KB.
Sama KB.
Sama KB ya?
Iya.
Kenapa KB ada janji sama kamu?
Nggak, ada sesuatu aja.
Widih. Be, minggu depan ya Be ya, ditunggu ini. Thank you banget semuanya.
Makasih ya.
Dan kayaknya kita harus bener-bener buru-buru. Siapa nih yang bakal menang?
Liquid.
Wes, ini udah kisru banget di sini, rame banget. Jadi para talent, para caster, monggo kita cari tahu. Go.
Game number 3 and more free NBA merch. So what are you guys waiting for? Those of you guys who are back at home watching, come over to Jakarta, Indonesia. Come over to the MPL Arena because just special for this week with the collaboration between MPL ID and as well as NBA. There are just so many opportunities for you guys to win free cool stuff. And remember, official NBA merch, they're expensive.
They're pretty expensive.
Ultra expensive.
You have to save up a lot with GoPay to actually afford that. So you can come over, get free. I'm saying free because it's a giveaway.
Gratis.
It's actually skill issue, right? It depends on how good you are. Because if you're good at posing or if you're good at dribbling. Sheffin, that's you right there.
Sheffin, come on, one more day. There's still one more day here.
Yeah, Sheffin, come tomorrow, okay? So that you can get official. What's his favorite team? I gotta ask him on my Samsung phone. Hold up.
Okay. While he asks, what else can we get with GoPay?
Well, you can use you can get tokens, right? For your, if you top up with GoPay, right? Then you can go to gopay.co.id/games.
Okay.
Always open the app, right? And then you tap on top up game, click the trophy icon in the top right corner, and there's a vote now to get a token thing. And then you vote for your champion. There's another button there. And you enter the winning team and the final match score as well. When the games are like this, it gets kind of crazy, but sometimes you can predict how it's going to go. And if you can collect as many tokens as possible, you can keep voting and you can win great prizes.
I got my answer.
Okay.
You won't guess it.
San Antonio Spurs.
Okay, you saw my...
No,
that's how good my AMOLED screen is.
Chemistry.
But yeah, San Antonio Spurs. I thought, you know, like... It's not really a name. I didn't even know it was a team, to be fair. Like, I searched it out. I'm like, oh, they just beat the Golden State Warriors. So, Rashi.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a diehard Golden State fan by all means.
Sure. When they lose, you ain't, right?
No, that is not what I meant.
So who do you support?
I'm not a big basketball fan.
Whoa.
Whoa, okay.
I'm not.
Same.
Actually, I know more about football than basketball, actually.
Football as in real football or that fake stuff?
Hendig.
Oh. Ridiculous. That's not football.
So guys, coming into game number 3, first pick selection will go to TLID, just like game number 1. Does anyone want to change predictions at this point?
Yeah, I want to change to 2-1 Liquid now. I went 2-0 Liquid, right? But I still think Liquid's got this in the bag. It's just, they were too crazy. They were too loco. They were too young, wild, and free in that game. They pulled a win.
They pulled a win. What about you, Rashi? Any changes to your predictions?
I believe I went for Team Liquid as well. I think they should be able to get it done. But they really need to tone down the wildness. Channel a bit of that Sully Boy energy.
So no wild.
Yeah, tone it a bit down.
Toss it out of the...
No, we want some, some wild is good. Too much wild is is chaotic.
We're still talking about the game, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bro, Chef,
just need to make sure.
San Antonio Spurs are 13th in the league.
Well, at least he's not a
We
bandwagon.
supported Bigatron for quite some time.
They were never 13th in the league. We don't have a 13th place standing.
Not yet.
Not yet. Ooh.
Oh, but they've always made it to playoffs, so never. Sorry to sink your boat.
That hurts me.
Whoa.
More than anything.
Hey,
Aura,
Sheffin,
please.
To be fair, Sheffin's a Geek fan. Before Beloy, they never made it to playoffs, so.
Also hurts him.
Yeah.
Was he a fan before Beloy, though, is the real question.
No. But when Beloy joined, he did make it to playoffs. Season 10, so. He trusted the process.
All right.
Let's
Loyal
trust game
Sheffin.
number 3 though. Drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. TLID should be a Fovius ban here if they want to replicate game number 1 alongside with the Hayabusa and the Luoyi. But they go for Granger, so that's a big change. Alter Ego, Fanny, Jushin, and Joy was the last ban from Alter Ego.
So, you gotta ban Chip, right?
Surely, I feel like
right?
That's the obvious answer, but the obvious isn't always what happens in this matchup. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Do they have an idea? Do they think that they
Who said there are no
can
shortcuts
counter
in
it?
life?
Nope.
I literally
Chip
invented
ban
one.
as expected. So what kind of compositions can we expect right now? Alter Ego really seems to like this long-range approach.
Your team
Harith will be what is taken by Team Liquid ID. A bit of a similarity to game number 1.
Okay, so now where do you go? Your Alter Ego. No Granger.
Do they go Hayabusa again?
And
oh yeah, right.
yeah.
If Fovius is available.
Yeah.
Fovius, Mathilde? Nah.
Bit too early.
Do they take the Joy?
Is Novaria that value here? Like, do you go Novaria?
I feel like Alter Ego can pick it for a flex potential, technically, and also... Fovius Joy. I was about to say, like, they really seem to have like that long-range thing, so they might just use it to hide the rest of their arsenal, right, if anything. But yeah, Fovius and Joy first.
Can TLID go Fredrin?
That's the thing. Fabian, back in the utility meta, he was known as Lord Fabian because he's not too good on the utility pick. So, yeah, we're just gonna see Kalea and Suyo, the power couple.
They're a couple?
Well, in the collaboration, Sakura and Sasuke.
Like their lore? Oh.
Yeah, got married.
Right. The salad, yeah.
Salad.
They made a salad.
Yeah, Salad Uchiha. That's actually her name.
Yep.
Sarada.
Actually?
Yeah.
Sarada.
Yeah.
Cool.
I was writing my notes Moskov, right? And I just wrote down Sarada. Because I was listening to you. But yeah, okay. Moskov, good old Moskov. Fun fact, if you look at the stats that we are given, hero combination-wise, Suyo Jawhead is standing at a 63.64% win rate, but the Kalia now is just the more favorable go-to, interestingly enough.
What happened to Jawhead, yeah?
Yeah. It's like...
He disappeared from the meta completely from SPS.
That's true. I have no idea. I guess teams finally understood that, you know, it was kind of like an all-in type of hero. If you all in, you get a good pick, you do well, but if not, then it's a gamble. It's a bad gamble.
But it's so good early game, no? With the Suyo, that's why 63% win
I gotta
rate.
ask the teams why no more Jawheads.
Because the Kalia is not that much different, I would say.
But the reduction of
Yeah, I mean, it's a better...
defense.
Technically, for the early game, it's way better than the Kalia.
So it's interesting.
Exactly. I feel like it might be a shift from the aggressive style to the sustained style again. We're seeing a lot of the Hyluses and Gatots back in the picture right now. And along with those picks, they've always abused regeneration, right? So the fact that the Kalia can give you, what was it, 210 HP plus 10% max HP? Quite significant. That might be the factor. But speaking of Mathilda, also bad away.
Whoa! This is not a good CC to come out for TLID now? Or do they go Valir? Arashi?
Oh boy.
This looks pretty good for Valir, right? Phobius, Hylos, and then the Joy. Shove them back, yo.
Not bad at all, dude. I do think there's potential right here.
Or they just go for the regular Vexana.
Oh, that's boring. Yes,
I know.
That's not the ghost of Jakarta. That's more of like, that's just...
This is a Jakartan.
That's just a random dude in Jakarta.
Hey.
A young man from the Philippines, Daniel, would not be proud of a Vexana.
Let's see, man. They're taking their time with this.
They're thinking about it, for sure.
Come on, make it happen.
And is the Kalia flex or not?
SDL, come on.
SDL, we know you're loco, man.
Do it.
God damn it.
Okay. Edith and Yves. Bit more generic. That's the way Team Liquid ID wants to play it.
So no CC for TLID.
Right, no CC. No real source of max HP damage. That's interesting against the Hylos and Phobius. Not a lot of lockdown either. Technically, if you want to say that Edith and Kalia both functions as a lockdown, it's not the same style like a Vexana or something we usually see being used to stop the Phobias and Hylos. I'm quite concerned for them this time. Alter Ego though, final pick right here for the mid lane.
I don't know.
Valentina? Wait,
They want
Farsa
the
is not a
real
bad idea
manipulation.
here. Oh, okay. Eterna with the good calls here, predictions.
Man, Valen and Joy, Suyo's gonna have a tough time.
Yeah. Even when they're trying to go for the... Because Fabian has been trying to go really aggressively for the outplays. Against a Valentina, the mobility is one thing, the Terrify is another.
I really like Alter Ego's draft here. I'm concerned
Whoa.
for my baby boys.
They're not baby boys, they're baby horses. They're the young stallions.
The young calves.
I'm concerned for the calves.
The calves?
Yeah, baby horse is a calf.
Oh, I thought she said the calves as in like, you know, the muscle.
No, not the this, bro.
Okay.
All right.
Alter Ego lineup rating index favors them. Will it be a reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen? Can they break their 5-time lose streak? Can they get a little bit more up on the standings? Can they get that 4th place position? We'll head over to game number 3. Match point for both of these teams.
Of course, it had to be a 3-game series. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in it here now. Final game. Who's going to win? TLID or Alter Ego? Big moves in the standings after this game.
Well, in the game of chicken, if they're both really trying to just go aggro each other out, Alter Ego is showing some, they're faltering here with 2 Purifies. But to be fair, against a Kalia, that's something you gotta respect, man. Pull yourself together for Witty. Along with that, tenacity for Highs and Dreams. They know it's up close and personal right now.
Oh, yeah.
Even for Hijime, we do see a layer of differences. Still going with a little bit more sustainability in the overall emblem, but Rupture is something we don't see quite often from a Valentina.
Wants to get some more damage, some more impact in the early game. He has skill though, going with the Demon Boots. That's gonna be the mana almost all the mana he would require actually. He's gonna be able to actually itemize a lot more aggressively straight for a glowing wand or something of that nature.
Shout out to the Alter fams once again, man. 72% audience prediction by GoPay.
Alright, Blade Surge. That's a 1v1 against Rin. That's magic damage, but Fabian's winning it out. Rin did not have the stacks. Void Blast, Yehezkiel, first blood.
Boom. First blood for the Ghost of Jakarta on the eve. 1-0-0 already. And a solo kill onto Rin is also a really good start for Fabian to try and win out the jungle battle.
Technically, it's not a solo, right? There was a teammate assistance there for sure. Look at his switch up though, immediately going for the level 4, going straight for the neutral objective. Team Liquid ID, tempoing right now.
Alright, early lead. Rin still on the purple buff. Fabian not gonna blitz it just yet. Has a Soul Sever. RWM blocking him down. Hijime gonna be able to pop the Primal Wrap. Fabian jumping in, getting the kill and the turtle. Witty gonna be the target. Oh, Tsunami Slam, bringing it back into the RWM. The electrifying beats, not enough damage. Fabian gets a triple. Fabian wants that Maniac. SOD lands, but I don't think you should take it, Eyes.
All right, so 1,500 gold lead, a turtle in their pockets as well. Fabian is at 3-0-1 to boot. He can start looking for a snowball right now. A level ahead, Aran.
Onward, Earth Shatter, Soul Sever, flicker out from Aran.
Oh boy.
Let's see, can Nino survive? Yes, he can.
It's a lot of damage, man. Fabian, out of nowhere, grabbing 3 kills in that short engagement. Not ideal for Altrigo. They are the ones who want this brawl style, but have they bitten off more than they can chew at this point? 1.4k, almost 1k gold lead for Team Liquid ID, and Witty already eyeing the next opportunity, man. All the fights are really centering around this mid lane, and that's to be expected. But if Altrigo wants to get ahead here, they need to try find ways to deter Yehezkiel, because otherwise, the Yve damage output and spammability is just a bit too much.
Because in that previous engage, I'm not really sure, but Hijime was already level 4, right? So he should have had the IMU. Did he have someone's ult on the IMU?
Yes, he did. He went with the Primal Wrath, actually. And he popped it. He was doing a lot of basic attack damage, but it wasn't enough. Team Liquid ID were able to sustain through it. Around now.
Primal Wrath is all he needs to escape. Blade Surge with the Retribution. Soul Sever only the last hit. Landing. Queller too, just for additional poke.
That's a zone coming through as well from the side of TLID, but the turtle spawns on the top side this time around. Wondering how they're gonna play around that. So far, it looks like the center focus is clearing out this mid lane. Hijime falling a little bit behind in terms of that clear as compared to Yehezkiel and Witty. But Dreams already setting up for this next neutral objective with Fabian at level 8, Rin at level 7.
Altrigo though, they're gonna be walking through a lot of the Void Crystals and Void Blast. Dreams!
Kyo's getting so much value up there. Good Queller, Primal Wrap from Hijime, locking Kyo down, so able to flicker out Rin with the chase now, electrifying beats. Kyo, can you survive? Has the Chrono Dash, Nino! Flickering forward, getting deep for the pursuit, but won't be able to dive. Hijime caught now under the turret, poked down by Yehezkiel on RWM, locking everybody down. Highs landing the SOD, but you cannot take that one.
Man, everything went right for Team Liquid ID right there. They're trying to find some more, but Fabian, a bit too low. We'll be backing up right now. Altrigo, the best I can get is the turret on the bottom side. But even then, not going down just yet. Aran might be down there in time to stop Highs from getting it.
Oh, will they be able to clear? Yeah, they should be able to clear. And unfortunately for Alter Ego, that's a permanent structure instead for TLID as it falls. 3,000 gold lead now for the Cavalry.
Even before, I think Kyo was already at a lead already, but now he's 500 gold ahead over Highs, even after Highs is able to collect all of that gold shield in the bottom lane. So it shows you again that the laning was brutal on that Moskov pick, but Altrigo, they can play this a lot slower here. They know they have the macro play later on with this Moskov.
Rin goes for Starlium, already built into his kit. As compared to Fabian, who has what items, Arashi?
Fabian, right now he's standing on the Warhammer as well as the War Axe already. So a lot of piercing, a lot of sustain built in as well. So he's going to be able to just brawl it out there in the midst of all the danger.
So it does make sense, right? He's dishing out so much damage already. That's a structure falling in the bottom side of the map. Oh, that's Witty!
Tsunami Slam into the Soul Sever! Queller, is it going to be enough? Fabian gets the shot! Nino jumping in, Fabian to be caught in the bad spot, still able to walk away for a bit, actually dives back in and gets taken down. RWM lock in Nino in that bush. Mr. Man Dreams is still able to run away as Heis continues to push, but he might be cut off from the rest of the team. Recall. Okay, he gets it.
Should be able to make it out, no problem whatsoever. Man, Alter Ego already doubling down on this split push style. Team Liquid ID, they gotta be a bit more careful with their trades here. If they trade evenly, but they allow Heis the time to split on the side lanes and also get the structures, it's a bad call. But look at the run.
On it, no red tree available. Suyo still up top. Free neutral objective for Rin.
Remember though, the structures was traded back with the mid lane structure that fell in favor of TLID.
Right.
But now there's a chase happening. Weedy already with the conceal, that's a jump!
Tsunami Slam only onto Dreams. The glorious pathway is too far away from him. Yehezkiel gets the kill. 4th kill this game.
They're playing with boxes here. The cutoff coming through from Kyo earlier on was able to cut Heis off in the backline, unable for him to dish out the damage despite him already getting his second item. That's a take by Yehezkiel.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's still not a big issue at all. 4-0 and 4. Yehezkiel already with the glowing wand. Having the purple buff means he's going to be spamming out a lot more spells. Wishing Lantern as well. So in the poke game, he is definitely a problem at this point. Now we'll have to see if he goes in for more burst to try and shut down Rin and Hijime, or does he want to go for even more spammability, more utility to try and make sure that Dreams and Nino can't have a good game going for them when they're having debuffs applied on them left and right and center.
Whoa, Fabian. He's gonna go for the chains. Retribution, Soul Sever. Taking Rin to half HP, Aran cutting him off. Good Blade Surge! Earth Shatter Break of Rin! Dodging away from it, but it does not matter. Fabian chops him down.
That's a kill over. Theory Anchaman by Aran, but it was enough. It's enough. He did the job.
What is Theory Anchaman for the people who don't know?
What is it called again? What's the translation?
Threat theory.
Threat theory.
He was zoning,
That's zoning that, or Shatter.
Yeah, he was threatening and zoning to ensure that Rin is forced to embrace his destiny, gets slain by Fabian right there. With 10 seconds to go though, again, Team Liquid ID has pressured with that window of opportunity. They have pressured the other side. Make sure Heis can't set up for the push right now, and they're gonna rotate straight to that Lord unless Alter Ego has something to say about that.
Remember, Fabian's level 13. Rin is still level 11. I'm not sure if they can actually go for that 50-50 contest. Heis finally gets the Marksman Trinity. Wait a second, that's a slam!
Tsunami Slam on Rin. It should be a kill. And it will be. Whoa, Heis walking up with the SOD. Now it's going to be the kill back. Heis picking up the kill. Now also Witty chained down. But Fabian, together with Aran, are able to take the Lord. 2 for 2, technically.
Interesting. Considering the gold lane, the late game hopes of Team Liquid ID gets taken out there as well. Kyo might not be the best of circumstances. Heis as well was able to get more ahead after getting the Marksman Trinity right there. So Team Liquid ID now trying to contend with this split threat. They have the Lord this time. This is the moment they have to use to really force Alter Ego to stick together, to threaten them with the waves all pushing, to maybe force Heis to participate and lock him down here. He has a Purify, but there are ways to take him out without crowd control. There's so much burst damage and long distance poke coming in from Team Liquid ID.
But I mean, technically Kyo's not... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say Kyo's not at his power spike yet. But then we do see the Holy Crystal being built in. There are a few Radiant items, Radiant armor on the board for the side of Alter Ego, but for the important people here, especially onto Heis, that magic damage should be enough. Wait a second.
Whoa. Oh, a good glorious pathway, Tsunami Slam to bait out the Purify. SOD doesn't land. The box is placed down. Hijime caught there. Oh, Aran with the Earth Shatter. Fabian in the back. Play Surge! Onto 2, but he gets pinned down by Heis on the Spear of Misery. Aran still going at him on Nino. Still a cannon minion down below. Only the Holy Defense procced.
That's a 1-4-2 trade at the end of it, but 2 shields popped off. Was that a worth it push for the Cavalry?
I think it could have been better by all means, but they went with a high risk, high reward play. Fabian going with a play onto 3-4 members right there. Fortunately for Alter Ego, Heis was able to respond. They are pinning him down. It could have been really catastrophic, but Better yet still, for Team Liquid ID, free kick go ahead, all turrets taken out. They want to maintain this pressure. The more turrets they have taken out, the farther it is for, the more difficult it is for Highs to really start that split push strategy, because he has to kind of push through the whole lane before he even becomes a real threat to the structures of Team Liquid ID.
But on the topic of Eyes, he already has the Rose Gold Meteor.
Yeah, a lot more survivability, especially against Aran and Yehezkiel and Kyo, technically. So
Exactly.
it's a good option there. Not really a lot of ways for Fabian to get to him. And again, with the self-peel that he has, if he focuses everything onto Fabian, then the Rose Gold Meteor will help him deal with the other sources of damage that he might not be able to dodge away from.
That's why I think in this next upcoming team fight, you know, despite Rin still falling one level below. Oh, wait a second.
Uh-oh.
Lens.
Whoa, SOD onto Aran. Highs! What? Oh no! A disaster! Waiting for the re-engage. Purify already. Now it's a Blade Surge to lock Dreams down. An RWM to respond overkill. Zamanforce coming down now, also just shredding down Idrum as HP bar. Blade Surge on Nino. It's a Tsunami Slam. A big bonk down Rin. Will fall to Kyo. Alter Ego with a big misplay from Highs. Gets wiped out.
In the 12th minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen, a 5-time win streak from the Cavalry for the past 5 matches that they have met. It looks like they're looking for their 6th.
It's all over for Alter Ego. 18-7, 12 minutes, 2-1. Kyo! Telling Alter Ego to go back to sleep. That was unfortunate, man. Alter Ego, they saw a chance. The same with Fabian did. High risk, high reward. Unfortunately, the risk was way too much. Alter Ego lose their main carry, lose the potential to split, and they get chased down, they get wiped out.
That ended so quick just because of that SOD entry by Highs, man. And I was hyping Highs up so much as well. I was like, you know, Highs already doing so much damage. He already has the Rose Gold Meteor. This will be, you know, groundbreaking for him. He can turn this thing around. He can win this for Alter Ego. And then he makes a classic Highs play.
Oh man. That was something right there. SOD to catch Aran. Ooh, man, that's gonna sting in the back room. Zephyr, Nafari, and Rekt are gonna have to talk to Highs about that performance. It looked so good too up until it didn't. Oh man. That's a rough one, man. We were expecting, it's gonna be, it can only go 2 ways, right? It can escalate even more, or it can slow down, but man, Team Liquid ID just put them down.
Yeah, they did. What, 21 minutes first game, 25 minutes second game, and then 12 minutes in the third game. But throughout this journey that we saw TLID from, we saw huge character development. And let's talk to them right now. Let's talk to the young stallions up on stage as they're ready for the winner's interview.
Dan inilah dia penutupan leg pertama dari tim Liquid ID. Menang 2-1 dengan celebration yang itu celebration spesial dari Stephen Curry kan, Kyo?
Iya, Bude.
Kamu ngefans sama Stephen Curry?
Iya, benar.
Oke, apa nih yang menginspirasimu dari Stephen Curry?
Dia kalau main konsisten gendong mulu.
Waduh, kamu merasa gendong-gendong nggak hari ini?
Enggak digendong tapi.
Oke, nggak apa-apa, masih berjuang ya. Tapi akhirnya kemenangan kalian melawan tim Alter Ego. Hari ini dari Kyo sendiri menutup leg 1 memang udah punya mindset kah kita nggak boleh kalah nih lawan Alter Ego?
Udah pasti dong kalau mindset kalah itu harus dijauhkan, mindset menang itu harus didekatkan.
Widih, pokoknya nggak boleh punya mindset kalah ya. Tapi kalau ngelihat game 1, game 2 kayaknya cengap-cengep agak berat untuk kamu. Gimana sih untuk tim Liquid ID, apa nih kunci kemenangan kalian hari ini dari Kyo?
Mental, soalnya mereka game 3 udah kena mental breakdown sih. Kalau game 3.
Waduh, sudah kena mental breakdown game 1, game 2 membuat berdebar-debar. Kayaknya memang sadis juga dari tim Liquid. Tapi kamu melawan satu player yang udah cukup veteran, Kyo. Kamu tuh baru bermain bisa dihitung jari di MPL. Tapi kamu melawan Highs hari ini. Gimana kamu menghadapi seorang veteran seperti Highs?
kayak baru main MPL.
Haisnya?
Iya,
Jadi sama aja?
sama aja.
Berarti Kyo dan Hais, Kyo sudah bisa menyamai level Hais atau Hais yang ada di level Kyo. Tapi memang dari gold lane kita melihat persaingannya makin mantap. Dan setelah patch, ini kan patch, masalah nggak buat Kyo?
Enggak dong, kita ada guru PKN.
Oh masih ya, masih Widi ya. Pak Widi, Pak Guru, bagaimana patch hari ini kalian bermain di patch baru?
Lebih seru aja sih Bude, soalnya apalagi banyak nerf buff juga kan. Cuma ya sayang aja belum bisa pakai hero-hero revamp gitu.
Memang betul, belum bisa dimainkan. Berarti di sini Widi yang masih belajar-belajar terus ya?
Semuanya sekarang harus belajar sih Bude, gitu.
Udah dicambuk-cambuk dikit ya, dicubit-cubit dikit ya?
Iya Bude, biar kita nggak keteteran terus di awal kayak yang sebelum-sebelumnya.
Oke, tapi 21 hari ini buat Widi sendiri, apakah memang dari patch kalian udah bisa untuk beradaptasi lebih cepat atau apa dari Widi?
Kalau untuk case match ini mungkin dua-duanya dari AE sama dari TL ID emang dua-duanya sama-sama mempergunakan patch-nya sih Bude. Kayak tadi AE juga spam Nova ya, itu bagus lah buat patch saat ini gitu.
Buat patch saat ini, tapi ngelihat kayaknya kok tim Liquid game 1 game 2 kesulitan ya di early game ya. Ada apa ini dari tim Liquid?
Butuh pelajaran aja sih Bude kayaknya ya, gitu.
Butuh pelajaran aja.
Ya benar.
Oke, dan menariknya kalau ngomongin tentang alter ego, pasti kita bakal tanya ke Aran sih. Aran, tim Liquid ID bisa konsekutif menang terus. Dari season berapa nih? Udah 6 kali setiap melawan alter ego kalian bisa menang. Dari Aran sendiri, ngeliat alter ego yang sekarang sama yang dulu gimana sih? Perjalanan ini 6 kali berturut-turut kalian bisa ngalahin terus?
Mereka belum nemu cara ngalahin kita aja sih. Maksudnya dia sama aja.
Belum menemukan, berarti kalau kalian udah nemuin cara untuk memenangkan lawan alter ego?
Udah 6 kali ketemu, 6 kali menang sih udah.
Udah tahu ya jawabannya ya? Boleh dikasih tahu nggak apa tuh?
Apa?
Boleh dikasih tahu nggak apa tuh? Kunci menangnya kalian lawan alter ego?
Aduh nggak ada sih Bude, nggak ada. Main aja sih Bude.
Oke, berarti rahasia itu rahasia. Siap, biar nggak dicontek yang lain ya. Oke, namun dari Aran menang 2-1 hari ini cukup memuaskan nggak sih buat Aran?
Sebenarnya kita pengennya 2-0 sih, tapi kita kalah 1 game berarti emang ada yang perlu kita benahin lagi sih. Jadi belum terlalu puas lah.
Belum terlalu puas?
Ya.
Tapi berhadapan dengan Nino hari ini?
Biasa aja sih Bude, nggak gimana.
Nggak ada gregetnya gitu?
Nggak sih, nggak.
Nggak. Di
Nggak ada.
sini Aran lagi mode cool sesuai dengan rambutnya. Cool, dingin tuh. Super cool, tapi ngelihat super cool juga Favian yang di sini kayak ngeliat Favian bermain, momen-momenmu tuh banyak banget tadi yang pada teriak-teriak, Favian!
Banyak blundernya Bude. Banyak blundernya, jangan.
Langsung dijawab Favian masalahnya. Ada apa Favian? Maju-maju emang karena permainan agresifmu ke bawah permainan alter ego? Atau memang kayak ada sesuatu yang spesial nih hari ini?
Nggak ada yang spesial sih, emang dari alter ego-nya agresif, jadi aku harus agresif gitu.
Tapi keagresifan Favian bagaimana hari ini?
Apa ya, nggak agresif banget sih karena emang banyak blunder sih tadi. Jadi ya udahlah.
Tapi gimana kamu kalau misalnya kamu udah sadar blunder, apa yang akan kamu lakukan nih? Untuk hari ini setelahnya atau memperbaiki blunder tuh susah gak sih? Masuk ke game ketiga kayaknya kamu jadi lebih baik tuh di game ketiga.
Dibilangin sama Iron, reset aja chill katanya.
Reset aja chill. Jadi memang yang mengingatkanmu tuh memang sobatmu ya, Aaron ya?
Sobat, ya Iron.
Oke. Cuma ke kamu doang atau ke yang lain Aaron juga pesan-pesan gitu?
Semua.
Semua, yang penting reset chill.
Iya, chill.
Chill aja, tapi kamu hari ini ketika game ketiga kunci perubahanmu itu adalah chill mainnya.
Chill, santai.
Kan ada jungler berdarah panas tuh di alter ego.
Ya dia tadi hampir mau solo kill aku tadi, ngeri, jangan.
Ngeri.
Bahaya.
Oh, bahaya?
Bahaya.
Kalau dia jungler berdarah panas, kamu apa dong?
Jungler cool.
Jungler cool, oke. Tapi kalau kamu melihat ini, akhirnya kan bertemu sekarang. Dan kamu sebagai, di season lalu kamu rookie of the season. Melihat rookie-rookie yang berdatangan, khususnya Rine juga kan banyak menuai perhatian.
Ya.
Banyak banget yang ngelihat dia permainan juga sungguh apik. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat dia sebagai seorang rookie di season ini?
Menurutku si Rine ada potensi lah buat Rookie of the Season. Karena emang dengan cara gameplay dia yang masih agresif kan. Terus juga konsisten juga kan. Jadi ya calon-calon sih.
Calon-calon. Kyo gimana Kyo?
Kalau dia...
Kenapa udah?
Kalau Kyo gimana? Kalau Fabian
Kalau Kyo, ya Kyo ada Kyo ya? Aduh,
Iya.
lupa juga nih.
apa kamu nggak menganggap Kyo sebagai rookie?
Enggak, soalnya dia udah tua dia.
Udah bukan Kyowo doang ya.
Bukan Kyo.
Kyowo udah kelas di sini ya. Oke, dan melihat bahwa persaingan juga banyak banget mid laner kita, YSKL. Dengan patch yang berlangsung, kayaknya mid laner kamu ngerasa yang paling banyak harus belajar nggak sih YSKL dengan patch ini?
Iya Bude, soalnya banyak buff kan di mid laner juga, di hero-heronya.
Jadi untuk YSKL sendiri untuk mengejar patch, ada trik tersendiri nggak yang kamu lakukan?
Triknya kayak biasa sih, belajar terus diskusi sama tim gitu.
Seneng nggak dengan patch yang berlangsung ini sesuai dengan hero-mu atau mungkin playstyle-mu?
Seneng Bude, seneng.
Seneng?
Ya,
Dan apa nih yang kamu nantikan mungkin untuk next yang leg 1 sudah selesai. Buat YSKL, ada nggak tim yang kamu nantikan untuk leg yang kedua?
Dewa besok itu.
Langsung ya.
Ya,
Kenapa Dewa?
Dewa karena mereka jago tuh.
Simpel ya, karena jago. Ada yang spesial nggak di sini? Ada yang ingin menunggu tim-tim di leg kedua? Leg 1 sudah selesai, posisi kalian aman lah di tengah. Jadi udah bisa nih ngucap sesuatu.
Si Kyo kayaknya mau ngomong nih.
Boleh dong Kyo. Kan waktu itu, nextnya kan Dewa. Dulu kamu sempat nge-rate, itu bukan segitu per segitu. Kamu bakal ketemu lagi.
Iya ketemu lagi udah.
Akankah punya hasil yang sama baik untuk kalian atau kamu udah mulai, aduh Dewa juga makin jago nih.
Besok 2-0 lagi dong.
2-0 lagi?
Iya.
Pede?
Pede dong.
Serius? Coba
Iya.
sampaikan sesuatu dong buat tim Dewa untuk esok hari. Untuk leg kedua match pertama untuk tim Liquid.
Semangat Dewa buat lawan kami aja, udah gitu aja.
Wih, dikasih semangat. Kalau mereka semangat, kalian harus kasih apa dong?
Apa?
Mereka dikasih semangat. Apa yang akan dikasih oleh tim Liquid?
Kasih game yang terbaik aja walaupun nggak terbaik sih.
Buset, ini belum yang terbaik, masih bisa lebih maksimal. Thank you banget. Dan ini satu kata dari Fabian untuk leg pertama. Kata-kata penutupan leg 1.
Yo, baka. Mantap, leg 1. Semoga kita bakal win streak terus menerus. Amin. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan the Cavalries, sambutlah kemenangan penutupan dari leg pertama tim Liquid ID. Aduh, Kyo lagi digendong, bawa ada kuda juga. Waduh, memang The Cavalry seru banget di sini untuk merayakan kemenangan mereka. Dan kita juga bisa merayakan bersama. Semua super fans, siapin handphone kalian karena bakal ada GoPay hadiah GG. Kalian bisa ngedapetin GoPay coin secara cuma-cuma, secara gratis. Cukup nge-scan QR yang akan Bude sajikan nanti di layar MPL. Jadi siapkan device kalian dan siapkan diri kalian. Karena caranya adalah, ini dia caranya buat semua super fans, kalian cuma cukup download, unduh aplikasi GoPay di semua device kalian. Downloadnya juga gratis dan itu banyak banget keuntungan di sana. Lalu buka kamera pada smartphone ketika kalian udah ngebuka GoPay. Lalu klik buka hadiah untuk terima GoPay hadiah. Dan terakhir pastinya GoPay Coins akan otomatis masuk ke akun kalian. Udah pada siap belum sih? Nggak mau GoPay Coin kalian? Siap. Dan Bude pun bersiap untuk mereveal. Inilah dia QR code-nya. Cam. Buset, cepet banget tuh. Ayo, pastikan kalian cepat dan tepat. Oke, udah ada yang dapat di belakang sana. Wah, ini untung banyak nih. Asik. Dia selalu setia dan udah dapat berapa kali nih pada yang datang ke sini. Udah dapat? Dapat, congratulations. Selamat. Waduh. Tadi yang pesan sama KB juga dapat tuh. Banyak banget yang dapat hari ini, banyak banget yang happy karena KB hadiah GG. Kalau kalian ketinggalan hari ini masih ada besok dan bisa dapat terus. Jadi jangan sampai kelewatan di MPL Arena, kita seru-seruan bersama. Namun kita harus bersiap juga nih untuk mencari tahu sebenarnya ada apa dengan Alter Ego. Kenapa mereka nggak bisa menang lawan tim Liquid ID? Jadi para caster, please break it down.
Thank you, Bude, for that interview. And for those of you, don't forget to scan the QR code, guys.
Scan it right now.
It's
for sure.
it's kind of like a gacha. Like you don't know how much you're gonna get, but
Yeah.
sometimes you get a lot of money.
Sometimes you get $1
from it.
billion.
If you get a little bit, it's still better than nothing. Still something.
Maybe not $1 billion,
Yeah, no, that would be too much.
Bit too much.
but
Booty.
highlights.
Crucial moment right here. It's that early game, man. We were talking about this earlier. Oh, this is also the exact opposite.
Ouch.
It's not in the early game.
My
This was in
God.
the late game, bro. Ooh, man. Losing your goal leader immediately in the fight.
Oh, man.
Immediately, look at Team Liquid ID, dude. They smell blood in the water. Immediately just start rushing towards, who else? The survivors from Altrigo. And they're powerless. They can't do anything without their main damage dealer, man.
Yikes. Can't believe that.
Oh boy.
No, Ghani's goat highs.
It's about to go through tough times.
MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G goes to Highs.
Ghost of Jakarta, yes, kill, Eterna.
Yeah, high skill.
MVP for throwing game number 3, but
Whoa.
player of the match goes to the Ghost of Jakarta, like you mentioned.
Shout outs to the young man from the Philippines, Daniel.
Yep. Very fond of the Ghost of Jakarta. And he delivers right here, man, on the Yve. By all means, there was so much that preoccupied Alter Ego that the Yve really wasn't threatened at all. I didn't see a single moment where like, oh, Yesco's in danger, he needs to flicker out. There was one moment in the whole game, I believe. And even then, it wasn't all that critical. All Yesco has to do is stay in the back and keep outputting that good damage, man. I play Yve, but he just makes it look like a different caliber.
Yeah.
It's crazy again how they were able to cut off a lot of paper. It's just Witty on a signature pickoff hero again, right? But this time, a broken one, not the Cho. Oh, Rin was really shut down the entire game. It was Highs' game to really, pop off on. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that from Highs. Because, well, we did. We were about to. Like here, he did a really good job pinning him down, but that final play is what we're going to judge, or most people are going to use to judge his performance today.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, man, because damage output is great. And shout out to Aran. I mean, the time he gets taken out, it's a literally game-winning moment, right? Throughout the game, he's been outputting a decent amount of damage as well, and it goes under the radar because Yeheskel and Fabian and Kyo, take all the spotlight. But Aran was doing a great job there, landing a couple of decent Earth Shatters as well.
I'm proud of my baby Kyowo.
Whoa.
He's taking more risks. He's radiating confidence up on stage as well. I like it.
He said it himself, those negative mindsets. If you don't believe in yourself, you gotta keep those away. That confidence, you gotta keep it close. And he certainly held his own against Rin and Highs, the players that have been tested a bit more than he has. And he's, he did well in the laning phase. He's able to perform in the team fights as well.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a goal laner, what more do you need?
He was from TL Academy, right?
Yep, from
MPL?
TLAC. Part of the academy. And that's where all of the others here, technically, Hezkiel, Fabian, and Witty got promoted from last season when Aaron Shiki was there too, but Aaron now is sitting on the bench. Don't worry, Aaron. You'll get your time again. One day.
What do you mean? Like he's not going to be playing again this season?
With Kyo performing like that, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
He's up against some really tough competition, man.
Some competition.
Competition. Straight out of
One more.
Compton. Sepuh.
Okay.
You need this one.
And then you hold
Here.
you hold this.
You need the snore.
No, wait.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
there
I'll
you
hold
go.
this. Ultra Ego, Boohoo.
With our powers combined.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah?
for MUs,
Whoa!
only 4 teams left to secure 2 upper bracket slots in MPL PH Season 15.
Oh, Onyx Philippines just beat TLPH 2-1. So the battle for upper brackets gets even closer. It's so tight now. So tight.
You know what I was surprised of?
What?
The C-Ball results.
Yeah.
How did Falcons win?
That's how close
Against
the top
TL.
4 are in the
so
Philippines.
confused.
Top 4, it's literally everybody's so close.
That's kind of
They're just elbowing each
scary.
other, bro. Like,
if SPS was any benchmark of the level that PH are currently on, and if there are 3 teams on that same level, oh bro, it's over.
Okay.
It's over. But we want to know what you guys think back at home. Who will claim 2 upper bracket slots for MPL PH? Do you think A, it will be TL PH? B, do you think it will be Aurora Gaming? Do you think C, it will be Onyx PH? Or D, Team Falcons? Whoa, 43% Onyx PH.
I agree with them. I think it'll be Onyx PH and TLPH.
That's why they're the closest, right? 43, 41.
do you think it's a coin flip between these 2 teams?
I mean, it was 2-1. The first time they met, I believe TLPH won 2-1. So it's a crazy close matchup. I think it is very coin flip. It's really,
That's where it gets really fun, though.
Yeah.
Because you really have no idea, right? Because despite what it looks like on paper, they're just that toe-to-toe.
So Falcons PH can't make it to upper brackets. Only these 4 teams have a chance to secure upper brackets. Oh wait, that is Falcons. All the way in the bottom, there you go.
D.
Whoa, 4% only. What the hell? Where are the Falcon fans? Falcons. Green Falcons. Where you at?
Green Falcon.
But before we go into our final match of the day between EVOS versus BTR, we are going to go on a break, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama, dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi
tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなるシャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah, di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
It's a new game dan memasuki match ketiga. Ini akan menjadi pertanda bahwa leg kedua MPL Indonesia Season 15 dimulai sekarang. Dan semua super fans mereka tentunya bersiap siaga dan menentukan bagaimana jalannya pertandingan adalah dari tim-tim yang beradu kembali menghadapi satu sama lain. Match pembukaan di leg kedua akan mempertemukan dua tim yang benar-benar sedang berada di top 3 klasemen. Mereka sedang berjuang untuk mengamankan posisi yang baik. Menjadi top 2 adalah salah satu keuntungan dari regular season. Dan dari Evil Swams yang sudah benar-benar bersiap untuk menyongsong jalannya pertandingan pembukaan di leg kedua untuk tim EVOS. Dan kita melihat bahwa semuanya telah bersiap hadir kemari. Semuanya sudah siap untuk bertanding di leg yang kedua. Dan kalau kita juga melihat bagaimana mereka beradu, banyak sekali ada nama baru yang juga sudah hadir di MPL Arena. Bagaimana tidak? Mereka bermain dengan sangat apik di leg yang pertama. Top 3. Dan ini bakal menjadi penentuan siapa yang akan menduduki posisi yang kedua. Dan kalau ngelihat EVOS yang sekarang, tentu kita melihat bahwa Ki menjadi sosok mantan kapten dari tim yang akan mereka lawan. Ada tim Bigatron yang telah hadir pula. Berada di posisi di top 3 pula dengan match win yang sama dengan EVOS. Kali ini Bigatron tentu berharap bisa membalaskan dendam. Dan kita melihat bahwa Anavel yang dulunya memperkuat posisi dari EVOS sebagai jungler EVOS kini berada di tim Bigatron. Balas dendam menjadi salah satu tujuan dan posisi top 2 juga bisa menjadi satu hal yang mereka inginkan. Dan mengingat keduanya udah datang ke MPL Arena bersiap untuk membuka leg yang kedua. Jadi kita di sini tentunya juga harus bersiap siaga. Suara bersorak-sorai, nyanyikan yel-yel dan hashtag kalian tulis di kolom komentar siapa yang akan memenangkan match ini. Karena siapapun yang menang akan berada di posisi yang kedua. Namun sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pertandingan akan berlangsung, izinkan Bude mengingatkan ke kalian bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head & Shoulder, dan kita juga punya official coffee partner Good Day. Dan juga ada partner ini Sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Dan juga berserta dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Dan supplier kita RSV Helmet. Bude sampai di sini menikmati banget dari semua yel-yel. Semua support dari super fans. Mana nih? Coba langsung tunjukin dong. Kasih suaranya buat EVOS. Mereka sudah bernyanyi, mereka sudah beryel-yel, mereka udah nempelin bendera untuk EVOS kebanggaan. Leg kedua bakal menjadi hal yang seru. Dan tentu saja jangan mau kalah. Bigat Troopers kasih semangat untuk Bigatron. Woohoo! Bendera sedang dipasang dan kelihatan banget nih kayaknya baru pada lagi siap-siap rame-rame merah dan biru. Sama seperti halnya dengan collaboration kita. MPL and NBA. Bagaimana nih? Siapa nih yang bakal menjadi posisi kedua? Semua super fans pasti udah lagi dak dik duk ser. Dari Evo sudah siap, dari Bigatron sudah siap. Para caster, are you ready? Dan super fans, Mari kita bersiap-siap menyambut leg yang kedua antara tim EVOS dan Battleground.
The fight for number 2 on the standings as we head over officially to leg number 2 of MPL ID Season 15. Back on the caster desk with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And this will be the second time that both EVOS and Bigatron meet. Last time it was?
2-1 to EVOS.
There you go, 2-1 to EVOS. So will it be a replication of the success from the White Tigers, or can the Red Robots actually change the tides here in their second meetup?
Well, I mean, someone is dressed up for the occasion, honestly. Yep. Interesting to see that. What a surprise, bro. I didn't notice all this time. Well,
when did you dye your hair, Eterna?
What?
We're talking about you, right?
Oh, yeah, me.
Yeah, it's
I
great,
dyed my hair.
great color.
Brown for Dewa?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like, you know, I'm inclined to support Bigatron on this one.
Yes, sir. What about you?
For obvious reasons.
Did you predict BTR?
Are you gonna check?
Huh?
Oh, I thought you were gonna check. Because I could lie right now.
Rashi?
Oh, are we
Rashi's
doing
holding
it?
All right.
Okay, wait, where's EVOS? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I want 2-1 BTR. Just because of the gold laners. But audience topic voting, defeated by EVOS in leg number 1, can BTR strike back in leg number 2?
Vote A.
What do you guys think? Do you believe in BTR? Do you think EVOS will dominate? Or do you think... Wait, whose time to prove themselves? BTR's time.
Defeated by BTR, yeah.
I feel like it's a C angle.
Time to prove themselves, C. I mean, they beat RQ, right? That's already something. So I think I'm gonna go A. Believe in BTR.
I think so too. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, you know, it's one match, bro. You gotta see some more, you know? I'm a database
RRQ,
person.
number 1 on the
TLID,
standings.
RQ, EVOS. That's a crazy match, like, lineup to have. 2 out of 3 so far.
Pretty good resume. Interesting.
It is.
Well, whoever wins will secure second place, like we were mentioning earlier in the standing. So, some would say it's not a big deal, one spot, but that's a big difference when rivalry is being talked about. And between these two, what do you think, Mirko? Is there history? I recall they were toe-to-toe for one of the seasons back then, right?
Season
7.
Yeah.
Betting for the top spot back then. So, is there a bit of a rivalry between the Red Robots and the White Tigers?
Well, for sure, you know. Key and Brands, ex-BTR, by the way. They've both played for BTR before. Heck, back in the day, Dreams was ex-BTR too when he was playing for EVOS, right? So, a lot of BTR alumni is over on the side of EVOS. Also with some new ammunition with Albert. It's crazy to see that Key and, you know, the BTR boys kind of had beef with EVOS because EVOS represented ISF, Indo in ISF. You remember that whole arc? Brands and Key. So yeah, we've had this rivalry. It's been an amazing rivalry with EVOS for the longest time, you know. At least, well, EVOS can always, they have a safety net. They have M1, so it's not really, yeah.
You can always fall back on history, man.
And ISF.
Because history sometimes repeats itself, but sometimes it takes quite a while.
And WCG.
And ISF.
Yeah.
안녕하세요.
That's 3 internationals for EVOS, guys.
Let's see though.
Anyway, let's see what you guys thought. Okay, 50% believe in BTR.
That's fair.
Because, you know, interestingly enough, ever since they dyed their hair red anyway, they haven't lost a match.
Now, the red is fading though. Their red is fading, so I don't know if that will translate to the performance. Are they gonna fade? Because the patch did drop right after the 2 wins that they got last week.
Right, but in all seriousness, the main change, I think, other than, of course, red hair, is Coach Tazi coming into the lineup, the coaching staff for BTR.
I think we heard talks about how she's able to kind of discipline the players. We've heard that, you know, they're a lot more in shape right here, in and outside of the game, due to Taz's influence. So credit where credit is due, that's for sure. But if Mirko's point stands, that the red is fading, oh boy, look to the gold lane, man, because that's where most of the color has faded from Eman, I think, when we saw him earlier.
But Annabelle is still looking sharp. All right, and that's why he's on the watch list. Annabelle, BTR's new chip, player of the week for week 4. And you can see the stats, right? #1 total kills for the jungler. #1 Lord secured for the jungler. And we have a quote here for KB. The main issue is consistency. Ex-Evo's jungler rarely disappoints. I think the main highlight has got to be week 4, right? For Annabelle really stepping up. We saw the Lancelot, the things that he was able to do with the Lancelot, the Joy as well.
He's been really, really good. I feel on individual picks, heroes like the Assassins that can farm alone. So the Hayabusas, mainly the Joy, the Lancelots, we saw how good he can be. Technically, even in their first matchup, in leg 1, Annabelle, BTR were able to get a game win when they got Nolan. So it's always been about farming heroes. When he played the Lucas, we didn't get to see him really shine. And then obviously the Lancelot here doing really, really good. So it's all about enabling Annabelle.
Yeah, it's a clean performance whenever he does get his way. Whenever the game plan kind of like makes sense for him to get his early advantages, allow him to farm. And you're seeing here that on these aggressive picks, he just stands out a bit more. Because we saw a clip earlier with the Lucas, and that was quite impressive. 1v3, securing 1 or 2 kills, if I'm mistaken. But on the Assassins, that really seems to be where he is most comfortable. And you know, the meta allows for it, so why not double down on that and allow Bigatron to just have, once again, a dominant assassin player in the jungle and play off that? Because we've seen that with great junglers, you have a lot of potential. Unfortunately, in this season, a lot of the great jungle potential we've seen coming from Evos as well because of Albert. So that's why this matchup is kind of interesting.
And now we have 2 layers, technically, right? In the roam, Finn or Light? That's a big question. Technically, for Evos, we also don't know who's going to be playing in the gold lane. Brands has recently just been promoted back up to MPL from being, I think, inactive player. We don't know who's going to play. Is it Natco? Is it Reggie even? So many questions to ask, but I think for the gold lane, because Erlan won just earlier this week, it's safe to say that Erlan will probably be playing over Brands.
But it looks like Natco's on the ping test.
There you go.
So Natco EXP, I believe.
Could be a lie.
I think Fluffy's getting married tomorrow.
Wow,
Wait,
Reggie. Okay, congratulations to Reggie getting married. So that confirms it. It'll be Natco in XP.
So it's the snake lineup.
It is the snake lineup.
It's gonna creep up on you. You won't see it coming.
You gotta catch the snake before the snake bites you and puts the venom inside of you.
But you know, in all seriousness, Suelo has been an interesting player once again. He's bringing that flair he had over from Rebellion into Evos. We saw the Zas 2 times in a row in that match, won it as well. And he was able to get a solo kill, I believe, on the Zas too.
Solo kill?
I think it was a solo kill.
I can't remember if
there were 2
Suelo
solo
got
kills.
a solo kill, but I know Natco.
Suelo Zas and then Natco Ryota.
I know the Natco solo kill. That was crazy. Level 2, he was able to get a kill on CC on the Kalea. Something very surprising in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, the Zast, again, I just love it when a weird pick comes through because the situation allows for it, right? Because a lot of people would tell you, like, dude, you're picking Zast, what are you doing, right? It's not meta. But again, in the right hands, with the right composition, in the right context, you'll be surprised at what you can pull off. And I'm always happy to see it happen in the Land of Dawn, to see the meta kind of stretch to its limits. So I'm looking forward to see if something of similar nature might happen today.
Ooh, what are we talking about?
For both teams.
Oh, for both teams.
Yeah, because I feel like for Bigatron, they also were the team who were back then able to experiment, able to come up with something crazy that a lot of other teams aren't really trying out.
Masha, XP, Ruby Gold.
As an example. So I want to see more of that. I think that's really healthy for the meta ecosystem, if that makes sense.
No. Yeah, for sure. There's a layer of flexibility and an argument to be made from both teams, right? Because other than the mages that we've seen from Suelo in the mid lane, we've also seen a lot of fighters, right? Charizla in the mid lane is something that we saw. So what can we be expecting in this next lineup? Because for flexibility on the side of BTR, Lancelot was also a hero that we weren't expecting either, but he was able to make it work.
I think the Lancelot, we won't be able to expect it just right out the bat here. That was a very last-minute pick. If if they see conditions where the landslide can be picked up, then yes. But if not, then probably not.
Currently number 3 on the standings, ladies and gentlemen, it is BTR. Looking to get that number 2 spot. Will they be able to pick it up as we welcome the first player?
In the gold lane, that's the Red Raider. That's Eman. The man that always delivers in the gold lane. Watch out for his crazy plays, for the crazy laning prowess as well. Followed up by the maestro in the mid lane, Moreno.
That's Mr. Mukbang right there. And I don't know, this season, it looks like a lot of these Indo players might be the next one on his dish.
Don't forget the man in the XP, the game changer, Luke. Big man Luke himself, back at it again. Can he bring out that dominant, aggressive EXP lane performance here against EVOS? Because in the jungle, the prodigy from EVOS, the man who will try to get revenge against his ex-team, it's Annabelle.
Top 3 youngest player in MPL ID right now, but this man, on the other hand,
the super sub of the Red Robots, that's Finn. Coming through out of nowhere, what can he bring? What kind of changes does this mean for the whole roster, for the composition? Bigatron Esports on stage right now, looking red and ready.
I like that. Red and ready. The red-haired army preparing, going to their side of the court as we welcome the opposite side of the jungle too. White Tigers.
Hey.
EVOS number 2 on the standings. They don't win this one, they might lose their spot to BTR.
A lot of questions right here. Let's see how ready they look already. With the beat, with the swag. First up, the gold lane, Erlan.
Man, he's really feeling himself there, enjoying, having some fun. Let's hope not too much fun as we welcome the next man.
You got some highs, you got some lows, but Mr. Mid Lane here is Suelo. The man with the spice, ready to bring it out in the mid lane with the unorthodox picks, but an unorthodox role right here. All hail King Nat Coat!
Whether it be in the mid lane, in the EXP, or, you know, even the gold lane, this man is a player to watch.
Ooh, take a look at that. That's the baby alien. That's Albaramba, Albert. The first part of the Prod duo, the crazy assassin in the jungle with power moves. El Momento, ex-BTR, by the way, key.
The final missing piece to the puzzle, or, you know, the key to the puzzle here for the White Tigers lineup right now.
And look at that, dude. They look locked in. They're ready for a showdown. Definitely will be the showdown, again, of veterans, of flexibility too. We've seen so many crazy flexes. Natco, how many roles can you play? XP to gold to mid, back to XP here. Albert from jungle to gold to jungle to gold again in Onyx. Mid lane, sometime we saw he was able to replace Mr. Sans. Oh man.
Let's welcome the coaching staff. We have Avil and Caleb for EVOS. And for the Red Robots, Coach E2 Max and Theo Nile.
Let's see what they have cooked up, man. Flexibility, like you mentioned, Mirko, is something that both these teams have. They have it in different roles, in different positions, but in the end, in the drafting phase, both coaches will be using it, extending it to its full potential.
And you can see up on screen, ladies and gentlemen, both EVOS and BTR are literally at equal points.
Yep.
5-3.
Whoever wins here will take that second place position. By the way, this is the start of the second leg already. This will be the first match of the second leg. It will definitely have quite a big impact. EVOS currently 5-3, 5-3 to BTR. The reason they are above BTR is because of that head-to-head record. BTR losing to EVOS in that first leg 2-1. Right,
Things could change here. Absolutely. But of course, we are looking at differences from the first time that they have met, right? It was Light in the roam, now it's Finn. And for EVOS, it was Natco in the mid lane and Reggie in the EXP lane. So that's a change.
Yeah, quite a vastly different roster as what Bigatron faced last time. But the baby alien, the man of the picture right now, #1 jungler, total turtle in MPL ID.
number 2 jungler total kill, number 2 jungler GPM. This guy is definitely one of the junglers that has been having the attention of the masses right now. A player with a lot of experience under his belt, a lot of achievements as well. Now in the new team, the Proc duo, he's been able to do great things. And to contrast him, Bigotron's new chip, formerly from EVOS himself, but as you mentioned, Mirko, very new, very young. If in fact we just discussed that he was one of the top 3 youngest players in the league right now.
Yeah.
What was he, 18?
Yeah, he's 18, born in 2007.
Where were you when you were 18?
Wow, dude. Back at home, where were you? By the way, Albert has taken number 1 away from Mr. Annabelle.
Wow.
The Total Turtles. Oh wait, no. I think he's always... Annabelle was number 1 on Lords, not Turtles.
Right. But again, at 18 years old, already doing so much right now. You know, definitely putting some pressure on the older people back at home and on the desk. But here, keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy A36 5G for EVOS. Beware of Bigotron's pocket picks. Those unique, crazy picks, they have to always consider the possibility. Punish independent heroes from Annabelle and Iman if they're playing too far solo and not with the team. That's something that with their assassin threat and their engaged potential, they can try and punish in the Land of Dawn. For Bigotron, deny Erlan's comfort heroes, get Eman the lane that he requires to really dominate, and anticipate Natco's explosive play. Because again, explosiveness is a factor. It can be a positive factor, it can be a negative factor as well. If Bigotron play to counter, play to punish, that could be an angle they can explore.
What kind of explosive plays are we looking at for Natco?
Explosive plays like going for those solo kills early on. You would expect a lot of XPs now to not go for fights, just, trade it out by clearing out minions, rotating over. We've seen Natco again utilize the Kalea very aggressively, using the slam flicker into the tsunami slam, really diving deep into enemy lines to get the pickoffs that he wants.
And that is what can be punished.
Absolutely. Especially that EXP lane, once you fall behind, it's usually a brutal time right there. You're gonna lose out in resources, and you're gonna be forced to deal with it solo. There's not always a chance for your team to help you out. Right now though, first pick for EVOS, Bigotron second. Kind of fits their style. They like to be a bit more reactive. For EVOS though, I wonder what exactly they have in mind specifically. Because again, with the flexibility comes options, but sometimes too many options can be debilitating.
Also, what happened to the Lucas? Because the Lucas has been like a really hot commodity for EVOS, especially this season.
Yeah.
Is it still viable to pick up?
I think so, for sure. Especially after the nerfs on Suyo, after the nerfs on a lot of different heroes, the Lucas should actually be a bit more viable. And I think that's why we've been seeing a lot more Lucas bans. But it just depends, because we've seen more Lucas bans towards heroes or towards teams who actually have picked up that hero.
Right.
EVOS can definitely still pull it off. We saw more Suyo joys, but I think we have seen the Lucas banned out against EVOS.
We have. So we'll see whether or not it is going to be a banned out pick in the first phase, because that's an additional slot that will be utilized. But technically, EVOS are first pick.
Ooh.
So let's take a look at the drafting phase for game number 1, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And as you can see already up on the board, the bans have dropped, and complete respect over to Luke Masha banned out. We have the chip on the blue side, and BTR go for the Joy and the Fanny.
Wow. The Fanny is something that both teams actually have to kind of pay attention to in this matchup. Both junglers have shown some prowess on that Fanny. Definitely not something that both teams want to risk giving over. Along with that, the Joy as well. The Lo Yi, more to be seen for now, but EVOS is definitely the one with asserting more pressure towards that ban towards Bigotron.
Where there is light.
Oh, never mind.
Also
Spoke too soon.
Well, the Lo Yi coming out as well. BTR now. Are they going to go for the 3 jungle bans, respecting Albert all the way? Or do they just stick with the Fanny Joy and ban out what? Jusin, that's still up for grabs.
Ranger.
Lucas, still pretty good. Problem for Albert, especially like when he gets it. But Harith, there's also something that we mentioned in the keys of victory, right? Shut down Erlan. His picks could be devastating. If you leave him on these picks, Granger, Harith, he does amazing.
So those are the 3 picks that we're currently looking at right now, and BTR are caught in a position where they have to really think about this, and their answer will be the Hayabusa. Full respect onto Albert, maybe forcing something like the Lucas, like the Suyo in the first phase, or will they prioritize the Harith instead? And the answer is it will be for Erlan.
The question is the Lancelot in the picture for both these teams with so much emphasis on the aggressive assassin style and the options dwindling down, especially for Evos? That's an interesting prospect. For Bigatron though, if they want to go for the Lucas now, the Valentina is something that they still have to be pretty careful about. But with the Tushin now, expect a lot more aggressive picks because the Tushin will require assistance to be really good in the early game. The Kalia is the selection here in the hands of Finn potentially, but it could be flex over to Luke.
Now it gives the opportunity for Evos to pick up a jungler. Again, Haya, Joy, Fanny banned away. You would expect BTR to put the pressure on Albert even more after seeing the Harith pick, but right now Albert is free to pick up a hero first. So does he go Suyo, the safe choice, but risk getting poked down by Jusin, or you just go for Fredrin? Because this was a choice for Albert before MPL started when they were playing for SPS.
That Fredrin definitely can be a factor here, especially with against a team that doesn't have a lot of damage right now. It's a Kalia, so you're trading the, if you compare it to a Jawhead, you're trading the early damage for early sustain. So early sustain and a mid laner that can't really burst people down. That's why the Fredrin can be a great option here, but it indeed will be the Suyo. Albert wants that aggression, and now with the Yve in the picture, it's a great counter to the Sushin off the bat. And even now, any kind of chase style composition that Bigatron wants to try and do, it's gonna get slowed down immensely by the Void Crystals and the Void Blasts.
Yeah, it's not going to be as easy to penetrate through the real world manipulation, especially when we're looking at these things as an objective perspective, right? In these team fights, as they're centering around, as long as the Eve gets at level 4, should be fine. But there's a hero we haven't seen in a while, Hanzo. That's quite late game.
First time since the patch has dropped. We haven't seen a Hanzo at all. We've been seeing, again, Haya, Joy more often, even Fredrin. But never the Hanzo, not even for Rin, the guy who has had the most success with it.
Now with the Tushin and the Hanzo, you have to wonder, in the early game, there won't be a lot of kill potential, technically. Not until the mid game at least. So during all that time, who's supposed to do the heavy lifting for Bigatron? With the trio mid already exposed right here, Evos, what's the idea for the side lanes? They have to be careful about Luke's options. You know, the Masha has already been banned out, but who's to say that Luke can't come out with another aggressive EXP lane? There are options around.
We are assuming that this Kalea is a roamer, right?
Yeah.
Because Luke hasn't picked up the Kalea.
Not yet.
This season. Alright. So it does make sense. That's why they're starting to limit these options now for the side of Evos. But what do Evos do now? Do they start eliminating gold laners? Do they take Ranger out? Okay, there you go. Ranger gets taken out. So we're looking at heroes like, what? What's good against the Harith other than the 1-1?
The Moskov is definitely something that they can think about as well. The Claude has been a pick that Eman actually picked up against RRQ, game number 1, winning it out. So Claude, Moskov, these Blink heroes will have a lot of value up against the Harith and the Eve.
But the Moskov in particular can dive in the backline along with the Hanzo. So if I had my say, I would say that would be a more troubling factor here for Evos' composition, especially with the Eve already shown. But we'll and see for Bigatron here, what do they want to ban out? Again, it's probably some kind of crowd control hero, but that was an obvious answer. Now, Hylas as well with the Law and Order. We're trying to make sure that all these dive heroes have the space to actually be a real threat, because we know Evos have the awareness and they have a great roamer to shut down a lot of these dive attempts.
So what do Evos ban here? Is it going to be the Moskov? Will it be the Claude? Because right now, Bigatron really needs to be able to penetrate through that backline, and we've seen heroes like the Claude do well against the Yi.
Yeah. You dive in with a blink, you can get out of the RWM with a blink as well. Very safe in lane. It's just later on as we get into the mid game, Harith is going to have a really good time against the Claude. It'll actually be the Beatrix ban, expecting Kalea Beatrix.
Hey, the pick-off combo, I guess? with the Boundless Rage, able to delete someone. And also it gives a good amount of long distance poke or burst potential. And I believe it's a hero that Iman is pretty comfortable with as well. So, interesting choice. The Phobias comes out as an answer right here. Again, it's about chase, it's about crowd control for Evos now. Do they want to find ways to avoid that scenario? Do they want to kite back away? Or do they want to play Bigatron's game and fight fire with fire?
Really good setup, by the way, the Badang and the Hylo span, right? Those are the two heroes you would expect to be really good up against the Phobias. I guess now Evos are kind of trapped. Do they want to go CC? Or, there you go, the Edith to lock him down, but that means they're going to go for the Gatot Kacha too. Gatot plus Edith, a main initiator in Edith with Natko's explosiveness, and Key just capitalizing. Good stuff.
Interesting. And both of them have a very quick, spammable, quote-unquote, it's not super spammable, but it's on a relatively short cooldown, and it comes out quick as well. The onward and the taunt from the Gatot Kacha. So that's another layer of obstacles that the Hanzo has to kind of consider before diving towards the backline. So not a bad option at all. But final pick here for Bigatron is gonna be a 1-1.
Yeah, they still do it. They still lock it in.
Interesting. I mentioned the 1-1 earlier, but not in a way. Not in this way. What do you think? I mean, this isn't an Amon special.
It is.
So it's okay.
Yeah, it is an Amon special. It's a signature pick for him. This was also the most banned pick against BTR in the playoffs of Season 14.
It's a different season, but still, the skill set does not diminish. That's the idea. It's a full-on dive for Bigatron. They're the ones with the big ultimates, the gap closers, the immunity windows. Evos, though, they have a lot of laning pressure. And in the late game, I don't know, man. The late game looks kind of equal in different ways.
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over into the Land of Dawn for our first game in this best-of-3 series. The fight for the number 2 spot in the standings here as we enter leg numero 2.
Will it be Evos or BTR? Yell it out in the chat right now. Who do you think's gonna take this dub in the Land of Dawn? Luke on a Phobias.
All right. Can he bully enough in that lane to be a big difference? Mainly, my immediate concern, my immediate prediction is that the second purple buff for Annabelle is going to be heavily contested. Before that, though, we have quite a long time to go before we get to that point in time. Looking at the pathing from both junglers, though, I think Albert going with a bit of a longer route. He has the superior clear in theory with the Suyo. And the emblems here, Tenacity for Natko. Pull yourself together for both Iman and Finn. For the 1-1, this is a trend we've seen kind of gaining some popularity. But Moreno having the Tenacity on the Tsushin, that's quite interesting, as Annabelle actually snipes away that gold buff.
I think they're anticipating that the aggression from the side of Evos is up there, especially in the early game, right? Considering that they committed to the Hanzo for their jungler, they are going to need a little bit more time to get to that power spike. So early on, I was expecting maybe BTR to have to kind of play it a little safer than they would normally as compared to Evos, who has the Suyo, really good for neutral objective takes in the early game, alongside that Eve, so long as Suelo gets at level 4.
Yeah, for now, Bigatron has to be a bit careful. Annabelle is susceptible to getting invaded right now. And Key is still relatively safe until level 4 here with the Gatot Kacha. But look at this, Annabelle make the first move.
Just poking Natko down, trying to punish him a bit. Oh, Soul Snatch dealing a lot of damage, taking Natko low, forcing him to recall. Turtle spawning in the game in time. BTR first on it.
Yeah, they're going to be setting up first here. We do see that Annabelle is buying some time here, looking for the purple buff. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, we do still see some trades and damage, but Eman doing rather well above Erlanier on the 1-1 rather.
Yeah, Erlan's actually down in XP there,
Yeah.
level 3 still.
That's interesting. Could be the zoning. Look at Luke already trying to push away Evos.
Okay, Luke pushing him out to safety after jumping in with Infernal Pursuit. Oh, baiting this position, canceling out the first turtle. Suyo and Evos unable to secure it. They're gonna have to let it go, let it be for now. BTR take control of it.
He's not level 4 just yet. Meanwhile, the rest of the members from BTR are, so they look a lot more prepared in terms of resource allocation. Maybe that's what they're buying time for.
Oh, that's the explosiveness. Nako able to find Onward. Now, an all-in dive, but Albert able to secure the neutral objective. Tsunami Snap coming down with Annabelle locking Albert down. Moreno still in the midst of it all. Albert gonna be taken down by Soul Snatch. Just stay low. Will be next in the chopping block. Knocked up, but has to purify. Good taunt to disengage. Finn all alone. Can he run? He will be able to, but it's a 1,000 gold lead for EVOS.
1-for-1 trade in terms of those kills, but it was EVOS that were able to pick up the turtle, and hence that gold lead favoring the White Tigers here in the 3rd minute. Let's take a look at the talent prediction by GoPay. Unanimous except for all.
Interesting.
So it was Papulung first, and then Omawa, and now it's all Outlier.
Coincidence? I think not. Well, we'll have to wait and see, man. 1,000 gold lead for EVOS at this point, and they did have the better big AoE teamfight tools there. Bigatron, because they have a Chushin there. Moreno made a great play with the Lantern Flare coming in, trying to do damage and zone EVOS away, but they weathered the storm. They have the Revitalize, and now they have the lead, and they're going to be planning on increasing that. And look at the attention to the gold lane immediately. Both teams understand that in the mid game, this gold lane is what both teams are going to rely on for a lot of the damage output. Both the 1-1 and the Harith have a pretty good spike in the mid game.
But whose spike comes earlier? Is it the 1-1?
1-1.
Or is it the Harith?
1-1.
All right, Mirko, the token gold lane expert here. The 1-1, I do agree. Although Harith, whoa, hang on a second.
Look for the dive, has to purify Airlines, gonna save it for a bit. Oh, Annabelle waited for it. Now Soul Snatch coming down. Good taunt, and Annabelle will be forced back. Airline survives, has the help with the Revitalize to get back.
Really good cover, damage control from EVOS. As it looks like the turtle will be spawning in about 7 seconds on the board. Albert level 8, Annabelle level 8. Who will have the upper hand when both of these teams start to tangle?
I think Albert has the advantage when it comes to the 50-50s with the Suyo after all, but look at this.
Taunt over to Finn means should be free, and it is. Good two-man Earth Shatter, and Mon trying to lock him down. The AOG coming out with a Tsunami Slam as well. Nako is able to play around the wall. Annabelle jumps into the back. Luke getting 3 members. Now Moreno jumps in with the Crimson Beacon. Able to lock Nako down. It's asking Finn taken down. 2 members falling. 2! That's a crossbow attack. Translated over towards Albert, who's all alone. Luke jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit. Able to cut away for a bit. Luke jumps one more time. It's Moreno with the flare, and Erlan is now all alone.
A 4-for-2 trade. But EVOS pick up the turtle. I just asked, so Suyo was able to get the neutral objective take, but BTR won that team fight. How?
Well, first of all, there's no need for EVOS to oblige Bigatron for that fight to begin with. They stuck around, they thought they could win it, and it's fair for them to assume so, but they stuck together. They were clumping up, and Luke was just putting it down, dude, slamming on everyone, doing the damage. You have to remember, the Phobias as a contested pick is a strong pick, especially early on, only at 6 minutes, level 7. That ultimate is just so spammable, and EVOS allowed it to hit everyone on the team. They will learn from that mistake, but that was a costly price to pay.
There you go. See a rotation coming through from Annabelle here in the bottom side of the map. And things have gone 50-50. Oh, that's Retribution used already.
Yeah, trying to clear up the wave. Meanwhile, up top, Key caught in the tough spot, forced to back away. Airline zone away. Albert looking for the solo on Annabelle, and it will be a solo. Albert in enemy territory.
We talked about the jungle matchup. We were comparing both of these junglers, and Albert proving here in game number 1 that he does still have a little bit more of an edge, especially Annabelle not hitting that power spike just yet. That's only 2 items.
I was about to say that Annabelle has been farming relatively well, not really falling behind, not getting invaded, but right there, Bigatron show off their cards on the top lane, so Albert saw that and went for the invade immediately. Now going for the turtle, gonna burst it down really, really quick. They have a chance to go for the purple buff. This is where it's gonna hit Annabelle the most, but they won't be able to do so just yet. Rotating S4, looking for something else on the map.
Aman. They might be looking for Aman here. They're looking for a pick over to him. Right now, 1-0-2.
Oh.
That's the concealed play.
Jumping onto Erlan, trying to force out the Purify. Now Luke jumps in as well. Able to go on to Sway low. They for the pursuit. That's gonna be key. Locked down with the Tsunami Slam. Has the AOG to lock him down. Now Annabelle walking into the back line. He goes. Erlan gonna be the main target here. As Key will have his soul snatched. Finn in the midst of it all. Erlan still able to catch away. But Albert gets the assassination. Now it's Moreno and Finn forced to retreat.
That's a 1-for-2 trade. Eman and Luke only for the price of Key. Big advantage coming from Evos here. 2,000 gold lead. They're going to be able to pick up the turret in the top side as well. We do see Annabelle pushing that mid lane. But there's nothing left that he can go for.
It's fortunate for Annabelle that he can escape, go back to his original body, but the rest of his teammates aren't so fortunate. Evos, though, they're doing a great job bringing the fight to Bigatron and still finding ways to stave off Annabelle. Look at Albert, they're getting jumped on.
Uh-oh, looking for the chase. Has Natco right there, and Key will follow too. AOG to the back. Annabelle gonna be caught in the AOG. Won't be able to escape. Actually, still able to dash away. Good disengage from Luke as he jumps in front of pursuit. Now 2 members caught again. It's a stun over. RWM locking him down in the back line as Eman is unable to get the crossbow 10, but he does get it in the end with the Inspire. Locking Erlan down. That's Key next to the chopping block. Still, Eman catting away. Gets Quelled. Still able to cat away for a bit. Sway low. Now targeted down by Annabelle, who's looking for one last shot. Albert, can he chase? Where will he go? Into the real body or to the shadow? Annabelle will choose to run the other way.
Oh, a 1v1 situation here as all the rest of the members have been taken out. Annabelle still running. Albert still looking.
He gets away. Gets away with the shadow.
Oh boy, that's so unfair, man. As a mage player, I have to make it very, very clear that hero is so annoying. But Evos, with the advantage of pushing Annabelle away, they're going to go rush the Lord. They can do this.
Annabelle still really low. That's an engage into the back with a Tsunami Slam. Luke able to get the Lord. Annabelle now with a Soul Stash. Natco taken down. Key revitalized, trying to buy some time. Luke in the back, still disrupting, still getting the pursuit flickering out, but will be taken down by Erlan.
Suelo also going to be able to use that real world manipulation to kind of stave off the pressure coming in from BTR.
Eman able to get the kill with the help of the flare and the beacon from Moreno.
There it is. That's 3 members from the side of Evos taken down, plus BTR pick up the Lord in this 10th minute of the game. Annabelle is coming onto Albert, but he doesn't commit onto it.
Man, that's just the way it is. When you're the Hanzo, you can chase as far as you want. Wow. And you are not reliant on any skills at all. It is all basic attacks, so Albert just cannot ever win a 1v1 all-in scenario, especially when the Pinnacle Ninja is used. With the Yves right now, the Evos should be able to defend here from the Lord, but Bigatron are not going to make it easy for them.
Let's see Annabelle zoning them in the back. Able to jump in, boosting Natco to onward. Lord, will it get the charge on the base? Oh, it does. Barely before it gets taken down.
But the shield still stands. So everything else gets taken out here. So it's still a successful defense coming from Evos. Not as much casualties, I would say. Damage control from the White Tigers.
Not at all, but again, it's looking quite difficult, man. Evos, they've done a great job shutting down Annabelle in the fights so far. But now with all the other threats ramping up, Eman starting to make the plays of his own, Luke still smashing him down. Now there's not as much crowd control that they can kind of save for Annabelle. So he just stays in the bush, biding his time there, waiting for the right opportunity to just dive onto Sway low, onto these immobile heroes that he can just beat down to death with the basic attacks.
Rose Gold.
How far is he on? Yeah, I was wondering about the items too.
Rose Gold Meteor for Eman already. And look at this. So much damage available for Evos, but Bigatron just don't stick around for Evos to kind of dish it out until it's time to really go in. And then they make use of all the immunities, right? You know, technically Phobias and Wanwan both fly in the air, be untargetable, and those are the 2 main problems that are diving towards the backline for Evos.
Man, that Halberd is playing a big, big role right now for Eman. You can see just how much pressure he can put on Erlan, Key. Actually, to be fair, everyone. The Revitalize is a key battle spell in a lot of these clumped up compositions. So the fact that Eman was already able to cancel out a lot of the healing from Erlan and that Revitalize early has given BTR, again, that advantage in the fights.
And right now, Annabelle is also so far ahead. already at the power spike too, so we can expect a little bit more from him at this point. It looks like they were looking for a pick onto Eman, but Eman was aware of the presence. A rotation now coming in from Evos.
Oh, wait. Oh, they're blitzing it.
Yeah.
They know Iman is in the bottom lane. Annabelle, can he do it? Retreat! Annabelle! How has he done that? Now Moreno on its way low, forcing to Purify out, looking for Nako as he puts the Crimson. No, just the Lantern Flare Fin! Jumps in, Tsunami Slam knocking him down on the backline. It's gonna be Iman looking for the crossbow tag! And he gets it in time! Key will fall! Key still able to survive for a bit. Sky Piercer coming down as Luke keeps on jumping. Another Infernal Pursuit, but it's way too deep.
1-for-1 trade, and again Annabelle on the Lancelot, and now he's going for more!
Soul Snatch, but the Winter Crown is right there to help him.
Whew. That's still a Lord marching in the mid lane. No Lancelot, no problem. He's able to make it work on the Hanzo too. Little reroutes coming in through from the Lord, but it's still gonna push through into the mid lane. That's Annabelle!
Primal Wrath versus Soul Snatch! Annabelle assassinating the front line!
He's looking for more here. Mid lane is taken down. You can see Evils trying their best to go in for the clear, and they will. But ladies and gentlemen, BTR, Annabelle, how does he keep finding these steals?
He's just so good at the calculations, man. On a Hanzo that technically doesn't really have a lot of extra damage to add on to that Retribution to go for the secure, he is finding it against a Suyo. Not against any Suyo, against Albert on that Suyo. This is a guy we've been hyping up for having a really solid Retribution, and Annabelle is outdoing him right now. 6k gold advantage for Bigatron. Annabelle, full build already. Evos are running out of options.
So far, the tail of the tape has been ridiculously accurate. Albert #1 in turtle takes. Annabelle #1 on Lord takes.
Wow. Is that a coincidence, Mirko?
I don't know.
Honest prediction though for Evo, 78%. I'm surprised. That would be like 80% or something.
Today, the audience has not been
as
like we haven't been in sync. The casters and the audience, even for TLID.
that's
Remember?
true.
Look at the AI prediction rate though.
Whoa, whoa.
68%.
That's the awesome intelligence prediction.
I mean, it does make sense, right? And we're looking at one lack inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, there are a lot more structures on the board for the side of BTR. BTR holding a 5,600 gold lead. And as it looks right now, BTR are holding more pressure, more control. Look how wary Evos are rotating, even in their own jungle.
The only real saving grace for Evos right now is the potential for the Yeve to be a big problem later on. And also Erlan on the Hyrit. In theory, will be scaling a lot harder. But this is Coach Age with the mullet.
Ex-BTR and Evos, by the way.
A man with conflicting interests
Mad
in his heart right
Scientist?
now.
Was that his old title?
What?
Mad Scientist?
Yeah, Mad Scientist. Season 7, Season 8. There you go. Says hello.
That's a relatively calm reaction there, buddy.
Okay, that's not you. Don't try to be. No, hey, I know you. You're. Come on, Age.
Gotta be chill about it.
You're trying to be nonchalant.
Nonchalant?
Nonchalant.
Well, he certainly seemed like he was trying. I don't know if the audience buys it though. Right now, again, look at the setup from Bigatron already setting up on the far side in case anyone rotates around. Evos once again are going for it, but Annabelle, can he steal it again? No way.
They have this much trust in Annabelle. He decides to go in, but it's too late. Oh, Luke gets 4 members in Infernal Pursuit. We're into the backline. Moreno with the Crimson Beacon, locking Key down. Oh, yeah, that's not Ko. With Finn taking him down. They're all running for the hills. Moreno still keeping them at bay. Key forced back in again. Luke unable to get the Infernal Pursuit, but the Lord did go to the hands of the White Tigers.
Yeah, so it does buy that time. Luckily for Evos, they were still able to get that Lord. So now BTR, they can't go in for the siege. They have to be on damage control instead. Focusing more on taking down the Lord. There is a wave that's pushing in favor of BTR in the mid lane, but it will easily be taken out.
Lord was pulled into the jungle, man.
Yeah, they took him over to a secluded area and beat him up. That's thug-like behavior from Bigatron, as opposed to the clean programming. But sometimes, even the robots have to get down and dirty in a brawl like this. So Evos has been able to extend the game with that Lord take. But now what? Bigatron probably recognizes that setting up like that, sending Finn and Iman to the far side, might be a bit too risky to do again in the future. For Evos, it's the same problem still. the fact that they were pushed away so far from the Zaman Force earlier also meant that Erlan, despite the fact that he is only one item away from full build, he wasn't really able to maximize the potential. EVOS has to try and pick a proper fight, lock everyone in the Zaman Force, and allow Erlan to carry. That's the only realistic solution, but a lot easier said than done, especially trying to deal with the dive and the invulnerability of both the Phoveus and the Wanwan. We saw Luke make the three-man knockout play just earlier.
I just realized, right, Divine Glaive now secured in for Erlan. I was looking at Divine Glaive maybe being the answer to the damage that Eagles need in these team fights. And then I was looking over at BTR. It looks like Eman has Athena Shield built into his kit alongside the Rose Gold Meteor.
Whoa, a crazy dive from Annabelle there. Trying to put pressure on, but it's because Erlan is online now.
Yep.
Erlan can really hurt Eman in these fights, especially if he gets Winter Crown later. Who got Winter Crown? Was that Suelo?
Suelo has one, Natco has one, and for good measure, for Bigatron, Moreno also has one, so a bunch of Winter Crowns for these cold-blooded battles upcoming soon. 30 seconds to go here. Oh, hang on, Annabelle! Ooh! Man, he has so much damage potential, it gets kind of creepy when he just runs at you like that. But according to you, Mirko, damage potential for Eman and Erlan right now, at this point in time.
Erlan.
Erlan for sure on the habit, so, but... Okay.
And more so now as we get into the latest game when these Winter Crowns are starting to get built up, that's when the 1-1 usually falls off.
Yes.
So the Winter Crown is a big item to just save off that pressure from the crossbow of Tang when it gets utilized. And there you go,
Well, at this point in time, the top damage dealer is actually Erlan. The second is actually Luke, by the way.
Cool.
Then Suelo. So EVOS has to stop clumping up, man. The data shows that Luke is doing a bunch of damage in these fights. But they have to clump together because they're concerned about Annabelle. This is the two multi-layered strategies that Bigatron is using to really push EVOS into a difficult spot.
They can't be giving away these lords anymore. It's going to be, well, it is already an evolved lord.
Right. Hey. Look at Bigatron though, they're setting up the same way, exactly. They've shown him on.
Wait a minute, they're going to try to blitz it one more time, ladies and gentlemen. A gamble for BTR as they don't have anyone there. Erlan still on it. Oh, it's a flank. Luke's walking up, able to go for the two-man, able to find two-man. Now, in the back, Finn jumps in. Oh, Luke gonna be taken down by Albert. But take a look at Eman, who's still gonna be able to pre-hit now. Looking for the crossbow tang. Will just die away as Moreno gets the Sky Piercer. But Annabelle's all the way to the back, and Moreno is isolated. Eman and Annabelle, the two members left to go up against the likes of EVOS. Annabelle jumps in, soul snatch over to Albert, still able to blink away. Now it's Eman kiting away against Erlan, who has his Zaman Force. He's gotta be careful. Look at that damage.
3-4-1 so far, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like despite the White Tigers getting caught low, they should have more of a say. Annabelle is looking for a crazy play.
Soul Snatch, Key able to deal with it with the help of Erlan. Annabelle is out of this fight completely. No Inspire for 18 seconds for Eman. He's gonna kite this perfectly. Now onto Key goes! The damage from Erlan! Annabelle looking for the Retribution. Jumps in over to Key. Gets the Soul Snatch away. Won't be able to get the Retribution. Albert gets it done for EVOS. Evolve Lord.
Once again, despite Annabelle getting success in the first few Lords, it's Albert once again with a solid Retribution. And unfortunately, Eman tried his best to go in for Distraction Protocol, but man, Albert on the Suyo just still too clean with the Retro.
Already looking for that possibility. Having all the countermeasures ready for that steal attempt. They just were locked in right there. They're able to win that fight because Erlan was left alone, man. Everyone was diving towards Sway Low. That's where the flank happened for Finn and Eman, and Sway Low had the Winter Crown. That allowed Erlan to just stay in the front, and they demolished, dude. Erlan has 85,000 damage dealt. Annabelle only has 60,000.
Another Winter Crown built in for Key. Look at Eman's positioning right now.
On Key, Soul Snatch. Oh, so low Annabelle. Force back, Evolve Lord still ready to be used by EVOS. Eman, Athena Shield already proc down below. It's a full HP evolve. Lord taking a lot of damage there. Nako with the flicker forward and the armor. Won't be able to find the Earth Shadows there. As that's going to be Luke still trying to bait on some time. Iman caught in the real world manipulation. The Lord is already on the base. Erlan will look to lock it down. It's going to be Iman taken down as now Luke tries to defend, but Annabelle will crumble, and so will BTR. Evos with a comeback victory.
Game number 1 goes to the White Tigers. 22 minutes and 44 seconds. It was back and forth for a while, but BTR unfortunately weren't able to get these neutral objective takes. They weren't able to get the Lord, but Albert was great enough to secure it for their team.
Man, what was that game, dude? Both teams made it so competitive and they really pushed all the limits right there. 22, almost 23-minute game. And everything that should be done has been done. They all hit their power spikes. They had their ideal setup. It came down to a battle of wills, and Evos were able to barely edge it out in that Lord fight, and it allowed them to win in that base fight for in the Bigatron's base.
They had a window in the mid game to end the game to push the tempo, but unfortunately, once we get to the late game, that is way more 50-50, man. When you have a Harith on the other side and the Yve, they could actually clear forever. And as we get into the later stage, you saw just how much damage Erlan was able to put down, plus Sway low.
And it gets really tough for 1-1, honestly. When these Winter Crowns get built up, when the Immortals as well start getting built up, it's really hard for Iman to optimize in damage usage and damage placement. So unless we see like a 1-1 snowballing from, let's say, like the mid game, it's really hard. Even for Iman, even on his signature 1-1 pick.
Well, I'm gonna fact check you on the damage numbers just real soon. But looking at the crucial moment right there, this was that fight. And look at this. It's a dive towards Natco and Sway low. And they're able to buy so much time. Erlan, by the time that Bigatron is done, trying to focus on the next damage dealer, Erlan was still at full HP.
Yep.
He wasn't touched at all in that fight.
They tried their best here to go and stay composed, to go for the retry, but unfortunately Albert, with the rest of the team, 4v2, was a bit too much for Annabelle and Iman to handle. Albert, solid performance.
For sure. Just a fun fact, by the way. Number 1 damage dealer was Erlan. Second was Annabelle. Third, by the end of the game, was Albert himself. So on this Suyo, he was absolutely dishing out the damage. But in the early game, that was not the case, man. With Annabelle being so pesky, but man, Bigatron, they're able to leverage the chase potential. They were trying to use Annabelle to be so annoying. And Luke, as always, man, when you put him on a hero that can make these plays happen, look at the damage output of Luke alone. He was hitting 2 or 3 members each time he's going slamming down on the rest of Evos. That's something that Evos definitely has to kind of take note of for the next game, potentially. But afterwards, with the big combos, Evos were able to actually get the better of Bigatron in the big fight. But afterwards, the invulnerabilities, as predicted by Iman, by Annabelle as well, allowed them to really get a bit of an edge there. The fact that it's basic attack-based is just something that allowed them to do so well. The steal here from Annabelle kind of delayed the game even longer. But in this crucial fight, again, look at all the Winter Crowns and how much time is spent by Iman just waiting, right? Confused. What do I do now? I can't really pop my ultimate at this point. He finished the fight with the crossbow of Tang still intact.
Yeah, crazy composure from Natco. Because in that position, you would expect, again, like, just Evos to kind of panic, but no, they just stayed composed. Natco knew he just had to soak in as much damage as possible, take the aggro away from Sway low, and force Iman to the side. And this Iman build that we saw, no Wind of Nature really hurt him in the end. To be fair, there wasn't really anything he could do because he needed the Athena shield more than the Wind of Nature, but it was Albert who dealt the final blow to Iman.
That is absolutely the case, man. Without the Athena, he would have been popped multiple times. He even went for a Haas Claws right there, just, to get a bit more survivability. But when you're up against all that burst damage, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And to the point of the damage, by the way, third was Albert, fourth was not Swaylo. Fourth is Luke, still towards the end, and then Swaylo. And after Swaylo, it's not even Iman.
It's Natco.
It's Natco, and then Iman all the way in the bottom.
Oh, man.
Oh boy.
The damage was not damaging as we got into like mid to late, right? Like think it was mid game when he can get the crossbow attack, he still deals a lot of damage, but he can never pop the crossbow attack in the late game because of the Winter Crowns, the Immortalities. That's why we just saw the crazy fall off in damage, less than Natko.
I mean, it wasn't an ideal position for the 1-1 either because, again, despite all the, you know, the capabilities of Eman on the 1-1, he's still going against lots of range that I think was also a big problem, right? The Yves, the real world manipulation coming from Spoiler was also a big deterrent towards that. So it's not as high functioning as it should have been.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the 1-1's not as popular anymore.
Yep. Yeah, especially in that late game situation, right? Maybe if the game was ended really early on in the mid game, things would have been different, right? It would have looked a lot better. But because EVOs were able to defend, because you said there's the Harith, there's the Yves as well, a lot of good clearing there.
Yeah.
Even Albert on the Suyo can clear quite decently as well. So EVOs were able to defend for quite a respectable amount of time right there.
Yeah.
In order to really, you know, outscale, basically. We did mention that was their one saving grace. The fact that Erlan was about to really ramp up in numbers once he gets full build.
When he got the Divine
BTR
Glaive.
can't do that too.
Yeah. That's when you know
They
even the
lack
front
range.
lines can't handle that damage.
Oh, for sure. We saw Luke in one of those fights face tank the damage coming in from Erlan and Natko, by the way.
Yeah.
He just got melted, dude, because even Natko at that point was shredding him down. And that's a Phobius regenning with an Athena shield and a Radiant armor. He doubled down on the magic. He knows magic damage is what he's going to be receiving. Doesn't even matter.
Doesn't even matter. I will be disappointed if EVOS wins 2-0.
Hey, don't you worry, Eterna. Up against Liquid, it was 2-1. Reverse sweep. Can always count on the boys. Right? Boys? Boys?
Quick DM to the players
Let me
like,
just-
guys,
Let me just,
bro.
Just get on my Samsung phone real quick and send a few messages here, you know? Like,
Y'all okay? Y'all okay?
Why is there a
Like-
picture of Arashi here?
Why is there a picture of me in the phone?
I have no idea.
The heck?
Absolutely no idea.
Whoa.
Stop
There's a
zooming
video.
in.
There's a video, Arashi.
Brother, stop zooming in.
Wow.
It was realized last.
No, this looks like it's today. He's wearing a black shirt. You can't. No. That's yesterday we were wearing white.
Trying to
Turn
gaslight us, Eterna, but you know, we notice the details on this table.
So do you guys want to change your predictions?
I'll stick with it for now.
I'll stick with it. I'll commit. But before we get into game number 2, let's throw it over to Alyssa for an interview.
Thank you so much Caster, dan kita sudah melihat di game pertama tadi di match penutupan hari ini. Poin pertama dijatuhkan pada EVOS dan juga pastinya bersama Alisa. Di sini ada dari EVOS fans, yeay! Dan pastinya di sini boleh dong kita kenalan dulu nih, namanya siapa?
Ash.
Ada Ash?
Halo, aku Fancy Nancy.
Fancy Nancy?
Aku Aul. Aku Lele.
Lele dan juga?
Aku Shine.
Dan kalian dari?
EVOS Holy.
EVOS Holy Fury, yeay! Ini adalah salah satu tim kebanggaan EVOS juga. Kalian tuh denger-dengar adalah pemain MPL versi perempuannya, betul?
Betul.
Wow, jadi kalian jago-jago nih ya main MLBV-nya nih ya. Dengar-dengar nih Ash, katanya kalau dari EVOS sendiri nih ada program EVOS Academy, is it true?
Iya, betul banget.
Itu programnya apa sih? Boleh dikasih tahu nggak sih ke teman-teman semua?
Jadi EVOS Academy itu dibikin buat bantu ngembangin bakat player muda biar siap terjun ke dunia e-sport yang kompetitif.
Jadi dibangun khusus untuk membantu para bakat-bakat ya, jadi menjaring bakat-bakat. Tapi kalau misalkan dari public player nih, misalkan teman-teman yang nonton di rumah, para super fans, mau juga jadi pro player, bisa nggak sih dengan gabung EVOS Academy program ini?
Bisa banget, jadi nanti bisa langsung ikut trial di EVOS atau mungkin ikut trial di tim lain yang lagi cari pemain.
Wow, seru sekali ya pastinya. Dan kalau tujuan sendiri didirikannya EVOS Academy ini tuh mainly buat apa?
Buat mengasah skill player-player muda sih yang mau jadi pro player.
Dan siapapun bisa ikut?
Bisa.
Kalau gitu gimana cara daftarnya nih? Kalau teman-teman di rumah, para super fans, para EVOS fans pengen juga nih buat jadi pro player dan pengen daftar EVOS Academy Program.
Yang mau daftar bisa langsung cek Instagram kami di @academy_by_evos. Di sana udah langsung ada pendaftarannya, tips-tips dari coach dan update seru lainnya.
Jadi langsung aja di follow di Instagramnya buat dapetin keseruan dan pastinya dapetin kesempatan juga ya untuk dapat pengajaran dan juga pastinya untuk dapat berbagai insight dan ilmu-ilmu untuk menjadi pro player juga. Dan boleh dong teman-teman kita kasih semangat lagi buat EVOS yang di game pertama sudah tampil prima sekali dengan 1 poin. Silakan. Boleh mungkin teman-teman High Fury yang lain nih ya ngasih semangatnya.
Semangat EVOS, semangat.
Semangat mungkin permainannya bisa lebih konsisten lagi biar langsung 2-0.
Semangat EVOS roar.
Semangat EVOS roar mengaum sang macan putih. Dan itu dia tadi EVOS Academy Program. Jangan lupa ikutan teman-teman semua kalau mau menjadi pro player langsung saja karena banyak sekali kesempatannya, salah satunya dengan ikutan EVOS Academy Program. Dan kita akan melihat apakah di game kedua EVOS akan tetap bisa tampil prima atau akan dikalahkan oleh Bigetron. Dan langsung saja kita akan kembalikan lagi ke caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Let's go match number 3, game number 2. EVOS and BTR, will it be a 2-0 for the White Tigers today, ladies and gents? 2-1.
Am I?
Do you agree?
My initial prediction was 2-1 Bigatron, so there's
That's
some
true.
belief there.
Smart
Some
man.
belief.
Smart man.
Smart man.
Me too, me too.
Intelligent woman.
And intelligent viewers, if you guys use
Men and women.
Telkomsel.
Gentlefish.
All right.
Gentlefish.
Don't let lag cause you to lose your ranked games. Enjoy a seamless gaming experience with IndiHome Package G2 One, offering fast and stable internet. Get speeds of up to 100 Mbps for just 375k IDR. You guys can check it out and subscribe
out.
right now via the My Telkomsel app, or you can go to tcell.id/nacional.
Check it out, boys.
Check it out.
What happened to the ladies in Gentlefish? That lasted like 1 match.
It'll come when you least expect it. When you're expecting it, it won't come.
Interesting.
Hey, though. You know what just is on you all the time?
Protection.
Go ahead and get yourself some RSV when strategy and speed are the key. Focus and protection are everything. Both in the game and on the road, get the exclusive collaboration design of RSV helmet and MPL teams for any riding style. What's your riding style, Rashi? Providing you with maximum protection, now available on your favorite marketplace. Choose your favorite team helmet design now.
I think I go with the flexible style, bro.
What's that?
It's when in the streets of Jakarta, sometimes you want to do, you want to ride a certain way, but then the traffic gets in the way, so you kind of adjust, and then you go back to it. So you
like it back and forth.
Exactly, man. Yep. Welcome to MPL ID, where safety is #1 priority.
Safety is our #1 priority.
Hey, you know.
Crazy Russian hacker. Shout outs to him.
Shout out, bro.
Yeah.
What a legend.
I like me tucked in.
Is that what it's called? Just tucked in?
Tucked. Yeah.
But you gotta sit up when it's traffic.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Can't be too close all the time, Gotta have some distance.
Yeah, that gets tiring.
The angles are great for your back.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You have to stand up straight. Sometimes you have to lean forward. But what's never changing is my helmet, because I have the official MPL ID RSV, the black and the one with the barong.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's
I think Polius has the white one.
What?
Polius.
Colias?
Polius.
Co?
Lias. He has the white one.
Mr. Co.
I want one. I will buy a motorcycle just for the helmet.
Whoa.
Why don't you win an electric motorcycle and then use it on that?
No, I want that specific bike that I can't remember the name of.
Oh.
I know.
You know it, right?
I don't think I can mention it because that's product placement, but it's okay.
But you know it, right?
Huh?
Yeah, he knows.
Trina has a dream bike, ladies and gentlemen.
And I know. I actually missed it. Who's first pick now?
It is still... Oh, BTR
EVOS.
still going red. Let's see.
All
Oh, Luke looking stressed. He's not looking locked in. He's looking stressed. Moreno looks like Moreno. Nothing changing there.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Trying to read the emotions, read the expressions, Arashi. Luke
but
has his hands on his face.
Okay, what does
Moreno
that
is just
mean?
Moreno. It's just him. You know, it's nothing too crazy.
What does that mean?
But Moreno looking like Moreno is a bit of an interesting statement, man.
Yeah, he's always just Moreno.
He's got that Moreno vibe.
You gotta understand. You gotta know him to understand. You know.
I do know him.
Exactly. So you know.
Sort of. Okay, I see what you mean.
See, Annabelle. Now
And
that.
you were in the toilet together.
Whoa. What?
You're technically correct.
Whoa.
But phrasing. you know the talents share the same toilet, right? It's nothing weird, bro.
I don't think we shared it at the same time, though.
Well, coincidentally, when I went there,
I don't judge.
Moreno
Whatever.
went in
It's
with a
Arashi.
beanie on.
That's the boy.
And this is Drafting Phase, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. Can BTR turn things around? Let's get straight into it. As this is presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, the exact same bands.
Yep.
Masha, Chip from Evils, BTR, Fanny, and Joy.
Praise the stars.
Luoyi gets banned out, like it was in game number 1. And we saw the Haya last ban from BTR.
Right.
They are gonna do it again.
Okay.
Your team
Doubling down. Is it just a matter of the mid game? Do they feel like the early game actually already went as planned, Mirko?
I mean, looking at the bands, I guess, but this is still gonna be the Harith pick for Evo, so they're gonna have that safety net. As long as the Harith is in the game, you're gonna have to end it quick. You cannot play for the later stage. They will take the Suyo away. This time, it's Suyo and Jusen.
Interesting. I mean, the Hanzo is what gave him such a tough time, but I guess the Suyo is a more balanced pick. Like we mentioned before with this hero, you can poke, you can initiate, you can dodge away, outplay, sustain as well. Not the worst of options. Not as cheesy, but they won't have the Kalia right now. Do they want to let go of that Kalia and then go for something else? Because we haven't seen Finn play that often.
I want to see a different hero on Annabelle as well.
Johan?
I don't like the Hanzo. Let's see the change, Evos.
Oh, wow, man.
I expected a change for BTR, but it looks like Evos for Albert will go for the Lucas and the Valentina to prevent that from happening. But a CC can still come through here for BTR in the last pick.
But this is gonna be Lucas jungle. Even if you go CC, it won't really be able to bully the Lucas in lane. Lucas will still have a free time to go and clear the jungle. And now this is a big question for BTR. They just pick a marksman in the first phase here. Do they go for the Granger? Because I think that might just be... Wow! Doubling down on the 1-1!
Interesting.
This time in the first phase.
But this time they also have the Jushin and the Suyo. So maybe they can get that snowball rolling.
But no Phobius. It's a give and take.
I don't know.
What if Evos pick up the Phobius?
Well, I think if they don't ban it, it'll be BTR who will probably pick up the Phobius again, right? They are on red side.
True. Again, the fourth highest damage dealer. Luke on the Phobius.
There's also no Kalea this time. So the combo is going to be not as good. Kalea and 1-1. That was the combo that we saw in game 1 that enabled the 1-1 in the early to mid.
Can it be someone else?
Cho? Franco? Kaja? I guess.
Jawhead?
Oh, you know what? That's actually pretty good. But the Lucas is so good against Jawhead.
You're right.
Anti-CC. He's Ninetales, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. All those chances and all that power. Wow, okay. Edith gets banned by Bigatron. To be fair, Natko again did a ton of damage there in the late game too with the Edith. Taking that away. Yeah, they can go for the Phobius here if it's unbanned, but they're gonna be enough to allow them, to enable them to get the early game dominance. I feel like one more engage still with the Phobius, and they should still be pretty set.
Or are they gonna go Badang instead of the Phobius? Try to lock some of the members down here, pin them down, have that crazy amount of CC to, again, overwhelm the Purify that Erlan will go for, that Albert has with the anti-CC technically.
Right. It all hinges on this final ban for Evos. It indeed will be the Phobius.
Yeah.
With how they're playing, it's a bit too risky, too difficult to deal with it. It's a dive comp after all with the Valentina and Lucas. The Phobius definitely is gonna be an annoyance at best. Now for Bigatron. Yeah, the Badang seems to be the go-to. Something similar, and yes, it is also a flex pick. And Bigatron loves that.
Because what else would they play? Would they commit to the CC with the argument that you made earlier?
I mean, to be fair, you're not up against there's no way they go. I was thinking, oh, it will be the Gatot. Oh, that's risky because now you let Evos pick up Badang. They can just go Badang and then BTR are left with no initiators, unless again they go like Tigreal, but you don't really want to go to Tigreal against Valen.
Exactly. It's a big ult that she can take.
Are there any pocket picks for Finn, Mirko, being the Bigatron expert? Is there something here that can really enable Bigatron? Because again, we've talked endlessly about Gatot Kacha being the only engager, not being a very productive strategy.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
It's not reliable. It could still be Badang Gatot.
If Evos don't pick it up, but I have a good feeling Evos are just gonna take it.
Do they want to go to the Hylos Gatot instead? Oh, never mind. Oh no!
Yeah, they're gonna take it. They're gonna take the Hylos and the
They
Badang.
took both, yeah, that's why.
That's crazy.
Edith is banned, what else is left?
So for BTR,
Boost, global band.
at this point it's like
Terizla.
CC, right?
Yeah, the CC makes sense, but then they're only relying on the chase.
Exactly.
Moreno effectively becomes the engage tool.
Joe is still available. Oh, it's so hard though.
No, I don't think you go. There's so much anti-CC and Harith has
Exactly.
Purify. It's a bad show game.
I'm trying to channel my inner Omwawa and come up with some crazy solution here. Wow,
Could
Kaja.
just be like Amon, bro.
Even if they go Kaja, that gives Valentina a divine judgment.
no,
That's
yeah.
not. I don't think that's rough.
What is it? Is it CC?
That's the only pick I see right now. I don't really-
Terizla?
Do you see,
we have
see
seen
it?
that before, but it has
CC.
to be CC.
Yeah.
All right. So technically, a lot of how the game's tempo goes will be relying a bit on Moreno, funnily enough. Fortunately for them, though, they have the
Too young.
Sushin, they have the CC, but Evos aren't really outranging them with a lot of things. So in the early game, Bigatron still are going to have a chance to really threaten Evos, right? With a shorter range, they can kind of zone more effectively. But in the late game, yeah, then it's back to the same situation. Evos can just out-damage them.
Yeah, I like Evos' draft a bit more here, to be fair.
Okay.
It's not one-dimensional. There's plans to the late game, but if Bigatron can look for an early game lead that they can translate over into the mid game, look for a snowball, then we could potentially see a game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head over into the land of Dawn. Match point now for the White Tigers as they continue to fight for that number 2 spot on the standings here at MPL ID Season 15.
Triple value for the CC. Let's see if Luke, making his debut on the CC, can have that impact.
By all means, if Bigatron are able to snowball, if they can out-damage, out-muscle Evo somehow in the mid-game, it's not looking hopeless, but getting there seems to be an uphill battle. We'll see how this goes, man. The trio mid is going to be so important for Bigatron. They need the wave clear control. They need Moreno to be active around the map. It's going with the basic emblem, with the Rupture Tenacity. Fully expected to be up close and personal in the thick of it, near all the danger.
Yeah,
Everybody
this
knows.
is very signature Moreno with the way that he plays. Very aggressive. We saw him, that's why he usually goes for Sky Piercer later on to have a little bit more damage.
Combo in the mid lane, Sway looking to be forced to flicker out.
Ooh, interesting. Annabelle. We'll have to see if he can actually snowball as effectively as Albert usually does. He's one of the main solutions as well. He can technically engage, although it's not ideal.
Yeah. Better help here in the lane just to shove it in. But Iman really won't be looking to rotate.
Yeah, he can just stay in the lane for now. We saw earlier, Erlan is able to actually lane out better against Eman for sure. And Natko on the Badang against the CC here is quite an interesting matchup. A lot of disengage for sure, but Eman though trading aggressively.
Oh.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, he should know his limit, right? That's not an Amon thing to do. But now we see rotations for the next neutral objective that has already spawned, and you can already see that Annabelle is very quick on it, already at level 4. Moreno has not reached that point, but they're not really relying on that. Wait.
Look at Nako jumping in. Annabelle still able to secure the turtle. Key gonna be taken very low, taken down. It's actually Finn. Luke, look at the play. Doesn't have the curtain call. He's already used it, and Suelo stole it earlier. BTR with an early win, but look at the rotation instantly onto the orange buff. Ooh, here's a beacon. And the AOG locking Suelo down. No Purify, Moreno locking him down as well. So much damage, and the orange buff is being taken by Annabelle. Luke pops in, the Vengeance now still able to kite away. It's gonna be the lockup again, throwing Nako back. Luke still able to dash away now. And it's Moreno keeping them at base. Finn goes back in, Annabelle looks in, Albert gonna be taken very low, so severed to death as Finn stays alive and is on a killing spree.
Annabelle gets his revenge here, ladies and gentlemen. That's 2 members taken down. And BTR with the 2,000 gold lead in 3 minutes.
Wow. Respectable times from Evos. They're trying to use Natco to really get the jump onto Bigatron, but they fully expect that to happen. Now with the snowball, starting small but strong here. Bigatron, they need to use this momentum, man. Unfortunately, 3 kills are in the hands of Finn. So he's going to be a tanky Katakacha, but the damage maybe still is going to be bearable for Evos.
That's a free bounty, is it not? A roamer with 3 kills.
You're right. It's a Gatot as well.
Oh,
not the best. Not the best of resource allocation there for the side of BTR. 82% for Evo's audience prediction by our new application GoPay. Where are the Bigot Troopers? I guess they're all just on this table right now.
Uh-oh, Luke up top gonna be gang, has the Vengeance, will be able to kite away against 2 members.
Oh, some flare right there, the recalls as well. 10 seconds to go before the next neutral objective take. And it seems like Natco and Albert are sticking around here, and Lucas tempting them.
Yeah, he knows Albert won't have the Sacred Beast for a while, so... Oh, there's no kill threat, Luke, oh!
Wait, this might be a free turtle for Bigatron then.
Yeah, looks like it. Already a really great setup coming from BTR. We do see that Annabelle is 3 levels ahead. I don't think Evos want to go for the contest at this point, unless they want a bigger snowball for
Luke.
BTR.
All alone, going to be chain CC, and Albert getting a kill back. Finally, Evos on the board.
And Luke biting off a bit more than he could chew right there, for sure. But he was able to take the attention away from the neutral objective. So, not the most awful result there. Now with the advantages though, we've seen that Luke actually right now is topping the damage numbers. Nothing surprising there. But does Bigatron want to play around him? Rotate towards the EXP lane? Or do they want to rotate towards Eman? Because both these heroes, the CC and the 1-1, need a good mid-game to really get their full potential.
Moreno is already going to be able to... very close, unable to get key there in the end. 70 seconds for the next neutral objective. Whoa, Erlan dashing it forward, gives him on free space to come for the crossbow tank. Erlan going to be caught in a tough spot, but there's a Revitalize and a Glorious Pathway to help them. He's very low though. I think they might have to concede this turret as Luke rotates to the bottom lane.
We see the zoning coming through from BTR. The flare comes through. It looks like they don't want to give that up. Meanwhile, Annabelle in the mid lane at some damage over to Natco. Luke actually dives under turrets.
Ooh, curtain call! Whoa! Natco still deciding to walk forward. Keep very low. Moreno, Crimson Beacon into the back, and Suelo is still able to defend. It'll be Key taken down by his ex-teammate Moreno.
2 members taken down yet again for BTR, and it looks like they are looking for more. Suelo in no man's land right now.
Oh, crazy outplay! The Revitalize comes in to save the day as Aman is able to escape. Now it's a 1v1 as Moreno puts that lantern on him. Annabelle gets a solo kill up top, and Suelo falls!
Suelo has ult. The IMU was up, but he didn't utilize it.
Yeah, just gets taken down right there. Wow, Bigatron actually turning up the heat now. Every single lane, they're just being active, cutting, invading, and they're making use of this tempo, man. They're wasting none of it since Evos has graciously given it to them. Full control over this turtle right now.
Wow, that's a 4-level lead for Annabelle.
Yeah, he's just farming out of his mind right now. Oh boy. EVOS, with their composition, they themselves can only rely on Natco. So in a way, they're also very predictable. Luke needs to save the vengeance for that particular moment, and Finn can have the revitalize ready for those moments as well. So not a lot of surprises available for EVOS to try and turn things around. They're relying on being able to out-brawl Bigatron, but with 6,000 of a gold lead, there's no way that's gonna happen now.
That's way too hard. Oh, AOG!
Curtain call on the AOG, locking Natco down for a bit. But EVOS will still be able to defend this turn. Oh, wow, damage from Luke. Half HP on Erlan.
How do they buy enough time for Erlan to get to the power spike? How? He's on 2 items right now, only the Starlium Scythe, as well as the Feather of Heaven.
You gotta get the massive shutdown on Finn.
Yeah, that is a pretty big shutdown, and I thought it was gonna be a free bounty. Turns out Finn just doesn't die or hasn't died.
Right now he's on reactive duty, that's why. Luke is the one just staying up in the front right here. They're allowing Moreno and Luke to be the limitasters, the line steppers there. Finn is just taking it easy. He knows who exactly he needs to try and jump on with the AOG. And look at this, dude. They're also allowing Annabelle a lot of space here to really out-level, out-farm Albert. And it's paying off. 4-level lead, man.
I don't know if they did this intentionally, but EVOS, when Annabelle stole the purple buff, he left the little creep alone, and only now has it been cleared. So that's gonna be a lot of time, a lot of downtime on the purple of EVOS.
It's a strategy we don't see used too often. But Bigatron, with only 8 kills, it's a relatively low number, but they have a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
So make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, Bigatron are playing it well.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway already used Albert's zone away. It's gonna be a free Lord. Erlan up top, trying to go for that trade. It'll be Albert with Retribution. Now that's gonna be the CC walking up. Albert kind of the tough spot. Moreno shining that flare on him. Oh, picks him up, and Albert will get taken down by Luke. Now it's Natco jumping in, able to find him. Oh, and Mark in the midst of it all will be taken down by Key. Moreno, no mana, has the flicker out. Erlan looking for the kills, and will be able to find it. Erlan, next to the chopping block, still able to disengage. Key taken low. Annabelle stunned up. Natco still there as Annabelle clears the wave in the mid lane. Won't be able to get the tier 2. Some big moves by EVOS.
That's a small win for EVOS, right? They're not going to be able to fully capitalize over the Lord unless Moreno and Eman can rush back into the fray of things. But the fact that they were able to shut down Eman as well.
They can still do it.
Yeah, they can.
You can still use that Lord for sure.
By the way, Arashi, is this a normal build on Eman?
On Eman?
Yeah.
You're asking me? Well, what do you think, Mirko?
It's not a normal build. Usually you say Corrosion Scythe and DHS.
Exactly.
Right.
But now Eman has gone for Corrosion Windtalker. So it's more of a snowball build.
I'm more interested in the Lightning Truncheon in the inventory of Moreno right now. He's going to have a bit more wave clear, a bit more burst damage and initial engagements. Oh, Natco though. Trying to find something, but again, Bigatron, they have a good sieging potential as well here, technically, with the Suyo. Better than EVOS at least. They're gonna be happy to just get full control over here, take everything away from EVOS in the jungle, extending the gold lead even more, man. EVOS waiting for a big moment, but they just have to keep waiting. It's only on Natco to really make the surprise play. Unless Sway Low wants to steal one of the big ultimates and make a play with it.
I don't think we've seen that though, right? From Suelo. So far he's been taking what's Moreno's ult's called?
The Crimson Beacon.
The Crimson Beacon. Have we seen him go for something like the AOG?
No, I don't think so.
Right?
It may be an option later on as Erlan reaches the big power spike there with the Holy Crystal.
There's only one magic defense item. Well, you can consider 2, well, 1.5, half on the CC.
Yeah.
So that should have the damage already, right? He doesn't need Divine Glaive?
Yeah, I think so. They're all very, very squishy. So yeah, all eyes on Erlan right now. He can still carry this game.
And he has a Purify, so a lot of the tools for Bigatron aren't really as are pretty telegraphed basically. So Erlan, if he maintains his cool, has his nerves under control, he should be able to purify and find a big moment. Looking at the gold discrepancy, it's only 400 gold in that particular lane, so there's still hope technically right here. How will Bigatron approach that possibility? With 6 seconds to go for the next Lord. Already clearing on the bottom lane.
Yeah. You gotta remember the cap, right? The cap of level 15. Suyo has been out leveling, has been out farming Albert, but it gets to a point where you're capped out. If Albert is catching up slowly but surely, and BTR, their window to close the game will very slowly close out as Harith gets to a very comfortable position.
Berserker's Fury for Emana.
Yeah.
He wants some more burst damage, I think. For the most part, he's not really doing a crit build. Well, he's snowballing, first of all, right? In crit, when it comes to DPS, I mean, the crit allows you to just have a lot more chunks of damage. It's not ideal against a Hylas normally, but it's a Hylas with a Dominance Ice, so only a Dominance Ice.
I guess it's because he's thinking he's not going to be getting the crossbow attacks. It'll be mostly just basic attacks. I'm trying to make it make sense right now, but
it's better to target the squishies, and the squishies are gonna be in range. Erlan and Suelo are gonna go there. If he wants to go toe-to-toe against Erlan, he needs burst damage. So maybe that's where the mentality comes from, the rose gold as well.
Big bad bod already picked up. Lord up top gonna be charging in together with a wave in the bottom lane, but Albert's able to clear it out, and there's no base turrets falling yet. BTR now looking for the angle up top. It will be the Lord taking the base turret down. Erlan pops into the bot force, is able to poke Luke down very low. Terrify in. Luke's still able to survive though. Spin goes in for the taunt. Crimson Beacon backwards for Suelo. A Spin jumps in again. Moreno with the Crimson Beacon, and the AOG won't land. BTR members quite low, but they'll crack another base turret open now. One more to go in the bottom lane, but Evos have defended one more time.
Is this deja vu to game number 1? Are we gonna see this back and forth ping pong battle? Because now, like you mentioned, that cap is going to come at some point. Albert is already at level 14. We're seeing the power spikes starting to hit for the members of EVOS. And you even saw Erlan was positioned so forward, and yet no one from the side of BTR was able to really lock him down.
Well, to be fair, they don't have a lot of lockdown to begin with. That was Finn just diving in. That's a Winter Crown for Suelo.
These are the big items, yeah.
Yep. Although, even though the EXP cap is there, the item cap, I think only recently has Annabelle reached full items at this point. And for now at least, even with a full inventory slot, there's still the potential for a item swap as well. You gotta remember that. So for the next fight, this gold advantage is still gonna be beneficial. It's gonna allow Bigatron to find big moments, big outplays there. But after the next big fight, I think that's where Evos will slowly start to power creep onto Bigatron.
So do you think this is the point where Evos go, all right, let's go for the contest this time? Because for the past few Lords, we have been seeing Evos just completely let it go for the side of BTR.
I think so. The next Lord, that should be it. They have no more base turrets to work with. They don't have a lot of ways to shred down the Lord if Bigatron push with it and try and end immediately. So I think this is the moment.
I think it's less risky for Evos if they don't contest, because if they contest, this is still a 10,000 gold lead. Yes, we are seeing some solid power spikes here, especially for Erlan, but the rest of the team, they're so behind, and I don't think they can contest. They're gonna get wiped out if they do, right? So this is the right answer. Play slow, wait for the base, wait for a mistake. And yes, that's not really the best way to see the game, but in this scenario, it is the best case for Evos.
By all
Safest.
means, you can see that for Bigatron, the front line also, right? It's technically still only Finn. Luke has the Radiant Armor and the Brute Force, but that's about it. He went for a Sea Halberd, actually. So he's a damage dealer, make no mistake. Bigatron, can they find the window right here and end it before Evo scale out of control?
Luke's gonna be walking up on the curtain call down as well. AOG locks him down, both the taunt as well. Landing, Suelo forces the Purifies out of ball! Gets taken down by Erlan! Iman got the crossbow attack, looking for it now. As that's gonna be the crowd bot already. Lord still on the base. They need to go for the base right now, but Erlan's still right there! The base targeted, 60 minutes. BTR clutch it.
And now it's down to a 1-1. The Red Robots strike back here, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, forcing yet another third game for today. 1-1.
All right, Bigatron equalized in a bit of a dominant fashion. It was competitive by Evos initially, but once the ball gets rolling, Bigatron showed great discipline and they shot down Evos, man. Erlan with a full inventory slot could not find the window there. He got the shutdown on Annabelle, but afterwards was powerless to clear the Lord.
It's crazy how Evos were able to hold it and make it so close to the end, though. Gotta give respect for this. Erlan played an amazing game.
But it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Look at the item swaps coming through, by the way, for the members of Evos. Despite being at a gold deficit, they had plans here. They had ideas on how to actually come out on top there, but Bigatron has them beat.
Absolutely. What a turnout. What do you think, Miracle? Happy? Is this going according to plan?
Hey.
Mr. Bigatron man?
I think as a fan, 2-0 would be the plan. So, hey, any win is any dub is a dub.
Any dub is a dub. I mean, we're now at match points for both of the teams. And it could go either way from here. Will Owl be famous on the Black app?
Ooh.
You know, because she was the only one for Evos.
It's okay.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Is this not live on? Oh yeah, it's fine. TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok's fine. The red app.
No.
Red app.
Red app.
The red app.
Red?
Conspiracy.
Whoa. What?
I don't know. I just wanted to say conspiracy.
You can just throw out conspiracy like it's a Pokeball.
Dude, but
Conspiracy!
When a team goes for 1-1 like that, you can just see a timer up there, right? You're just like, when does this hero become irrelevant?
Yeah.
Like there's a quick expiry date.
Yeah.
On that hero.
It's like milk.
It's like milk.
Yeah. And Harith is wine.
Interesting. Well, I mean, Evos did great, but they failed to shut down the real carry. The Gatot Kacha, bro. 0 kills.
Yeah. But I will say though, this
zero
solo
deaths, sorry.
kill was ridiculous, was it not? They were able to get so much done through the level lead.
They sure
That's
hung on
why,
to it.
yeah, they hung on to it real good. But also, Moreno was also really good in this game. And player of the game, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And he's been, you know, really committing onto the Jushin for quite some time. And finally, in this game, we get to see the impact of the Jushin by Moreno.
Yeah, that's the question I want to ask Arashi, because he said in game 1, the Jushin really, we didn't see him do anything crazy, right? So, was this enough?
Oh, this definitely was enough. When we see a Jushin prioritized, this is the kind of performance you want to see. And of course, the composition right now is a lot more conducive to Moreno's plan. I mean, look at this. With the fact that Evos doesn't have a lot of ways to threaten the Jushin in the early game, allows him to do bold moves like that, just kiting, just kind of cutting off the lane technically.
So that's what happened.
He was diving here, by the way. That's alone technically, along with Finn. So when you can out-sustain, when you can outlast your opponent right there, and you can have other sources of damage, like Luke on the CC, that's where the Moreno really starts shining. And of course, Annabelle as well as Finn. I think everyone really did exactly what they had to do to really gain that kind of dominance to end the game when they needed to end it here. Even if one of them really messed up, I feel like the result would have been wildly different.
Definitely. Again, the way that they were able to do this, look at Luke, right? Taking the turret aggro for a bit there, and then just walking in saying, all right, have me. I'll let Eman free hit because of this. This is space that I'm creating.
I think towards the end there, Evos just, you know, it's like there's a big sale going on. They just started snagging all of those winter crowns, man.
Yeah.
They knew Eman was already online, beyond online even. And you saw a lot of the winter crown attempts come through. But Bigatron say, okay, man, if you don't want to go for the fight, we'll just go for the crystal.
And then the last item there for Eman was going to be a Melfic gun, actually. So he was, like you said, Arashi, it wasn't really about Shred. He knew that technically he was going to get his ult down on Padang, on Lucas, and they're not really the tankiest of members. If it was Hilo, sure. If it was Gatot, sure. But he could punch through.
Yeah. And there were some moments as well where he was able to kind of trade with Erlan for a short period of time in that final base fight. And you're seeing the value come through from this itemization. The more burst healing with the Has Claws, but also a crit build. You heal even more than a usual Shred build as well. Is this a new tech, Mirko? Are we going to see more 1-1s attempt this in MPL ID?
Arashi, he's 0, 1, and 2, right? So I'm sorry. I mean, I'm an Eman Glazer, but This game, it was really up to Suyo. It was up to the top side of the map.
Fair. But big difference here, I think. First damage dealer is still Erlan, by the way, so showing again where the Harith is worthy for the first pick. That definitely isn't a mistake. Everything else, though, you can say that the Lucas Valentina was a bit too early, was a bit too straightforward. But then again, we're seeing a lot of games right now really shift very hard in the first turtle fight. The fact that teams are now a lot more synergized, a lot more in sync, basically, means that when they decide it's time to go, they either get a 4-kill lead or they lose 4 members, and it's a tough uphill battle, man. That's a pattern we've seen throughout today.
Speaking of patterns, today, Arashi is happy.
Yeah.
Today,
No, don't jinx it. No, don't
I
jinx
am
it.
happy.
Don't jinx it yet. Don't
The
jinx it
big
yet.
question is, will Mirko walk away from the caster desk happy as well?
It's up to them. Well, they're not there yet.
Where they at, though?
They at the back. Back rooms.
Oh.
They're trying to figure out how to
What's his name again?
tackle the tuna.
Setsuna.
The god in the back room.
The third game.
I feel
Tackle the
like
third game.
there's a lot of coaches and managers that we don't shout out as much as Setsuna, bro. It's
Setsuna.
kind of funny
I love
how
Setsuna.
this ended up playing out.
Yeah. Shout out to Yeb and Adi for giving Zetsuna the spotlight.
Bring him back.
Bring him back.
The god in the
back.
back room.
We miss him.
Onyx kind of need someone right now.
Yeah. My life isn't as colorful as it was last season
Wow.
without Setsuna.
You weren't even a side reporter. So when you became a side
It
reporter,
would be so much better.
Zetsuna left.
Setsuna was like,
That's
"Oof,
pretty...
I can't handle this."
Maybe it's like when two people are so powerful, like when you put them together, it just doesn't work. So maybe we're just star-crossed.
Or maybe he just got a new job. Maybe some things in life aren't that deep, you know? Like
I like to make it deep, okay? It's more meaningful that way.
I don't think it was that
It's more
deep.
meaningful that way.
I think they were like, yo, Zetsuna, you're cool and all. And Zetsuna's like, yeah, I don't want to answer your questions anymore. And then he's like, I'll just go and do my thing, you know?
Just straight up, like, I'm done answering questions.
Yeah.
That's pretty valid, actually.
He pulled a donkey.
Damn.
Skip.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the reference?
No.
I'll tell you more about it later.
50% of the time when I'm here, I pretend like I know what's going on.
50%?
I just nod.
50% is a big
50%.
number. That's half of the time, Eterna.
It is. But it's okay because right now it looks like Bude is ready for something special for you guys. So let's check it out. Bude, what you doing?
Shoo, di sini Bude Clara di tengah-tengah berdebar-debar suara. Bukan hanya dari drum tapi juga dari dada para super fans yang lagi menunggu nih game ketiga seperti apa. Bude mau denger kayak dep 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 dep. Nih, kamu deg-degan?
Enggak, Bude.
Loh, terus jantungmu nggak berdebar?
Hah?
Jantungmu berdebar nggak?
Berdebar dikit.
Apakah kamu mengharapkan tim kesayanganmu menang?
Apa?
Berdiri, bentar. Kamu kok kayak kagok sekali. Datang ke MPL bareng siapa nih?
Bareng temen.
Bareng temen. Ini kali pertama udah atau udah sering?
Pertama kali.
Pertama kali. Gimana nih MPL? Datang pertama kali.
Seru banget sih.
Seru banget buat dukung siapa ke sini?
Epos.
Epos. Apa lagunya Epos nggak? Aduh, nggak hafal ya, nggak hafal. Tapi dia malu, takut nanti disuruh nyanyi satu album. Ini namanya siapa?
Bian.
Bian. Oh ini kata temennya Mike namanya. Tapi dia kasih tau Bian, kamu punya nama samaran atau nama panggung?
Nama panggung ya.
Oh ada nama panggung, oke. Cita-cita jadi apa?
Aduh. Polisi.
Oke. Ada cita-cita jadi polisi ini. Semoga bisa jadi polisi yang baik ya, amin. Terima kasih ya. Gak apa-apa, dia kayaknya grogi banget nih. Yang di sebelah kiri grogi. Pendukung, ini di sini pendukung EVOS semua nih yang di kiri. Kamu pendukung EVOS? EVOS, dari kapan nih?
Oh, udah lama sih.
Udah lamanya tuh sejam lalu.
Dari season 1.
Wih. Ini the OG. Kasih tahu namanya dong.
Siapa?
Namanya saya Bu Clara, nama saya. Namanya siapa?
Rafli.
Apa yang membuatmu jatuh cinta sama EVOS?
Ror.
Roar membuat dia jatuh cinta sama EVOS dari season 1. Karena roarnya. Oke, kita terima. Tapi sebelah kanan nih. Ini Bigetron, fansnya Bigetron. Benar? Ini fansnya Bigetron.
Saya fans RRQ sebenarnya Bude.
Oke, nontonnya tapi Mas Bigetron sama EVOS nih.
Iya, kebetulan kebagiannya pengen nonton RRQ nggak kebagian tiketnya. Bagian ini aja dulu.
Oke, karena kamu kan fans RRQ berarti kamu bisa kasih prediksi dong kedua tim yang sekarang lagi main. Bisa nggak? Siapa nih kira-kira bakal menang di game 3?
BTR sih Bude.
Oke, kenapa Bigetron?
Satu-satunya tim yang bisa ngarahin RRQ BTR doang.
Waduh, ini nih serem. Namanya siapa nih?
Noval Bude.
Noval. Kalau prediksimu benar, nanti kita kasih jempol ya. Siap, jempol aja, jempol. Thank you, tapi emang di situ lagi deg-degan semuanya. Piwit, malam minggu enak kali nih. Berdua di sini dingin-dingin hujan-hujan di MPL Arena. Kiu. Halo, pasti kakak adik atau pasangan ya? Bentar ya, kita tanya dulu. Ini kakak adik atau pasangan nih?
Kakak ade ya? Oh kakak ade.
Kakak adean atau? Wah. Ini satu MPL teriak bohong. Ada malaikat yang nyatet
Gimana? Jujur aja.
Suami istri.
Ini beneran nih suami istri. Ya kita doakan saja ya, semoga di sini sama-sama mendukung tim yang sama atau gimana nih?
EVOS dong.
EVOS. Kalau ini?
Sama EVOS.
Ini siapa namanya?
Savio
dan?
Yun.
Dua-duanya EVOS. Bareng-bareng coba EVOS roar gitu ya. Tuh, 2, 3.
EVOS roar.
Widih, kompak banget. Udah ada couple, tapi di kanan sini. Wah. Langsung sok sibuk nih sepertinya. Langsung ada yang sok sibuk, ada yang sok cool. Ngobrol lah. Halo, fans Bigetron bukan nih?
RRQ sebenarnya.
Bigetron gimana nih? Nggak ada yang duduk di sini pada. Oke, Bigetroopers. Aduh. Oke, kalau kamu fans RRQ, kalau fans RRQ berarti bisa nih. Prediksi siapa yang bakal menang?
Yang dapat Soyu menang sih kayaknya.
Oke, yang dapat Soyu menang ya udahlah ya, nanti kita lihat siapa yang bakal dapat Soyu. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari tadi tuh di sebelah kanan tuh belum ada nih fans dari Bigetroopers. Yang ini pasti Bigetroopers dong. Hai Bang Johan.
RR.
Loh. Prit. Ini bajunya dilepas dalamnya ada jersey lain?
Enggak, Bigetron.
Oke. Johan dari tadi nih Bigetroopers pada kurang banget nih, gimana dong?
Belum makan.
Belum makan, oke. Tapi kalau ngelihat pertandingan tadi gimana Yohan? Kamu kan selalu ngelihat nih Bigetron setiap match selalu dateng. Hari ini kan pembukaan match leg yang kedua. Tahu kan leg yang kedua mereka baru main nih jadi pembukaan. Gimana sih kamu ngelihatnya?
Harusnya sih 2-0 tadi.
Udah nggak bisa.
Harusnya. Cuma blunder di game pertama.
Udah kayak gayanya kayak analis nih Yohan. Setelah menganalisa blunder-blunder dari Bigetron game ketiga, aduh bisa kejadian lagi nggak nih?
Enggak sih. Nggak. Kita nge-press EVOS banget. Jadi siap-siap fans push ya.
Serem. Kamu ingin mengcomfort gak sih? Memindahkan fans-fans mungkin yang lagi khawatir, yang lagi bingung. Aduh aku harus ngefans ke siapa ya? Bigetron gak ya? Bigetroopers gak ya? Jadi Bigetroopers. Coba dong bikin ini para super fans yang mungkin belum ngefans ke tim manapun. Jadi fansnya Bigetron. Tunjukin, kasih tahu senengnya jadi Bigetroopers.
Gini guys, ini pembaptisan Bigetron.
Udah gitu aja. Tapi kasih tahu juga, seseru apa para Bigetroopers? Kamu kan selalu nari-nari nih, bareng di sini. Terus habis itu selalu yel-yel.
Kalau dilihat Bigetron itu mungkin lebih sepi dari yang lain. Cuman karena kesepian itu kita jadi keluarga di situ.
Asik, jadilah keluarga dari Bigetron.
Benar. Jadi kalau kalian nggak punya keluarga, masuk Bigetron punya keluarga.
Asik. Oke, terima kasih ya. Itu sangat membantu kita-kita nih. Tapi melihat dari Yohan yang sudah siap, kasih semangat dulu dong nih buat Bigetron. Yohan, kasih yang paling semangat. Jangan lemes dong. Hah? Gimana gayanya?
Bigetron! Bigetron!
Tadi udah sekali lagi udah diralat dan berhasil. Thank you Yohan. Good luck untuk tim Bigetron. Tapi, nah ini 3 match datang mulu ya. Sekarang mendukung siapa?
Epos lah.
Evos lah. Tadi di sana udah pada teriak-teriakan tuh, Bigetron. Pimpin dong, Evos biar pada suruh ngeror.
Aba-aba aku ya guys. Kalau kau bilang Evos, kalian bilang roar. Ya, 1, 2, 3. Evos! Evos!
Seru banget dan langsung aja kita akan melihat bagaimana game yang ketiga penentuan. Siapakah yang akan menempati posisi top 2? Apakah Bigetron atau Evos? Caster, let's go.
Match point once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we head over to our final game of the day. Who will be able to get that second place position on the standings after this match ensues, elapses, finishes?
Who knows? It's up to the big G up top there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it not up to the coaches and players as well?
No, up to the big G.
Damn, Mirko being faithful right now.
That's the only thing I can trust right now.
I mean, we heard, in the audience, they were saying that whoever gets Soyu will be able to win this next game.
The sauce.
I too like shoyu with my sushi. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the right.
I love shoyu with. Oh, my God! You remember? Someone used that emote earlier. Oh, it was Luke when he won the 2v1.
Up top,
but this
on the
is
CC.
Evos' one. I think Evos will win game number 3. They are going to win game number 3. It's gonna be a bad day.
This is a curse thing?
For BTR. They're gonna win. This team right here.
This is a curse type deal?
Sensing Albert to be the MVP of the game. Right here. This will be, yes, exactly. This is gonna be accurate. BTR are gonna lose. Evo's gonna win. They're gonna be Kalas!
Actually, why am I on your side?
It's not Kalas. Right now, it's not the Kalas.
Something is wrong.
It's not the Kalas lineup.
What is it now?
It's the snake lineup.
Oh, it wasn't the Kalas, it was Kras Arashi, not Kalas.
You're right.
They don't have a player named with an L initial.
Move Luke in there, bro.
God damn it.
Lay low.
The snake lineup.
Lay
What do you think
low.
about the snake lineup's performance so far, Mirko?
I think they've been good. Well, yesterday they did get a dub, right? Today, it's close, but I think it's really, really good. Me personally, as long as Erlan's in the lineup, I'm a fan.
All right.
I'm a fan of Erlan.
Erlan supporter.
Only Erlan?
And Key, obviously.
your
And
boy was
Albert and
Key.
Suelo.
Okay.
And Natko.
All right.
That's it. That's where it stops. Where it stops.
Who didn't he mention?
I did not keep track.
Me neither. Damn. Anyway, Evo's White Tigers will be on first pick once again for the 3rd time in the series.
Wow. Is it gonna be yet again a Harith? Are the bands yet again gonna be the same exact thing?
All right. If they don't pick up the Harith, if they do go for Suyo, that leaves Eman to get the Harith. I don't think you want to give Eman a Harith, but they can go for something that we haven't seen from BTR, Granger. There's always still the Granger. We haven't seen the Granger banned out, right? So for Evos, they can pick up Suyo, Harith on the other side, go Granger.
Erlan on the Granger. He's done great things with that pick. But does that mean they're gonna play the poke style then, right? These days,
Granger Navaria?
We've seen usually Granger Navaria, add a bit of sustain in there, add a bit of front line, and you got a good recipe going on. Because the Granger really isn't as all in as it used to be, right? Death Sonata is where the changes are. It hits a lot harder now, but that means a lot of teams aren't really comfortable using it as an all-in tool the same way. So options are definitely available. That's why we talked about the gold lane being an interesting matchup as well, because both these laners have a great wide hero pool.
That's Erlan you saw on your screen right there, trying to rizz up the camera, trying to rizz up you viewers, but Eman, he's gonna stay locked in.
Itadori Yuji.
Why is it pink? Erlan!
He's faded.
Oh man, Eman, why is the hair not red? Why is it pink?
He's purposely washing his hair
The
as
pink
much as
robots?
possible.
We're not the pink robots.
Literally invented one.
That's a new brand.
Anyway, drafting phase game number 3 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G.
Oh.
Evo's Masha and Chip
Oh.
once again. BTR shake things up with the Fanny and the Harith. Game number 1 and game number 2, it was the Joy and the Hayabusa. So with the Harith being banned out, are they gonna leave out the Joy or the Hayabusa?
Oh man, I think
I feel like the Joy, yeah. The Joy is something that you can still somewhat deal with. The Hayabusa is everywhere.
Yeah. No, I feel like leave the Joy open. Ban the Joy.
Ban the Joy. Let go of the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like in the match, this dynamic, the Hayabusa can be the more surprising factor. Sushin, though, finally taken away as well.
Lo Yi open.
Oh,
You're right. Now it's all on Erlan. Harith and Granger. You don't want to first pick Suyo. What do you want to go for? Lo Yi, right? It's a pretty good Sway Low pick. But then the Novaria can come out on the other side. Ah.
But the Novaria didn't cancel the Lo Yi out completely.
No, but if you get spotted out, that surprise is no longer a surprise. It's a wow, you're there.
They can go with the Hanzo Lo Yi with the
Your team is
Pinnacle Ninja delivery.
Interesting choice though, Kalea instead.
Okay.
So not the Suyo, not the Luo Yi, but the Kalea.
So they're hearing us bicker and they're like, you know what? None of that.
Yeah.
None of that.
I wonder why the Kalea. Why is it so prio for Evos?
Because Key likes it.
Does he?
It's a flex pick potentially as well.
Oh, wow. Very early. Super early.
I mean, technically the Harith and the Granger are not on the table anymore, right? So they're putting something a little bit more reliable onto Eman this time around. No more Wan. And then they pair it up with the Suyo.
This is a Joy free for Evos, no?
Did they go Joy Luo Yi?
They kind of have to go Joy, right? There's no way they don't go Joy. Joy was already such a big, like really good response to the Suyo. Now with the removal of the magic damage reduction, now Immortal Form only being physical damage reduction, it's even bigger.
If they don't go for the Lo Yi Evos, can Bigatron go for it?
Yes, if they don't go to Varia.
If they get a Suyo, they get a Roamer, they can set up for the Suyo. Okay, Joy picked up. Lo Yi now is the big question, because we know Moreno likes using it. Against a Joy Kalea, Lo Yi has good potential here. Irithel.
Interesting. Up against the Moskov, he's gone Irithel. This should be the Lo Yi pick, right, for BTR. It'll be the Lo Yi Suyo Moskov.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
So much macro presence. And then Evos are going to be stuck figuring out, do we want to stop Luke from being out of control, or do we want to stop the Roamer from setting up for Annabelle on the Suyo as well? A lot of avenues here for Bigatron success.
Yeah, and it's not just like global presence that we're looking at. Luo Yi early game, really good damage as well that they can utilize to help supplement the Suyo to take the neutral objectives early. And then they can try and look for a snowball from that.
Whoa!
But they go for Tigreal.
I see. Because technically now they can still go Lo Yi later, right? So they're just gonna play with it. If Evos ban it out, then they'll change it. But right now, the Lo Yi can still make an appearance. Again, it's not out of the box just yet, but the Tigreal is really good against the Joy, and you can take it with the Valentina right here. So let's say Evos ban Lo Yi. You would take the Valen, no? Take the Valen, get a Tsunami Slam, so 2 lockdowns on Joy.
Yeah, that's a valid option for sure, man. All right. Interesting curveball here. Not what we were expecting just immediately. Now though, for Bigatron.
Oh, no, they banned it out.
Altina immediately. Alright, for Evos though, now that they've secured a gold laner of their own, they've been pressured to do so. They choose to try and squeeze down on Luke.
So the Luo Yi is still open.
For now, 2 more bans to go.
Okay.
Muscle of iron.
Gatot Kancha. So again, the Lo Yi is still up for grabs, but Evos can still answer it with a Novaria pick for Sway Low.
At least the Gauntlet won't be available there to counter-engage, to drop with the AOG onto the diversion.
Unless BTR just last pick it. They'll see if there's a Novaria on the other side, if there's going to be a Loyi on the other side, and then they react to it by picking Novaria or Loyi.
I don't know. It feels like the Novaria finds value when
There we go.
paired in with something else, you know? Like more value like with the Granger or with the Selena like we saw earlier. But Novaria face value just to choose it as a counter towards the Luoyi.
Well, now for Bigatron, what do they want? Facing a Joy, the high ground artillery mid laners becomes a bit concerning. Wow, they went for a Hilda right here.
Let's be Hilda for Luke.
Interesting. Usually we see it against Poke or against heroes that can be zoned out easily. Joy isn't exactly easily zoned. She can cover ground really well over the Hilda, over everyone else, towards the neutral objective. So it's not really a full-on shout-out just yet, although we're still waiting on that final pick. Evos though, what is their response to this composition? It's a lot of burst damage, it's one pick-off tool. It's the Zask!
And the Hylos.
So signature pocket pick for Suelo with the Zaz. We saw what he was able to do with it. The Hylos as well for just additional sustain is also a reliable source to play make with. BTR, how are they going to close things out? They need a mid laner now.
Last pick Moreno, something we don't see too often. Usually it's always the juice in early.
They go Vexana here against the Hylos. Joy as well.
The falling stars.
Ooh, Novaria.
Novaria.
Interesting.
Interesting, wait a minute.
It's a signature pick for Moreno back in Season 12, remember? And Season 13 even. He was always consistent on the Novaria.
With steals.
It's also a good answer to the Zaz, because the Nightmare spawns you can clear without actually standing in rage as well. So not the worst of options. It allows him to clear fast as well. So if the trio mid is what Bigatron wants to rely on, now they have full prior from the mid lane. Oof.
There it is.
Oof. This is an interesting one, man.
This could go either way. Let's take a look at the lineup rating. 5.8 for BTR. Can the Red Robots look for yet another reverse sweep here in their match against Evos? Can they turn the tides of the table? And can they look for that number 2 spot as we head over into the final game of the series between the White Tigers, Evos, and the Red Robots, BTR.
It comes down to the final game. Back to Comfort, Suelo, Albert on signature picks. And it's the same for the other side. Luke on a Hilda. We haven't seen this since... Oh yeah, Seth.
Been a long while. Let's see if he's able to actually perform on it. He's gonna clear a lot faster, that's for sure. What is he gonna do afterwards though? With the mid prio, this is an invade angle towards Albert, and shutting down Albert is always gonna be a relevant factor here, for sure. But in the early game, it's gonna be a slow, safe play for both teams. Yeah, the emblems here as Finn takes a ton of damage.
Retreat from Annabelle. Putting out the Nightmaric Spawn too, getting a bit more XP.
Yeah, it's the firmness and the pull yourself together, so Finn is just full playmaking. Everyone else, the Widow's Blast. Oh, hang on a second.
And all in over to Natco, Revitalize coming down as well. That's a lot of sustain from Natco. Annabelle caught in the bad spot. Natco with a flicker forward. Annabelle able to escape. Now Luke, Star Shatter not hitting, it's smart. Natco gonna get the sustain. No, Moreno with a flicker forward. Up top, Bin surviving.
Still going to be able to get out for now, so that is a 1-for-0 trade for the first few minutes of the game. BTR currently leading in terms of gold, as Annabelle was able to get out and still also able to get that gold crab.
Bold move for both teams right there. Evil is trying to abuse the Revitalize. Hang on a second, Luke
still has a sprint, but will be chain CC'd. But it's Key, unfortunately, who gets the kill.
Overstaying is welcome there. Like I mentioned, both teams have a really solid early game possibility, but Evo's trying to use the Revitalize and the Kalia healing to cheese through, but the Hilda is just a bit too strong, especially level 1 and 2. Now though, for Bigatron, what's the approach? Especially with Evo zoning out, with Suelo potentially diving deep with the Dominator's Descent.
Finn is not yet level 4, so he doesn't have the implosion to utilize in this upcoming team fight, and I think that's going to be very important. Are they going to kind of wait for that to hit first? It looks like he's going to try to clear the mid lane. as Evos are already starting to chunk this turtle down.
Now he's 4.
There you go. That's the moment.
Annabelle hasn't been on it yet. Astral Echo will reveal Natco, sway low already. Dominator's Ascent. Luke is able to bait it out. Now Annabelle able to jump away. Albert a level ahead. Annabelle going back onto the purple. They baited out proper resources.
But this, here it is. Albert is still level above, so do Bigatron still want to go for the contest? Annabelle's finally at level 6. Maybe that's why they've been buying some time.
Oh, Queller and the shove key taken down by Annabelle as he gets that soul sever, but he blinks out to safety. Albert getting full stack spin! Implosion locking him down. Now it's gonna be Natco jumping over to Tsunami Slam. That's an SOD landing as well. Meanwhile, in the back, Luke able to deal with Sway Low all alone as Natco goes in for Finn, but gets shoved and cut down by Annabelle.
We see some recalls coming through from the side of BTR. 2 members down, and they're gonna be able to pick up this turtle. Well played by the Red Robots.
The tiniest of margins, but it's more than enough for Bigatron to get the tempo going. Like we mentioned, man, the first turtle fight immediately sets the tone, and Bigatron so far is leading. Man, they have so many more surprising tools to use. Annabelle and Luke.
Natco chain CC'd. Luke with the damage again. The Queller comes in for Annabelle. Can he get the kill? Natco's on him. Annabelle wants to go for the pick, but will force out the flicker from Natco.
But he still is going to be able to get out alive. Key was there in the last moments to go for the backup, and in the end, that trade did not come through.
Right now, top side, Erlan has to purify, so he's comfortable standing there. The Bigatron, again, the moment they have pressure in one lane, immediately looking to try and extend that to a different area of the map. Albert hasn't really been feeling the invades just yet, but if this goes on, I mean, there's no reason why Bigatron can't start doing that. Right now, they're only respecting the potential for Sway Low to force them into a full-on all-in, but with the Radiant armor in the picture now, there's a chance that Luke can tank that Nightmaric spawn for now without any issue.
They were fully respecting the magic damage output coming in from Evos, and that's what kind of happens, right? Albert is on the Joy, Sway Low right now could be dishing out the damage, and Erlan has yet to get to that power spike, so we see the prioritization coming in from BTR. And Annabelle is still, right now, a level ahead of Albert. They do have a few more seconds. We see some damage, even over. Annabelle doesn't get the push onto Erlan. He's still able to get out.
Heavy crossbow, just dashing out of the picture. As you can see right now, Albert has set up the bottom wave now. Evos, is this the move they're trying to do? Moreno tried to go to the bottom lane, but now they're sending Eman. SOD is at their disposal. Already a War Axe for Annabelle as well. Massive power spike for this next fight.
Clearing the mid wave, trying to get that prio. Albert will get shot at by the Star Shatter up top. Annabelle, a bit of shot, quite a bit of damage now. Glorious Pathway as well. Annabelle caught in the bad spot. Does he have the blink? Goes for the Queller, dodges away from the stun. Gets back to safety, but the turtle has been started by Evo. Sway Low taking control. Luke trying to zone them back as Iman gets a turn in the bottom lane. Now Albert looking for the play. Onto it. Electrifying beats. Use the ban! Implosion! The combo comes in. It's gonna be a kill over. Finn taken down. Tsunami Slam as Luke is able to take the kill back. Albert in the back. Getting the double as Iman will be slain. Annabelle Blade Surge looking for the stun. Won't be able to get onto Albert now. It's a re-engage over that magic damage. And Erlan gets the shutdown.
A 2-for-2 trade and a kill and that shutdown over to Erlan. Super worth it for the White Tigers. And interestingly enough, Erlan went into that team fight without the Purify. So even despite that, he wasn't the main factor nor the main target from BTR as Finn was able to get that 3-man implosion.
The 3-man implosion into the Star Shatter by Moreno. Again, ideal circumstances for an early game fight with a Novaria. Unfortunately, especially with that final sequence of events, Annabelle tried to get something more and gets punished for it. Gotta kind of keep that aggressiveness in check. Look at Luke though, 1v3 now.
Oh, just looking for, SOD lands. I don't know if they want to keep on going. It's gonna be the stun, Iman takes it. Finn looking for the implosion, finds them all. Gets the shot back as well. Diamonders is kind of set, coming down, but Iman will be taken down. Luke still in the bush, sustaining. Key getting the kill back. 2 for 1, only Erlan.
Not the best of piggybacks, but they were able to take down Erlan, but with the price of Eman alongside it, not so worth it, I would say, for the Red Robots.
It's Eman and Luke. This is a hero that requires items, that requires levels. He needs to be on curve if he wants to be that unstoppable zoning machine. he can't really take those kinds of risks. It was cool to really take out Erlan, but it wasn't necessary to that degree. I feel like things were fine if he just kept going with that split push approach.
Yeah.
12 seconds to go here before the next objective. Bigatron is in place, but Evos are looking for a chance to kind of punish him, but Natco is forced to leave Erlan alone.
And the Evos fam still believe in Evos. 75% honest prediction here by GoPay. As Evos are starting to get and gain some information.
Oh.
As Astral Echo.
Engaged by Luke into the back. Oh, getting the reset on the turtle. Luke popping a sprint, Albert walking up. Full stacks. Finn getting the shove back again. Up top, Moskov still pushing, getting the golden staff. Another crucial item. There's only going to be 2 turtles this game. 1v1 up top. It's getting it all in. Oh, solo kill and Lan!
Wow.
Going with the all-in with the heavy crossbow. That's what the Irithol does best. Bigatron resetted the turtle there. It seemed like they were going to be able to take it, but with that reset, not so much. Moreno has the lightning truncheon right now, but Evos are already making their move onto the Lord.
This should be free. No gold laner. Natco very low though. Astral Echo lands on him. Dominator's descent into the back, zoning Annabelle away. Now Luke stunned up. Chain CC. Erlan gets another. BTR have to contain. Oh my goodness! Albert gets the retry in time.
But that was very, very, very close. Evo's 1,300 gold lead. BTR dared not commit onto the previous fight. Waiting for the Lord perhaps to spawn into the game, and spawn it did, but unfortunately, they weren't the ones to pick it up. Albert, this is 2v1.
2v1 indeed! Oh, what? Oh, Annabelle gets the kill. Albert way too overzealous. Now Natco might fall as well. Tsunami Slam coming down, locking him down. Annabelle stunned up and taken down. Eman with a 2-man stun right now. Finn walks up. Natco very, very low. And Sony with a snipe. It's way low. He's all alone. Evos! The lead came crumbling back down on them.
They still have a Lord on the way.
What?
They didn't have to commit onto that. Albert, a little too forward, a little too aggressive taking that. They're not going to be able to extract the most of this unless they do. This is another commitment coming from Evos.
Crazy damage from Erlan. Has the GDS too, Lord. There's still going to be value. The savior of Evos currently is Erlan.
That was crazy though. Albert trying to go for a 1v2 against a Suyo and a Moskov.
Yeah.
So many ways for that to go in favor of Bigatron. Key though.
Oh, Star Shatter. Half-court shot there from Moreno.
What is going on, man? Everyone's just overextending, overstaying right now. If both teams keep trading like this, the team with the better late game, I have to say, is Bigatron. Evos want to avoid this. The whole idea is that they can go for the calculated safe plays because their mid laner, as you can see earlier, has so much security in being able to just transform into this unkillable spawn in the middle of the fight. When they go for plays like this, funneling 1 by 1, I really think it favors Bigatron a lot.
By the way, does the Lightning Truncheon proc with the Astral Echo?
With the Astral Echo, I don't think so. I think it's with the
Star Shatter.
With the Star Shatter, I do think it does. And now it works differently. Just as a reminder, it doesn't like blast over to everyone. There's an actual visible bolt of lightning, but look at the Tsunami Slam!
All in onto Luke. That should be a kill, and it will be. Albert takes the kill now. And all in over to Eman with a glorious pathway! Eman taken down by Albert!
That's not good.
Redemption.
But that's not good. For the White Tigers, they're going for more. Looking for more avenues, more opportunities on the board. That shield breaks in the bottom side of the map as they pick up this mid turret as well.
Oh boy, all the base turret passives gets taken out right there. Interesting, man. They sent Eman on cleanup duty. They sent Annabelle to be the one split pushing there. Unfortunately, it got punished, but Erlan gets slow, but he'll be able to get out no problem. Lord already spawning. Evos with the wave in a favorable position. How will Bigatron approach this? It's only a 1.8k gold lead, more or less. It's not fatal by any means.
Take a look at it. Erlan already got shot to half. He still has the hotspot, has the sustain. Tsunami Slime bringing Luke back into the pit again. Luke popping it. No, doesn't have to sprint. Sway low, getting rid of him already. Annabelle forced to back away. Bim, JCC'd, has the shove, gets away. Not go. Won't go in. Astral Echo one more time. BTR looking for just poke. Evos with the Lord.
All right. Very clean by the White Tigers there, being able to just completely zone out the members, and Erlan being able to dish out the damage onto the Lord and pick it up. Wind of Nature next secured in by Erlan. So they're going to be able to, outplay with the physical damage, but they still have to be aware of Moreno when they look for the siege.
The GDS as well in his inventory, so Chase is definitely something that he can do. It's kind of funny right now. It's kind of a duel between the Glorious Pathway and the Astral Echo. Those are the two big engage tools, not in traditional crowd control sense, but when you get slowed down and you get chased down, that's what's gonna happen. Now with the Lord, Evos, can they go and get something decisive right here? Bigatron has good siege potential.
Man, really good clear still with the help of Navaria. There won't be an end angle. And unfortunately for Evos, that's not the far lane. Oh, what? Star Shatter, Erlan. Astral Echo coming down as well. Moreno looking for another shot down. Will land on Sway Low. Ow!
Oh boy. So many multiple procs of that Wishing Lantern, dude. Yeah, the Novaria is absolutely gonna be a problem. And he's been pretty accurate with those all the way since the early game, man. This guy knows the movement patterns for sure. 90 seconds to go. Bigatron can try and find moments where they can identify weaknesses possibility, and Finn on the Tigreal can go for some kind of pick-off, because Albert doesn't have any solution against that implosion play.
Yeah. The damage is starting to ramp up for BTR, and that's the range advantage when they have the Novaria in their lineup. Only Sway Low and Erlan has the Purify, so I'm curious to see how Finn will actually maneuver around this. Who took the buff?
It's Albert.
Yeah, I think it is Albert. I thought Moreno got it because the timing made it seem that way. All right, back to a waiting game. Only a 3k gold advantage. Again, Bigatron are probably waiting for the Lord to spawn so that they can use Eman in a more effective fashion. But so far, he has a Trinity and a Rose Gold, probably attempting to be able to actually 1v1 Albert, worst case scenario. I have to see how Bigatron are able to set this up though. Luke as well already starting to fall off when it comes to the tankiness, the built-in sustain of the Hilda. So Evos are doing a great job punishing him whenever he overextends.
So if that's the case, are we anticipating BTR to start utilizing the global pressure that Eman should have?
Yes.
I feel like they've been trying to do so, but Evos just did a great job forcing Bigatron's hand again and again. So, if possible, right, they want to stall this Lord take as long as possible, allow Eman that space, but also just be careful because, again, the solo kill potential is there for Erlan too.
I thought they were actually going to commit to staying there for Evos. They had two members up top.
Nako, Tsunami Slam over to Finn. Albert getting caught right there. Finn, implosion, finding them, but Luke is so low. They're all too low. SOD doesn't land. Nako with a jump into the back. Annabelle gonna be caught as well. Look at that damage. Blinks away to safety. Free Lord again for Evos.
Yeah, two members down. They played that really, really well. Two members up top, but the Tsunami Slam was able to look for that opportunity over. Finn looked for that implosion as well. Unfortunately, he was taken out because of that damage. Is this an end angle?
10 seconds on Finn. Base turret taken down. Still just a Cannon in the mid lane, but a big wave down below. Glorious Pathway zoning them away now with a wave again in the bottom lane. Eman gotta clear it. The base is gonna be targeted down. They're gonna go for it, but it's not gonna be enough right now. Oh no, Evos! What is this? They're gonna go in Finn. Dives into the pocket. Eman looking for the play. Implosion as well. Erlan will fall. One big play. Now Nako trying to survive. They had the Lord. They had everything. Luke with the chase. Bottom lane. It's still gonna be clear. BTR. Luke still with the chase here is Nako. Gets away in time, but Luke does not want to give this away.
He's still chasing, he's still looking, but this was a big miscalculation for Evos, trying to end things early on. The inhibitor turret does get taken down in the grand scheme of things, but man, that instant shift of gold back onto BTR. Let's take a look at the replay.
Tried to go for the end, but the clear, Annabelle gave his life for it, and Eman was left as Finn went for the play onto Erlan and caught him there. Great discipline to back up as well. They didn't greed out for more kills to give off more death timers. Man, that just equalized everything. now both teams are on equal footing. But Bigatron hasn't been allowed to use the Moskov. Maybe with the next Lord that might change. For now though, I feel like the main thing is that Luke and Finn need to work together, man. Because Finn is checking independently from Luke. So when Finn gets jumped on, Bigatron can't do anything. But if Luke gets jumped on, in theory, Finn can go for the punish. That has to be the angle right here. Because otherwise, Evos just get a free pickoff. And look at the damage! That's the EXP lane! One Star Shatter!
Yeah. Moreno late game. Full items, I believe, yeah.
Divine Glaive already. Lacking one.
He's waiting. Is that a Holy Crystal, Rashi?
It might just be, man. More damage is what they require. He's the only one at a gold surplus right here. But again, he can clear from so far away. It's not exactly a fair comparison. We're approaching full build territory right here.
No boots.
Now it comes down to the execution, to the mind games. A single moment will decide all of this, man, especially with the damage dealers being so critical.
It's probably Blood Wings though, right?
Hey, I won't be surprised if they go for even more damage.
With all the focus being used more so on Eman and Annabelle, I feel like there is an angle here for Moreno to feel like no one's chasing him down anyways.
Yeah.
Right, so the Holy Crystal, it's gonna be a massive deal.
Yeah, I guess we'll see, because that is a make or break it moment. You can already see the damage. Imagine everything he's been able to do so far, plus more magic power. Holy Crystal, that's a slam.
Tsunami slam again onto Luke. He pops in the sprint. He's still able to survive this time around, and he has the immortality. Electrifying beats coming down. Annabelle looking for the play as well. Nako very low. Eman looking for the SOD. Won't be able to find it. Albert gets the kill on Luke. 1-0 in the trade, but look at the HP bars of Evos. Natko has to recall. Swalo getting quelled. Glorious Pathway coming down as well. Oh, Annabelle walked away. Moreno gets the kill on Natko. Implosion from Finn and Moreno. From out of nowhere, no retribution, but Moreno gets the Lord.
Groundbreaking for the Red Robots here as Moreno picks up the neutral objective that might as well save them this game. BTR, only one member taken down. Meanwhile for Evos, that's 25 seconds for Natko and Key to spawn back into the game, and the Lord is already marching in the top side.
Look at the positioning. Albert looking for a flank angle. If Bigatron play it a front to back, there's no way Evos can defend against this. Moreno at full build. All the damage coming through.
Two-man Astral Echo. Oh, that was onto the minions. The Thunder.
The Lightning Truncheon.
Lightning Truncheon. The Thunder from the Lightning Truncheon hit him. Got into half. Evolve Lord up top. Luke marching down as well. Damage reduction on the side of BTR. Queller to poke Key down. Lord charging. Base turret low. Natko on the wall. Eman with the piercing damage. Erland very low. Gets away with a heavy crossbow. Moreno. Defensive heavy crossbow. Four-man Astral Echo. A shot down. Key very low now. Dominator's Ascent as a shove cancels whatever Natko was trying to do. They defended against it. Now Swalo taken down by the shot of the Maestro Moreno.
But it looks like Evos, the White Tigers, are still able to defend.
Base.
Eman sent back for housekeeping. Clears the wave. Has the SOD available. Bigatron pushing the pace. Trying to get something more in the mid lane. They have the tools available.
They still want to push.
Finn has the ultimate. Key standing in front. Implosion! Into the back. The Purify going to be used up as well. The SOD lands, and now it's going to be Eman in the base. Luke still able to take up the damage. Albert! Oh no, he sold the immortality! Too early. Luke falls. Annabelle! Bigatron! Going up against the last member. The man who was once their captain. A 2-1 reverse sweep victory for the Red Robots.
They find revenge here in leg number 2 after the White Tigers were able to take them down 2-1 in leg 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this means that BTR are back at second place on the standings. The White Tigers have been knocked down to 3.
A great moment right there. That was a hard-fought battle. A lot of coincidences, a lot of luck for both teams. But today, Bigatron get their revenge. 2-1.
Wow. BTR just really showing up. Still, their undefeated run after the change in hairstyle. The change in hair color, the chemistry down to a T. Finn working in the Rome position. Tazi stepping into the coaching staff. Everything has led up to this. Evils were looking as one of the teams to be undefeated this season alongside with RRQ, and yet BTR, they're back on the map.
Oh man, that last play from Finn, he really caught Erlan off guard. The implosion on key and delayed the flicker so long.
Let's talk to Moreno. Let's talk to all the rest of the BTR members. Let's go to Bude Clara Mongstar for the winning interview.
Win streak dari si merah belum berakhir. Dari rambut mereka merah, dari awal hingga sekarang mereka belum terkalahkan. Pasukan rambut merah Bigetron menang 2-1 dengan sangat memukau. Game ketiga. Buset, kalian nyangka itu bakal menang?
Nyangka sih, soalnya kan kita coba buat main tenang aja kan, nggak usah panik sama musuhnya, jadi tenang aja sih.
Itu base udah mau dihancurin itu loh. Gimana cara kalian untuk ngelakuin comeback itu, Anavel?
Tetap percaya satu sama lain aja sih, kayak ya udah 3 lawan 5 kita tetap pede bisa menang.
Tetap bisa menang. Dan wah, kalau ngelihat momen-momen tadi, tapi menurut kalian momen apa sih yang benar-benar bisa bikin kalian comeback di game yang ketiga itu?
Ini Moreno dapat Lord pakai Nova, itu doang paling.
Itu momen itu.
Ya.
Momen Moreno dapat Nova yang kita nggak nyangka. Kayaknya Retribution nggak ada di tangan Moreno. Moreno, tanganmu magic. Itu udah. Momen, kalau kata Navel, momenmu pas lagi ini sih. Ngedapetin Lord itu jadi kunci kemenangan di game ketiga. Moreno ngerasa nggak?
Ya sebenarnya kita emang punya 2 retri sih kalau main Nova. Gampang last hit Lordnya.
Wah, tapi mendapetin momen pas banget itu kamu yang dapat udah pakai perhitungan kalkulus, perhitungan segala macam atau gimana Moreno?
Pencet-pencet doang sih Bude, kayak ya mungkin dapat lah karena main Nova ya, gampang retri. Jadi ya udah pencet-pencet doang, nggak usah kalkulasi, dapat soalnya.
Udah ngedapetin kill, ngedapetin Lord. Tapi ngelihat pertarungan yang begitu sengit di game yang ketiga 1-2 juga sengit banget sih. Ini kan pembukaan leg kedua kalian, langsung bertemu dengan EVOS dan taruhannya itu adalah bisa dibilang top 2.
Ya.
Kamu menghadapi leg kedua ini gimana Moreno?
Ya excited lah karena kita kan lawan Hengki kan, kayak mantan BTR, terus Nea juga lawan mantan dia juga, dia mantan EVOS. Jadi kita semangat banget. EVOS juga terlalu semangat kayaknya. Tadi EVOS terlalu semangat juga, jadi ke comeback.
Benar, emang harus tetap tenang. Kalian tadi semangat, biar netralnya gimana tuh?
Ya santai aja, kita main sesuai win con kita sih, kayak kita main Nova, Moskov juga kan, hero late game. Ya kasih mereka blunder aja, kayak kan tadi kebukti juga kan mereka kayak terburu-buru gitu lah.
Dan kalian sadar itu terburu-buru?
Kayaknya iya.
Oke, tapi Moreno kamu di leg pertama ngelawan Natko di mid lane. Sekarang bertemu sobat lama, Suelo. Gimana kamu ngelihat Suelo di tim barunya?
Fresh sih dia, maksudnya dia salah satu mid lane yang cukup jago dan hero powernya yang cukup unik lah ya, kayak Zax, Lui. Jadi excited aja lawan dia.
Kamu udah siap berarti melawan Zaz dari Suelo? Apa kewalahan tadi di game 3?
Early-nya kewalahan sih Bude, cuma late game-nya ya mungkin dia yang kewalahan lah lawan aku.
Late game di Suelo, kewalahan melawan Moreno. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin selamat datang kembali kepada Suelo atau ada kata-kata untuk Suelo?
Good game, semoga berjumpa lagi.
Oke, good game. Semoga berjumpa lagi. Cool banget. Tapi yang kayaknya nggak cool tadi yang sempet panas tuh. Vin, apa nih Vin? Apa artinya Vin? Ada artinya nggak?
Artinya macan. Macan ngamuk.
Macan ngamuk. Itu kayak gitu gayanya?
Iya, soalnya dia band masa juga jadi ngeraur.
Oh, ngeraur. Oke. Memenangkan 2-1 di match ini ngelawan mantan kapten kamu sendiri. Ki, ada artinya nggak sih buat kamu?
Adalah artinya, soalnya dulu kan sempat bersaing kan. Cuman sekarang jadi lawan, jadi kayak semangat aja buat ngalahin dia.
Dan pada akhirnya kamu bisa mendapatkan kemenangan? Apa yang dirasa?
Seneng lah sama hoki.
Senang dan hoki. Tapi ketika dulu menjadi teman dan sekarang menjadi lawan, ada bedanya nggak? Line of down-nya kayak dulu kamu melihat dia seperti apa dan sekarang pada saat menjadi lawan seperti apa?
Bedanya dia sekarang main Hylos Gatot doang udah.
Oh itu, kalau dulu macam-macam.
Dulu banyak ada Matil, ada Tigril gitu. Sekarang kayak Gatot Hylos aja.
Oh kamu ekspektasinya?
Nah ekspektasi dia main Matil, ya Matil.
Oh rindu dengan Matildanya Ki.
Ya soalnya dulu kan bersaing hero kita Matil.
Oke, dan udah ketemu, udah ini. Pada akhirnya kita melihat sekarang kemenangan di tangan sang junior. Zaman dulu kamu juniornya berarti kan?
Iya adik-adik.
Adik-adiknya. Ada yang mungkin mau kamu sampaikan kepada sang mantan kakak-kakak kan?
Good game.
Good game, oke Vin. Thank you. Tapi kita akan beralih juga ke rambut yang udah warnanya beda nih. Your hair so different compared to others. Why?
Karena gue pakai sampo mulu. Jadinya lepas duluan.
Jujur ya, jadi sering keramas berarti. Kalau dari yang lainnya berarti, halo, yang lainnya nggak pakai. Oke, jujur, oke, nggak apa-apa. Udah jujur, tapi but Eman, how do you feel about your match today? Because we saw that it's so intense, you got solo killed by Erlan.
Jago banget dia Bude.
Oh iya?
Iya, jago.
Dalam hal apa tuh? In what case?
Jago soalnya bisa solo kill gue, ya. Itu dong.
Oke, solo kill itu menjadi pembuktian bahwa dia jago dan diakui oleh Eman. Tapi kita ngeliat bahwa what is your mindset competing against Evos that plays really well. They're on top 3, same as you.
Mindset gue tadi kayak gue mau farming doang sampai spike gue udah ketemu, terus kita itu war. Ya.
Jadi emang dari Eman tuh sangat fokus kepada tujuannya, nggak mikir apa-apa, just do the job, that's all.
Iya.
When you got solo kill, what is your reaction?
Nggak ada, biasa aja.
Biasa aja?
Iya, soalnya kalah hero kayaknya. Iya.
Oke, jadi aman aja, biasa aja, santai aja. Dan ini adalah pertemuan yang tentu aja dinantikan mungkin sama Luke juga, di mana Luke.
Ya, Bude.
Aduh.
Ya.
Lawanmu sekarang berbeda. Natko jadi EXP lane. Dan kelihatan banget tadi fightnya juga makin rame pula ya untuk tim Bigetron. Gimana kamu menghadapi lawan yang berbeda di leg yang kedua ini?
Main kayak biasa aja sih Bude. Dua-duanya jago juga kan. Regina coynya jago lah.
Jago lah. Itu aja. Kan ini bisa dibilang kayak baru match kedua atau ketiganya dari Natko EXP lane. Tapi kamu udah bisa bilang Natko itu jago.
Ya dia all roll kan. Kalau all roll jago lah. Nextnya main jungle kayak tank. Cobain semua dah.
Cobain semua?
Jago dia.
Kamu gak main coba role lain?
Enggak dibolehin sih Bude.
Jangan ya, jangan. Tapi kalau melihat banyaknya pertikaian tadi di game ketiga, kamu sempat hype up nggak? Sempat sampai meluap-luap gitu nggak kalau dari Luke?
Tipis. Soalnya leg pertama kita di comeback kan. Terus leg kedua ya kita comebackin juga lah.
Comeback. Dibalas comeback juga. 2-1 panas banget. Ini yang paling panas ini ya Nea ya. Udah berhasil balas dendam nih.
Iya.
Apa yang kamu pelajari dari leg 1 nih yang kamu bawa ke leg kedua?
Yang dari leg 1 ya kayaknya Retribution dong paling.
Battle Retribution yang kita lihat objektif battle kayaknya benar-benar intens tadi.
Enggak intens banget sih soalnya sering di zoning sama Natko sama Hengkinya juga kan. Jadi kayak susah buat ngadu Retri sama si Albert.
Oke, tapi kamu menemukan celahnya berarti dong?
Ya kalau ada celah, tapi kalau nggak ada celah ya udah kasih aja.
Pasrah, pokoknya dari objektif battle dari 1 sampai 10 seberapa susah sih battle melawan Albert?
Berapa ya? 10 per 10 sih.
10. Oke, hari ini kita ngeliat kalau memang lawan Luke tuh berbeda. Dan mantan temen dari Anavel nih,
Ya,
Abang Regi ternyata besok tuh mau menikah.
ya.
Ada yang mau kamu sampein gak sih untuk Abang Regi yang besok menikah, Anavel?
Buat Regi semoga lancar sampai hari H. Sama ya semoga langgeng sampai seumur hidup lah sama Melanie.
Itu deh, amin. Amin, amin. Dan ngelihat banyak banget nih ya yang sudah menunggu juga pembukaan leg kedua kalian berbuah manis. Balas dendam didapatkan. Apakah kalian benar-benar sudah siap untuk menghadapi tim-tim yang mengalahkan kalian di leg pertama?
Kalau kita sih di leg kedua, kita siapapun timnya kita bakal ganyang sih. Kita nggak peduli itu siapapun.
Gak peduli siapapun. Ini leg kedua Bigetron datang semakin berani.
Ya sekarang kita nggak ada takut ya.
Makin berani, makin ganyang. Dan penutupan hari ini ada yang mau disampaikan? Look, ayo Look, kemenangan ini balas dendam pertama dari Bigetron.
Apa, Bude? Heng, mati lu Heng.
Udah gitu aja. Oke, Bigetroopers, sambutlah pembalasan dendam dari Bigetron. Inilah dia kemenangan dari sang robot berambut merah, tim Bigetron.
I like this new trend where people just get hoisted by the fans. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I'll let you have this.
Those teeth have been getting airflow for a while now. So, holy moly, that was a game. Crucial moment indeed, right here. This was the make or break moment, man. With a Lord coming as well. That sure was unfortunate for Evos. And oh man, this too. So many things had to happen in favor of Bigetron. It's almost confusing, man.
Luckily, he stole that Lord.
Exactly.
Luckily, Moreno stole that Lord. That would
Dude.
have ended very differently, I think.
2 red trees and Moreno got it, bro. He said in the interview, it's basically like having 2 red trees when you have a red tree and a star shatter in the late game. And to be fair, we saw that. He was almost one-shotting Erlan and Sway Low. Did he hit the Lord directly, or was
I think it was a lightning trunch.
It might be a lightning trunch and proc. We'll have to see it again later in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, the Maestro. Bro,
Maestro Moreno, player
my
of the match,
God.
presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Continue, Mirko.
It's just crazy how this guy, again, this meta, it really feels like, you know, Navaria, all the way from season 12, he's always been special on this pick, and to see it picked up here, it was ridiculous. He, I think, single-handedly carried them to the victory. I mean, like, in the clutch moments, you know? Yeah, not overall. And for Evos, there were moments for both teams. That play by Bigetron to go for a trade. This outplay by Annabelle. Albert going for the 1v2. By all means, there were moments that you can kind of comment on. But man, in the end, Bigetron always found a way. Just get something more, dude. Wow. And right here, they lost 3 members effectively as the Lord was pushing. And right here, oh my, you hate to see it, man. But again, it wasn't just Evos being overzealous. Bigetron made things happen there. Made sure they got the clear in the most crucial moment. Annabelle had to pay for it with his life. Right here, all eyes on Moreno, man. With Luke taken out. It was a lightning truncheon proc. Yeah, exactly.
What
it was
the heck, dude?
That was not even a red tree Moreno. That wasn't a star shatter. That was a lightning trunk. Lightning trunch. Lightning trunch. And afterwards, I think Evos were still trying their best to try and find something. But oh, Finn found those surprising moments. Caught Erlan off guard. And from there, it's only a matter of time, dude. There's way too much damage. Annabelle finds him there too. Deathless, to go deathless in a 21-minute game.
He's deathless, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Moreno, you truly are a maestro.
4-0-11. That was his final KDA there. 21 minutes and 24 seconds. A lot happened in this match. I understand why Mirko's so in shock,
Dude,
on
I mean,
edge.
I thought like four times, I thought it was over. I was like, all right, Evo's got this, they got the Lord, and then, wait, Albert jumped in on Anova. Anova got the kill, huh? And then 3 members died up top, they defend, okay. And then they got another Lord, killing 2, and I'm like, okay, it's over. And then they defend in the base, and I'm like, oh. And then it wasn't enough to end, and I was like, oh no. And then, oh my God.
Fun fact, Mirko is almost out of voice at this point. There were just so many moments.
This is a guy who casted 14 days of M3 without losing his voice.
That's just how intense the game was.
Oh my God.
And man, for the final match, we really were given a treat, man. This was a very eventful match, to say the least. Moreno broke 100,000 damage dealt, by the way, on a Navaria. Yikes, dude.
Eman definitely redeemed himself on the lowest damage on 1-1. This game, second, right? 75,000. And then after that, it was the Zask. Then Suyo. So they had 3 crazy damage dealers on the side of Bigatron. And it's crazy to think because Suyo does fall off. Yet he did more damage than Albert.
It's the fact that he can still do damage from a distance, whereas Albert, if you want to do damage, he's got to be dancing on you. And you know, when you're that up close and personal, there's so many things that can go wrong, especially on a Joy against a Tigreal, against a Moskov as well. That's what happened on the top lane as well. So it's just crowd control tools that Bigatron were able to use to just deny Evos a lot of those moments. And Evos really did not respect it, man. They fell again and again through the I don't know, the overextension, overzealousness, their own hubris.
Unsung hero though, can someone play Fian? Fian was so good.
Yep.
Oh my God, Fian.
I feel like in the mid game, you know, when they have no idea how to scout, and they just kept sending Luke and Finn. Yeah, he got kind of shut down there.
Yeah.
But when it counts, dude, that was a crazy. This is like one of his first performances in season 15, right?
This was his first Tigreal game in MPL.
Yeah.
But which is it his first game? No.
No.
First
he
match?
played against RRQ. His first match, he beat
Carmilla,
RRQ with Carmilla. Yep.
So the creativity, the boldness to make some of these plays happen against all the pressure definitely deserves of a shout out.
Someone play Fian.
Someone play Fian.
Play Fian.
It's time to jump.
Do we have a loser interview, Mr. Producer Man?
Zipper.
With Mr. Caleb Man?
Maybe it's not Caleb, maybe
right?
it's a Veal.
Oh.
Maybe it's Albert. Maybe. Just maybe it's Hanky. My
It's
ghost.
not Caleb.
Or Jabran. Maybe he's the new Zetsuna.
Maybe it's Bronze.
Huh?
He's the new Zetsuna.
New Zetsuna. Like,
Oh,
he
yeah,
could be the
yeah,
god in the
yeah,
back
yeah.
rooms. I think he has the charisma to pull it off. By the way, he just got married. Congratulations, Brands.
Congratulations, Brand.
Reggie's gonna get married tomorrow. Hey, Evo's
Congratulations,
all getting married.
Reggie.
Key, when are you following? Soon.
Oh, that'd be so cute.
There's some
Everybody
pressure
just
there.
has a wife.
He made it.
Erlan, I know you're young,
That's
but
some pressure.
yeah, that's a lot of pressure now.
But looks like we are gonna go to the back room. So who will it be with?
Thank you caster, kembali bersama Alisa Natali di sini dan pastinya kalau sudah berada di backstage dengan coach, artinya kita sudah masuk ke dalam closing interview dan sudah bersama Alisa di sini. Halo coach.
Halo Alisa.
Gimana nih coach melihat tadi EVOS kalah 2-1 dan di menit ke-17 langsung buru-buru end dan kita bisa melihat di sini gimana nih komentarnya coach, terutama tadi mungkin di playroom.
Sebenarnya kalau di player room pasti heboh banget karena kan hype antar kalau misalnya di player room di backstage kita nontonnya lebih relax. Mereka di sana punya hype yang beda sendiri. Jadi pastinya kita udah itu tinggal tunggu Lord juga selesai kan sebenarnya. Jadi kalau misalkan masalah di mereka mungkin hype-nya berbeda sama kita yang nonton di belakang, apalagi yang di rumah juga pasti mereka hype-nya beda. Jadi ya kalah kayak minggu kemarin juga di high ground kepleset lagi. Cuman ya semoga kita bisa bounce back dari kesalahan-kesalahan itu buat week ke depannya aja sih.
Yes, hopefully pastinya bisa bounce back. Dan ngomongin soal bounce back nih, kita melihat di week ini penampilan Erlan sangat meningkat dari week keempat. Sebenarnya apa yang dilakukan sampai Erlan bisa bounce back dengan begitu luar biasa?
Pastinya kita support di out game-nya, itu juga meyakinkan dia kalau misalnya dia player yang hebat juga terlepas kesalahan-kesalahan yang dia bikin, karena ya tetap juga kan pro player pasti ada mistake-nya juga, tapi kita pastiin secara mentality dia masih umur 18 gitu kan. Jadi emang yang penting mindset yang diterapin ke player-player, kekalahan kita nggak bisa diubah, tapi yang bisa diubah itu adalah ya hari-hari ke depannya, gimana mereka scrim, gimana mereka lewatin hari-harinya dengan mentality yang lebih bagus, dan juga ya di week selanjutnya di official match-nya.
Yes. Dan apakah benar karena airline ini bisa bounce back, salah satu rahasianya karena dilarang pakai Moskov?
Enggak lah. Karena emang kalau ada match Moskov juga pasti bakal kita kasih. Karena meskipun kemarin sebenarnya hasil nggak terlalu bagus, kita punya win rate yang tinggi banget di scrim, kan kita kerja juga berdasarkan data juga kan. Kita punya presentasi yang tinggi di Moskov, jadi makanya kita pick bukan asal, kayaknya enak nih feelingnya pakai Moskov pick, enggak. Pasti ada datanya juga, tapi mistake ya jadi bahan pelajaran aja.
Yap, dan coach banyak yang penasaran nih kira-kira di situasi apa sih kira-kira Brands bakal dimainkan?
Brands, dia baru masuk kompetitif lagi, maksudnya kan kemarin sempat rehat sebentar, habis itu baru mulai scrim lagi, mungkin dengan adaptasinya di scrim sekarang, soon mungkin bakal bisa dimainin, tapi tetap kita kerja di bidang kompetitif. Jadi kalau misalnya ada persaingan di tim ya kita lihat dari hasil siapa yang terbaik di scrim dan juga ya impact ke timnya lebih besar siapa.
Oke, dan pastinya mungkin ada pesan-pesan gak sih buat EVOS fam yang sudah mendukung EVOS?
Yes, buat EVOS fans, thank you banget tentunya yang selalu mendukung. Kritikan kalian selalu menjadi perhitungan juga buat kita pembelajaran. Kayak minggu kemarin kita dapetin week yang jelek banget. Kita kalah 2 kali, tapi week ini kita dapetin start yang bagus 2-0 di hari pertama. Hari kedua juga harus ya kita dapetin kemenangan kedua kita. Cuman yang paling penting adalah kita berproses di sini. Setiap kekalahan jadi pelajaran dan kita udah nggak bisa ngerubah poin kekalahan kita ini. Jadi ya fokus ke week depan. Semoga kalian masih bisa mendukung kita terus di week selanjutnya dan tetap support playernya, jangan dihujat ya.
Tetap support player kesayangan kalian dan pastinya dukung terus dan kita hope for the best for EVOS. Thank you so much coach.
Alisa.
Dan kita akan melihat kira-kira apakah caster punya pendapat yang sama. Jadi kita akan langsung lemparkan kembali ke caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
You know, out of all the coaches in the back rooms, I've got to say that Avil is one of my favorite.
Really? Is he the most well-spoken? Is that why?
Very informative too. I mean,
Yeah.
he wasn't scared to like tell what actually happened.
Unlike
some people will not name names.
Some people.
Whoa.
But yeah, overhype. I think that was the main problem for EVOS in that final game. But there it is. Regular season standings, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. It is the Red Robots back in second place.
Oh man.
So all 3 of our teams
Wow.
are playing today, and
Wait.
all of them won.
Yeah.
They're not so far from RQ.
They're not. No.
What?
No, it's
Not at
very,
all.
very close.
Not at all.
Wait, how?
Yeah, because technically, Bigatron. Yeah, no, they.
Because RQ went undefeated except for that one match.
Yep.
But like, BTR, were they like losing or something?
No, I think you're
start of the
remembering
season?
Mobile Masters a lot as
Oh,
well. They did lose a lot in Mobile Masters,
no.
but here they've only lost against Dewa and Evos.
Dewa?
Dewa. That was early on. That was still, week 1 Dewa, the strong Dewa.
The strong Dewa.
The work smart, not work hard. There are shortcuts to success.
Oh
Dewa.
no. Oh no.
Well, tomorrow, Eterna, your team is still playing. Me and Mirko can take it
Oh,
a bit
man.
easier. We can rest a bit easier, you know?
But Gani can't, and he's casting
Ooh,
tomorrow.
Gani,
Yeah.
8th place.
That's geek, bro.
Coincidence or what? Like whenever
Geek,
our team's
like, too
playing,
geek.
we're on duty, man.
Wait, Alter Ego plays tomorrow, right?
Yeah, why?
Also, a fun fact for you guys back at home, Gani, whenever he casts, Alter Ego never lose. Like they actually have a 100% win rate whenever Gani casts, and tomorrow they're up against Navi. So it's likely
That's weird.
It's likely that Gani will get Alter Ego. Well, it's not him, but it's the coincidence. It's the German theory. The German theory.
It's kind of weird.
The Dutch theory. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. We call it the Indonesian theory, sure.
So tomorrow, Alter Ego will win. And
Hey,
then
what do you mean? You mean Navi's not gonna
what's
show
the
up?
No,
Best in the
second.
world.
Oh, forget it. I forgot who was second match. Oh, M News can debut at MSI 2025
Ooh,
China
taking all the wins,
qualifier
man.
leads
It's your boy.
DFYG to win over MQJC.
Yeah, that's super Ken.
GG.
That's my boy right there. I'm so
Represent.
Wow.
That's our guy.
I wonder how he's feeling.
But feeling great.
I mean, like he just moved to a new country and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, he moved, right?
Yeah.
He moved,
That's
right?
China.
Yeah.
FYG.
No, so it's not online,
China.
right?
No, how will he play online?
No,
Probably
he actually
I don't
he
know.
flew last week on
Magic
Friday.
happens.
Did you see him off?
Unfortunately, I was casting, and by the time we were
Right.
done, he was in his flight. So no, Arashi.
I see.
Unfortunately, not.
Well,
When did they vote for this? Well, they're
Earlier,
right,
yep.
right? Wait,
Yeah,
qualified
they
for
qualified
MSI.
for MSI, right?
yeah. I think for me, this is almost guaranteed. DFYG are probably the strongest team in China already. They have all the right. I mean, they have Sasa as a coach. Long, our guy Long.
Long.
Arashi,
Our guy Long.
to eat some bakute in Malaysia. Shout outs to Long.
Coach Long.
So they have a lot of experienced players. Their XP is Kill VJ, MSC 2021 winner.
Oh,
yeah. Now
wow.
with Super Ken in the jungle, I think they'll get better.
All right. Good luck, Super Ken. Hope you're happy. I think that's the main thing that I really wanted to highlight. Is he happy or not? I hope he's happy because I think a lot of people will be happy, especially now that the collaboration is going to hit.
Yeah,
Can't wait.
Suyo
Wait, this is
has been getting a
January,
lot of
February,
wins.
March, April, May.
A week. It's a week
2nd
from
of
now
May.
on
Okay.
Friday. It'll be on Friday, the day we cast. So if I suddenly stop talking on broadcast,
It's okay because I'm not casting
know
on
that
Friday
I
either.
am rolling for Sasuke.
So in MPL, are we gonna see the map effects?
That's a good question.
Right?
That's a good question.
If it is, this is gonna be a crazy week next week.
We're gonna see the frog spit as a turret. That's a turret. The turret is a frog.
It's a
That's
frog
so
turret.
cool.
Then the Lord
The Lord is Madara.
is
Uchiha.
Madara.
So this week we get NBA. Next week we get Naruto.
Naruto.
Oh boy.
MPL ID.
You know what? No, you should never judge because Dewa United. You thought maybe they just didn't want to take a shortcut because it was a mistake. Turns out that's just their ninja way, yo. Date bayo.
That's their ninja
Believe
way.
it. Yeah, believe it, man. I respect you. No,
Just as you say that the flashbacks start, you know, it's all in
PTSD?
grayscale.
Yeah.
It's about their struggles, their childhood, and after a whole week, we'll finally get back to the current episode.
like when the whole village called them a monster. Dewa. That probably happened, right?
Sometime,
So don't miss it, guys.
somewhere in there.
You guys don't want to miss it. All right. MPL ID Season 15 tickets are still available. So don't forget to buy your tickets through the GoPay app or the official MPL ID website and get those free diamonds on top of the tickets that you, of course, will be able to receive. We still have week 6, 7, 8, and then 9. And then we have a 3-week break. And then it's playoffs.
Yeah, and it's playoffs.
So we still have 3 more weeks, right? Does the math check out? 5,
I think
6,
so.
7,
We have, what week are we on? Week 5? We have
5,
4 more weeks.
6,
We have
7,
9
8,
weeks.
9. 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Look at this.
What is that?
The BTR2, Evos 1, and then Plus.
Cool.
So
Cool,
it's wait. What happens if, let's say, Evos and BTR head to head? It's 1-to-1, right?
Yeah.
So then we move on to the next category.
Yes.
That makes sense. So which match are you guys most excited for tomorrow? Please let us know in the comments because Arashi will be shouting them out on his live stream tonight.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget to check
I
it
am
out.
not
It's
streaming.
me, Eterna, on the English desk alongside with
Mirko.
as well as
Arashi.
signing out for the day. We will see you very, very, very soon. I can't wait to see Arashi's live stream. But
Orange hair.
here it is. To Bure. See you tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much.
Yap, udah tangkap dari para caster. Thank you banget untuk meramaikan hari ini pecah di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah pastinya. Kalian sudah menyaksikan betapa hebatnya tim-tim menutup hari yang kedua, minggu yang kelima. Dan tadi pun match penutupan kita adalah pembukaan untuk leg yang kedua. Tim-tim akan kembali berhadapan untuk kedua kalinya di leg yang kedua, jadi esok hari. Akankah ada pembalasan dendam atau pembuktian? Masuklah kita ke leg yang kedua. Jadi Bude harus mengingatkan kalian untuk terus mendukung tim favorit kalian. Karena klasemen bisa digoncang dengan mudah. Dan Bude juga mau mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament platform Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa juga kita punya advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Dan supplier kita RSV Helmet. Hari yang kedua memang telah usai, namun minggu ini adalah minggu yang spesial karena ada MPL X NBA. Besok adalah hari yang bisa kalian rayakan bersama kita seru-seruan, ngelempar bola di MPL Arena dan dengan vibes yang begitu berbeda. Minggu kelima, minggu yang spesial. Hari yang ketiga bakal jadi hari yang benar-benar kita nantikan pula. Jadi untuk hari ini Bude bisa mengucapkan selamat malam, selamat beristirahat, dan sampai jumpa di hari ketiga MPL Indonesia Season 15. We on this.